Hungry for SVRA action? Well, the best way to enjoy classic auto racing is with a delicious classic from Mission Foods. Green flag your race-watching snacks with Mission's mouth-watering race day recipes. Try some of our tasty tacos, piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. So gear up your ride and fuel up those stomachs with delicious Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Sonoma Raceway with a beautiful eagle flying in front. I love it. Or a hawk of some sort, but absolutely gorgeous. Jonathan Green here, bringing you the action from Sonoma. Laguna was last week. This is part of our West doubleheader on the SpeedTour. And as you can see, the visors are going down, so I'm going to bring in our very own Ben Sissel to get us up to date and up to scratch on what we're about to see, which is the Group 9 single-seaters.
9 and exclusive. We're seeing Stuart Crow right there, putting his visor down. Stuart Crow is first at the grid in the 1994 Ralt RT40. Then there's Nick Persing. We know him from the FR cap.
Yes, we do.
In 2019 Ligier F3 car. So this is a mixed group between exclusive, which is the West Coast kind of open wheel race group. They race with us quite a bit. They'll do Portland with us. Really fun group. That's Alex Kirby there in a 2020 Ligier. Then this, the number 14, John Purcell, giving the thumbs up. I love it. John Purcell is in a Ligier F3. I don't know what happened to James Johnston. We're missing James Johnston, but that should be Jay Horak in the number 6, the World of Speed 2019 Ligier. I'm trying to look at the number there. I'm not sure.
It's the 11, Rob Moores.
Yeah, we're off of our grid sheet here.
Okay.
That's a 19. No, that's the 11. Okay, so that might have been Sean Pruitt there, and there's another 11. So we've got
I see, yeah.
a bunch of 11s in here.
Dan Decker's the 11A,
So we'll
they're calling.
And I'm not sure where he shows up in line. There's the number 15.
And that is Rob Moore's, yeah. That's the Ralt RT5. That makes sense.
Yeah, yeah, it's too early in the morning. Yeah, I'm way out of order now. Let me see. Jonathan, you might have to take over because I don't think.
That's okay. Let me see. They've got a 3A, and that is Brent Johnson, and that Mazda, and that's what that looked like, to be honest. 74. That's Steve Martin, not the comedian, but Formula Mazda, and therefore Martin Racing. So we've got that right. Steve Martin, obviously from the UK. He's got the British flag on. So this is a group of different aged cars, all the way up to the modern day Ligier JS F3, which of course is the same as our FR car that we will be racing, the regional FR as we call it, Formula Regional, and part of Tony Pirella's now family, as it were. We have FR and F4, and that are the two single-seater FIA spec series that run here in the United States, and effectively trying to get people up to scratch, earn super license points on their way, potentially to Formula One or even Indy, but obviously super license points count only towards F1. And the big prize in FR is a chance.
We had a spin coming out. We had a spin going up into Mission Foods Turn 2, and that TA2 car you see in the background, that's just doing a hardship lap. But one thing I wanted to tell you, if you're watching this on the live stream, please go to youtube.com/SpeedTourTV. We're monitoring the comments there. Leave us a comment, questions. Sometimes we have experts out there that can answer questions for us, so we're monitoring the comments on SpeedTour TV. But Jonathan, a lot of big drivers have now come through that.
Yeah, this FR series that I was just telling you about that now Tony Pirelli now owns and has the commercial rights for is a very prestigious series because the likes of Dakota Dickerson, now a Honda factory driver in LMP3, Kyle Kirkwood, currently an IndyCar driver with AJ Foyt Racing, and Hunter Yaney is the most recent. He now has gone on from our FR regional championship and also an F4 champion, and moved on to the FIA F3 International Championship. So he'll be racing alongside the Formula One race weekend. So these are names to remember for the future. Someone like Kirkwood has already made it up to Indy, and everybody's already touting potentially Kirkwood to be one of the Andretti Formula One drivers if Michael Andretti gets his way and gets his F1 team come 2024. So keep watching the name Kyle Kirkwood. But that is a testament to this F3, FR series, whichever you prefer, but basically Honda Civic engine and slicks and wings, and without doubt the best single-seater series in the road to Formula One and IndyCar.
Well, I think we are going to have to go another lap under the pace lap, which isn't too bad. Early in the morning, cold tires, but we did have a spin-off. I believe that's the number 73 at James Johnston in the 2004 Swift. That's unfortunate for James. I spoke to him because he's racing against his son this time, Brett Johnston, in the 2004 Mazda Pro Mazda. So if he can't get it fired up, he's already going to go a lap down to his son. But let's run through the field. So we've got Stuart Crow in first position, 1994 Ralt RT40. Nick Persing, 2019 Ligier. Alex Kirby in 2020 Ligier F3. James Johnston in 2004 Formula Atlantic Swift. John Purcell in a Ligier. Jay Horak starting 6th in a 2019 Ligier. Dan Decker in a 2021 Ligier. Sean Pruitt starting 8th in a 2019 Ligier.
Any relation?
I'm not sure. Rob Moores in a 1982 Ralt RT5. Brett Johnston in a 2004 Mazda Pro Mazda. Steve Martin, we were talking about him in a 2003 Formula Mazda. Bill Weaver starting 12th in a 1996 Formula Mazda. Randy Sturgeon, 1997 Formula Mazda. Barry O'Donovan starting 14th in a 96 Formula Mazda. In 15th is Brad Drew, 1997 Formula Mazda. 16th is Lars Jensen, 1997 Formula Mazda. Gear Ramleth, we've seen him a lot this weekend. He's starting 17th in an 82 Ralt RT4. Stu Tabak in a 1997 Formula Mazda. Christian O is what we're going to call. 1997 Formula Mazda.
Oh, peach.
Maybe. That's good. John Holmes, 2017 Ligier F4. That's our single. No, there's a few more. CJ Ray in a 1998 Formula Mazda. Frank Vezer in a Ligier Formula 4. 23rd is Carson Eder, 2016 Ligier Formula 4. Alan Johnson in a 1983 Ralt RT5. Kirk Clifford starting 25th in a 1976 Lola T324. John Ertl, 1994 Formula Mazda. James Schuler in a 73 Tui BH3. Scott Trevay in a 1977 Lola T328. And Tyler Butterfield rounds it out, 29 drivers, 1972 Royale RP14.
And Scott, we saw Stuart Crow dominate last weekend at Laguna Seca in that very car that's leading the pack. I'm pretty much expecting him to do the same again.
Well, Stuart has had a little bit of trouble with the Ligiers. Crow, actually, he's in a Ralt RT41. I know it's listed as an RT40, but his mechanic, David McMillan and Dana Larson that take care of that car, has told me it was an RT41. This is the original tub and the original car that came over to the United States. Crow used to drive for the factory Ralt America team, was third in the Formula Atlantic, developed this car. This is the same car that he drove in the Formula Atlantic Series, finished third. And again, he is very quick, but he's had a little trouble getting through the Ligiers. Once he does, he seems to kind of go out a little bit. But yeah, Crow is dominant on the West Coast. Last weekend at Monterey and this track here at Sonoma, the same. We expect to see Crow go out into the front.
Looks as though the safety car is going to do one more lap, so we can talk a little bit about it, but a little bit more about it. Nick Persing is someone I know well, having done the FR Series and the F4 Series. It's a tall, lanky Californian, nice kid, currently racing in FR, the Formula Regional Americas Championship. They've done one round at NOLA, and Nick is currently 6th in the championship for TJ Sport Motorsport with 26 points, just 2 behind Jason Alder. That championship being led by an Englishman, Raoul Hyman, at the moment on 58 points, and New York's Dylan Tavella with Crosslink Kiwi Motorsport also equal on 58 points. Mackenzie Clark, the young Canadian, behind him in 3rd. So just an update on the current FR Championship, given that we've got some of those drivers out there today.
And Jonathan, the name we didn't mention, and he was a stellar in the Trans Am Series, Ernie Francis Jr. came up to that series, and I believe he is has a contract for Indy Lights this year.
Currently running 7th. Yep. After the first round, they are racing this weekend at Barber, so we're hoping that Ernie Francis Jr. improves, but a 7-time Trans Am champion, and made the transition, ironically, the other way. Most people go from single-seaters to tin tops or Trans Am. He did it the other way, but it's been very successful for him, and I wish him every joy and luck in the future.
We have a couple of cars that were prominent in the Formula Super V Series and Formula Atlantic Series. We mentioned Stuart Crow, the Ralt RT41, that 2E BH3. That was a car that Bertil Roos drove in the Formula Super V Series, I believe, or Formula Atlantic. I can't remember which, but that 2E, very, very quick, and I learned under Bertil Roos. That was my first driver's school up at Pocono International Raceway. Also, we have a Ralt RT4, I believe, in the field, and 2 Ralt RT5s. The 4 was good. The Ralt RT5 was very good. The Ralt RT5 was the car to have in the Pro Formula Cup, the Gold Cup Formula Super V Series. I believe it won 8 of the last 10 years. And you may recognize a couple of these names of the drivers that may have been in those cars. Al Unser Jr., Michael Andretti, Arie Luyendyk. Yeah. That was the way that you came up through the ranks in Indy cars in that day, is you went usually from Formula Fords to Formula Super Vs and Formula Atlantics. And if you were good enough, you could skip the Atlantic step and go right into Indy cars.
Yeah, it's interesting how, I look down this list and I see a lot of international, a lot of what I recognize from Europe, which is that Ligier, and obviously the Formula 3, which is so popular, the likes of Ayrton Senna, British Formula 3, Ruben Barrichello, that's where they all come through, and it doesn't matter whether it's Spanish, Italian, German, or international FIA, which it now is, which is the highest point of F3. That is the most prestigious way, whereas here, like you say, the Formula Atlantics and more recently the Mazdas have been the way forward.
Well, we have the Pro Formula Mazdas here, and I believe that was the first step on the so-called Indy ladder. That's now called USF 2000, right, but yeah, still the same concept. The 2004 edition that Brett Johnston has, that is a 250 horsepower sealed engine, and not unusual to see 30 or 40 cars on the grid. See if we're going to get a green flag this time, by Jonathan?
I think we are. I think things are speeding up. I'm looking at the pace car, and yes, the lights are off on the pace car, so that means he should be coming in about a couple of seconds, which means we will be led by Stuart Crow to the line in that beautiful Ralt RT41, I'm told. Here we go then. The number 3 on the right-hand side leads the field to the final complex. Armand Ron doing the business. He's dogged in determination, is our Ron, when he's coming to his camera work, and here comes the number 19 of Nick Persing alongside. This should be a good battle, because Nick Persing is no fool. He is a current FR participant, and Stuart Crow will know he's been in a race. Here we go. Persing already coming out and taking the lead. Was it too early, I wonder? I don't think so, but they're side by side as they go up to the first turn, and I have to say something's going to give, and Crow gets through. Whoa, we've got one spinner though. 2 cars involved. A couple of guys having to take avoiding action. 3 cars involved in that incident at the Mission Foods. Stop for a snack, boys, because they've both gone off there, and that could cause a safety car. But away they go, and we've got a group of 5 at the front. And Scott, it looked as though it was going to be a clean start. Persing tried to get ahead of Stuart Crow, couldn't quite make it up because of the way the track is here. If you've got that inside line, you're going to take it, aren't you?
Yeah, Stuart Crow, again, he had some trouble working through the Ligiers, and I believe that, judging from yesterday, he said, I need to stay in front of that Ligier. I need to be in front by the first turn. And Persing tried his best, but couldn't quite get that job done as Crow led. looked like it was kind of some cold tires on a cold track.
Yeah.
It looks sunny out here. It's very nice up here, but if you go outside, it's very windy, and that affects the track temperature. And again, if you don't get enough heat in these tires, doesn't matter what type of car you have or what type of tires, and these are different tires than what we usually see in the FR Americas and F4 US series. It still needs to get heat in those, and if you try to stomp on it too fast, they just go right around on you.
Yeah, and I think those two pace cars would have done nothing more than cool those tires rather than keep them heated, because that one pace car, you kind of get up to temperature, you've got the, you've got that position of one lap, but then suddenly 2 laps at slow pace does not put mechanical grip or heat into those tires. And now Nick Persing starting to make his way on an overtake on the outside, Can he make it stick this time? He tried it on the first lap. He's done it this time out.
And you said Persing, he is a professional driver. Crow was a factory driver for Ralt America. He won the Formula Super V Championship, finished third in the Formula Atlantic Championship. I believe his next race that he'll be with us is at Mid-Ohio.
That's right.
In that championship Formula Atlantic series that he ran when he finished third. But he is an accomplished driver. And again, this was a good battle yesterday. I believe Crow finally able to pull away, but Persing, the best, I would say, of this exclusive group out here on the West Coast.
Yep, and I'm always interested to see. There's a lot more drivers now, and I'm sure Ben can talk to this. Look at Crow coming back at him. I knew this was being a good race. Into the hairpin they come. Crow looking on the outside, but nice defensive driving from Persing. And he holds the position. A switch back, though, by Crow. Gets out of line a little bit. It's slippy there. He goes over the rumble strips. Loses out on that battle, but he's got the measure for him coming into there. And now we head down to the Franklin Road S's. And this is going to be a good battle. And third place now starting to catch up.
Now, I'm surprised that he went over the rumble strips. A lot of the cars, production cars, basically, you can do that. You don't lose any time. These Formula cars do not like the rumble strips. You usually just touch them. You don't go over them. So a little surprised, and that tells you how hard Crow is pushing.
Yep. And Alex Kirby, while these two fight, is catching up in third place in the 8B. As we take a look at the 37, that's Horick. And this is starting to roll into a really good race here at the moment.
Now Persing arrived a little bit later on in the week, but Kirby and Horick were two of the top drivers before Persing arrived in this particular group. So they may take a little bit longer to catch up, but I believe they might become part of this battle before the race is done. And as we were talking yesterday, Ben and Jonathan, that this track is very technical. You're very busy on this track. And these cars especially, the production cars, the GT cars, Trans Am cars, we see them sliding back and forth. Not so in this. These are precision, purpose-built Formula cars. That car responds.
Big time, yeah. I mean, it's, you've got to be so precise with these cars. You can't be messing about. There's no lag. If you turn it, it's going. And the response, the torque, etc., very, very input heavy. As we look at the number 14, that's John Purcell in that Ligier JSF3 from 2020, another modern car.
So just an easy way for you to keep up keep it up at home. The F3 cars have that halo like the modern F1 cars. But I was talking to Stuart Crow at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, and he's had that car since brand new. And the beauty of vintage racing is he's still developing the car. He says there's still more speed in that Ralt RT41, and they're still developing it. So how cool is that?
And those Ralt RT41s, they were kind of brought along late in the Formula Atlantic era. And a lot of those cars, after they were phased out of Formula Atlantic, you'll see a lot of them as the basis for prototype cars. I know Jacek Muka, I believe, has a Ralt RT41, but he puts bodywork on it and becomes a prototype. I believe he has a Mazda engine in his.
You can really see how low, like John Purcell's F3 car is. When he gets up against that wall, he's just lost. They really are very sleek. And talking to Ernie Francis, coming from a TA car into that, he didn't know how physical these open-wheel cars are. And you can see as they come down the Franklin Road complex, they're really, really bumpy. And even Ernie Francis, you've seen him now, he's had to gain a lot of muscle because it's such a physical drive with all the downforce and the G-forces that they're experiencing.
Yeah, no question about it. And you're so low to the ground, the suspension's so stiff. That's why they don't like the rumble strips, as we just mentioned. And this is the training for for the big time. And of course, Indy race here, and have done for many years. NASCAR race here, and that's what's kept this circuit, along with Trans Am, at the forefront of American racing. just a great place to come. But going back to the temperature, yeah, it's early in the morning, and we're in April. It's not often we race at Sonoma this early in the year, but California at this time of the year, if you don't know, starts off cool, warms up, and then cools down again at night in the evening, and that's nice, but it ain't great for racing early morning or late evening.
Now, the tires don't like the cool, but the engines do.
Yes, they
usually
do.
when it's cooler, you get a little bit more horsepower out of the engines, and that may have come into play when those two cars first spun as well. We had all three Johnstons down at the Monterey last week, and we had Brett, James, and James Jr. If they all come down from Colorado, Brett usually has the Formula Mazda, and James has the Swift.
We're on following Brett Johnston right now.
That's that
in
2004. Right. That's the Pro Formula Mazda I was telling you about.
About to be overtaken by that number 11,
Rob
Steve
Moores.
Martin. Who is that?
I think that's Rob Moores in the Rolt RT5.
Yeah, it's 11 and 11A. I think that's a Ralt also, Ben, but I'm not positive.
It looks like that's not a Formula Mazda. But either way, the yellow car has just overtaken.
Well,
Brett
the reason
Johnston.
I say that's an 82, and it looks like an older car, more
Yeah, you're
80s
right.
kind of car. That's all.
I think you're right.
I'm not 100%, but the 11A.
No, you're right. You're right. So yeah, that's Rob Moores. Sorry about that. I'm all confused, guys.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that's an earlier version of the Formula Mazda overtaking the later version of the Formula Mazda. The early Formula Mazdas, and again, a lot of drivers came up through them, but this was a great concept. It was a spec series, obviously sponsored by Mazda, and they had great fields. They were support races. I know they were support races at Long Beach Grand Prix and a lot of races. So not only were you learning your craft and learning how to drive these cars, they were, spec cars, so to speak, and they were equal. You were learning your racecraft, but you're also in front of large crowds, so you were being exposed to the series that you were hoping to get into. Great concept.
Yep, no question about it. As we go back to a more modern car number 15, and that is the Halo and the current FR car.
The Swift 014A that should have been up towards the front that James Johnson usually has, that is a very potent car. It was very capable of SCCA national championships. It won 10 of them in a row. And again, Jonathan Ben, you might recognize this driver in 2005. And again, it used to be you came through SCCA club racing to get your talents there, and then you would go into professional racing. But in 2005, a guy you may have heard of named Graham Rahal won the national championship.
Yes.
And it was in a Swift 014A, not this same car, but in a car similar to it.
Where did Bobby come through? I'm thinking Atlantic.
Bobby came through Atlantic, I believe.
Yeah, that would make sense.
And then he went into IMSA. He was very prominent in IMSA, and then I believe he went on from there. But
some good battles going on here. I'm watching five-way battle here, just coming through turn 2. As we look down on the battle ahead of them as they go through 3 and up over the crest down towards the very treacherous turn 5. But it's Crow, Persing, and Kirby at the moment, the top 3. 5 minutes to go, just over.
And this playing out a little bit like it did yesterday. Crow had a little bit more trouble yesterday getting through the FR America 4 and the F4 US 3. But he was out front that very first turn, and he has lengthened his lead. Again, it doesn't sound like a lot, and a lot of times you'll hear us say, well, he's a tenth of a second faster here on this lap, a tenth of a second faster, but you start adding those up over a 2.5 mile or 2.52 mile circuit, and all of a sudden it's a 2 or 3 second lead.
And we'll take a closer look for the first time at 77A. That is Derry O'Donovan in the Mazda. 1996, this car.
It's a really cool wrap on this car. It changes colors. It's a little bit of a color-changing car. Look at how fast they're coming through. Now the downforce is working for them as they come through that Franklin Road Apparel Complex. And we've got viewers already watching from Costa Rica and the UK.
Good deal. Well, I know that the UK fans love their single-seater racing. They're always interested to see what's going on the other side of the pond, as we took a look at a man who won yesterday in SVRA. That, of course, that's the 17A, if I got it right, because Gear Ramleth is in the number 17. I'm just looking if there's a 17A.
Yeah, John Holmes.
Okay.
Ramleth was out there this morning, even earlier than when he's on track now. He won over Travis Incan in the Lotus 23B. And I was talking to Travis at breakfast this morning. I said, Travis, you have these 3 different cars. They're not even anywhere similar. How do you do that? He says, well, says, now think of it. If you're in a car and you get in a truck, it's kind of the same thing. Yeah, about it anymore.
It's a good point. I mean, you think about, the traveling we all do, and the cars that you pick up at the airport, and they can be tiny or they can be huge, but you adapt.
And speaking of adapting, we were talking about the drivers coming up through the day. You were talking about Formula 4 drivers that went into Formula 1. We were talking about drivers went in Indy. It's very difficult to come from a Formula 4 single-seater that has skinny tires, has no downforce, has basically no grip. You basically have to really kind of hang on to a Formula car, which has wings, it has downforce. All of a sudden, the brake marker that used to be 1 now is maybe you have to go 10, 15 feet deeper, or you can, and that's the only way that you can stay competitive. It's such a difference to drive a car with the wing. You just don't realize how much downforce and how much aerodynamics come into play on those wings in the Formula cars.
Yeah, that's the first thing that a Carl Kirkwood or anybody else will tell me when they go up the ranks. I say, what's the biggest difference? And they say, braking and knowing that the car will brake, and the sheer speed at which you can go through the corners, and confidence to know that the wings and the aerodynamics of the car will get you through that corner. Because
speaking of, look at this. You can really see now the downforce is coming to Stuart Crow, who's our new leader. Took over Nick Persing, so we're following along with Stuart Crow, and you can really see coming through that Franklin Road Apparel Complex just how the tires, the downforce is working. You have to get into a rhythm. This is our new leader, Stuart Crow, as he comes through Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers, turn 11, followed by Nick Persing.
Last lap coming up. Here comes the white flag. No, it's the checkered flag. The white flag was for the others. Checkered flag, then this is going to be a win. And it's Stuart Crow then, crossing the line for the win.
And he's picking up just where he left off last year. He was dominant on the West Coast. He won the 2 rounds at Auto Club Speedway, the first SVRA SpeedTour event. Won the last weekend, the 2, and now has swept the weekend here.
Nicely done then. Crow with the win. Nick Persing in the number 99, taking second place in that Ligier JS F3. And will continue his FR Championship of 2022 very soon. Kirby in 3rd place, Horick in 4th, Purcell 5th, and the number 11 of Rob Moores taking 6th place.
Now the same team that handles that Stuart Crow, Ralt also handles Mark Smith's Formula 4, so he'll be out in action, Mark Smith, a little bit later in the day, but that same team will be taking care of that Formula 4 too. They'll be going for another win.
Got some great action yesterday. Looking forward to more today. And we've got a full day of big action here from Sonoma. So if you're just tuning in around our live stream, welcome from Great Britain, from all over the world.
And Chile.
Chile, we
have a viewer from Chile. Welcome.
Very welcome.
We're international. I'd like to also, if you'd allow me, Jonathan Ben, say hi to my dad, Ed Conway.
Hey, Ed!
He's watching at home in Conyers, Georgia. My dad, that's the reason that I'm here, is because my dad...
Well, there's 2 reasons. Both your dad and your dad.
And I'd like to say hi to him and my stepmother, Pat, who celebrated her birthday a little earlier this weekend.
There you go. Happy Mother's Day next week, too. And as you can see, they are preparing for the next SVRA group race. We'll take a short break here from Sonoma. My thanks once again to Scott and Ben. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us here at the Speed Tour.
When the finish line calls, we answer. Hit the road with insurance protection from Hagerty. Whether you drive a built racer, sports car, or exotic, and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com. When the road calls, we answer. With our guaranteed value, unparalleled service and expertise, and savings of $264 on average, Hagerty has you covered no matter what's around the bend. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
Welcome back to the Mission Foods Sonoma SpeedTour for Group 2. One of my favorite open-wheel cars are these Formula Bs. I was just talking to the mechanic at Travis Engen. It's a 1600. You can see the 2 Weber carburetors here, twin-cam Lotus engine, the same that we saw him earlier in his Lotus 23B. But look at the size of these tires. No downforce. This is all just driver class. This is a Formula B. Now we come back, Todd Strong in a vintage Titan Formula Ford. They have about 1,600 displacement, but you can see they have about half the tire. That may be even a little bit generous. So this is Todd Strong here. Then we've got Oliver Ramleth in this 93 Formula Ford. Another Titan, another great battle we're going to have here. Then we go back to the Formula Bs. Look at this beautiful Formula B. The Brabham of David Smoker. Then we've got ex-IndyCar driver from the 90s, Mark Smith, the number 2 car. The red number 2 looks like he's focusing or praying before he goes out. A Repco Brabham, the number 24 there, Grant Perryman. He had a great battle with us at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. Then it's my honor to introduce Mark Donahue here with us in Group 2. He's got that, Brett Gann has the Sunoco special livery of the Mark Donahue winning car. Then Jim Edmonds here in the number 88, more of a modern Formula Ford. And look at the suspension. We talked about this at Laguna Seca. These cars, the suspension on these cars, they're so fragile. It's really cool to see. Then we've got Kim Madrid here back with us in this beautiful pink Crossley with the Grateful Dead sticker. It's great to have her back with us. Then Bob Hutchison in the more modern Ford. We've got 1 minute on the grid, so Tony, why don't we come back here? Let me just point out one thing. Tom Linton's car, beautiful car. We were talking about it at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. He actually has a protective wrap on this car. So pretty. But I'm going to talk to Jens. Jens, Mr. Formula Ford, you've got, what, 6 cars in this field. What is the difference between a vintage Ford like this and a more modern Ford?
It's mostly the suspension. On the older cars, it's outboard. The shocks are outboard, very short A-arms. And if you then look at the later cars, they're wider, they have side pods, and they're a pushrod car, so the suspension is inboard. Aerodynamically, that means quite a lot. One of the nice things about the SVRA, they run on a DOT tire, and that pretty much evens out the field. And you'll see really tight competition between the older cars and the newer cars.
Well, that's Jens. Jonathan, it's getting loud down here. I'm going to send it back to you.
Perfect stuff. Thank you, Ben Sissel, as he gets back underway and probably back up to our commentary booth. A nice insight there. And yes, I think the comment that I will take away from that, Scott Conway, is what that gentleman just said, which is, you know, there really isn't a lot. There's a good competition between the older cars and the newer cars, and that's what amazes me about the junior Formula, as I call it. It wasn't back then, perhaps, but what we now see as Formula Ford is the fact that over the years you can take a Van Diemen from '72 and put it up against a Rolt from '95 and still be competitive.
Yeah, it's very amazing that you can. Again, the Club Fords, which are the older cars, those, if you look at them, you can kind of see the development of Formula Ford, and it's not a whole lot except for, as he was describing, aerodynamically. You've seen the rear, side view mirrors are out in the airflow in the earlier cars, where they decided to put, the body over those mirrors, aerodynamics. The Lola that Kim Madrid is in, that was one of the first cars that used aerodynamics and used to have that big kind of cowling that's up in the top that you can see. It helped with cooling as well. But yeah, it's very amazing that these cars, and we see the same in club racing as we see here. There are older cars out there, but they are still competitive. And again, this is a driver's series. I used to race in Formula Ford and the Lola. And it is, again, this is a lot of fun. They're skinny tires, DOT tires or racing tires, whatever you want to call them. They're skinny tires. These cars slide around a lot, much like the Trans Am cars, but they also, there are momentum cars and they're horsepower cars all in the same. There's drafting that is available not much straightaway here to draft on, but if you can stay behind the car, and you will get a draft, it will get a tow, and you'll get extra horsepower from that draft.
And we've got a real, combination of early cars and much later cars back to 1970 and 71 with the Titan MK6. We've got a Chevron B17B. And yeah, it's interesting to see. Also that Brabham BT35, a customer car built to compete both in SCCA and Formula 3. So they were always thinking in terms of, Formula 3 back in Europe perhaps, and then SCCA and Atlantic here.
Yeah, most of these cars were brought over to compete, as you say, just in the SCCA, which used to be Formula B, then became Formula Atlantic. That Chevron of Travis Engen, that was the overall winner yesterday. And yes, this is the same Travis Engen that was out there in the Audi yesterday and also out there this morning in the Lotus 23B. Very talented driver. And that Chevron, that particular one, is an updated version of an earlier Chevron. The different upgrades. The steering arms are much better. The aerodynamics are much better. The chassis was lighter, and it became a force in Formula B. But those Brabhams are out there. Several different configurations of those, the BT21, BT21B, and the most recent one that's out there, I think you just said the BT35.
Here we go then, and they are 2x2 and getting ready to roar off the line here at Sonoma, and away they go, and a brilliant start by Travis Engen in the number 1 Chevron B17B, taking that red-nosed green car into the lead, but catching, challenging him already. Todd Strong.
Todd Strong takes him into Mission Foods turn 2. What a great move by Todd Strong.
Excellent move. Not seen many people go round the inside effectively of turn 2. Everybody usually comes over to the left-hand side to take that nice wide line through there. That's the normal line, but not for Mr. Strong. Strong and ready.
Yeah, I got to give it for Travis Engen, though, because Travis Engen saw him, and I know that Todd Strong knows Travis Engen, and you don't make that pass on anybody unless you know and trust him. So it was great for Travis Engen to know that he was there and not collect both of them.
Yeah, and that's, we've been talking all weekend long, both Jonathan and Ben, about the technical aspect of this circuit. And again, you have to be inside of somebody. You have to trust that other driver, and you have to know that other driver that he will not come over on you, that you can make it pass like that.
So Todd Strong coming into Optima Batteries turn 7, the inventor of 8, as we have another pass on Travis Engen. Now, Travis Engen is on those thicker tires that might be a little bit tougher. So that's Oliver Ramleth there, Gear Ramleth's son, making that pass. So we've got 2 Fords in front of the Formula Bs, which is very, very rare. Last weekend we saw Todd Gerstenberger and Todd Strong give Travis Engen a good run for his money. I'm mentioning Todd Gerstenberger because he was a little upset with me for mentioning Kim Madrid last weekend. So Todd, there's your shot, buddy.
Well, we will be mentioning Kim, though, this weekend because she is here, and her and Brett Gann should have a good battle back in Club Ford. The Lola Lola T324, I believe it is, of the or 342 Formula Ford of Brett Gann and Kim Madrid in the Crosley 32F. Both those cars have been very close on times all through the weekend. They finished first and second yesterday. I believe Madrid getting the better of Gann yesterday.
Now look at this battle here. Travis Engen and David Smoker, the Formula Bs. Now look for Travis Engen. He's going to methodically work his way back through the Fords. I don't think this is how we're going to finish this race. So watch for him once he gets his tires coming to him. You can tell right now he's making some ground up on Oliver Ramleth right there.
And, Jonathan, we were talking about the draft in Formula Fords. I believe that's how they got around Engen, was drafting through him. That Chevron making a huge hole in the air. Ramleth doing the same thing. Now the two Titans right together. One is a gold medallion. I believe that's Ramleth drafting nose to tail. And you'll see that draft working even through the turns. But, Ben, you're right. It was Engen finishing on top. And Engen, I don't think, is too worried about those two Formula Fords in front of him.
Beautiful shot down through the carousel, nicely cambered through there, hence getting the name, and then opening it up again down this mini straight, and there's only mini straights here, and then into the heavy braking and potential overtaking of turn 7. And interesting, and learned a lot from the TA race yesterday about just how slippy this particular corner is. That's where Ken Thwaites went round yesterday, and it's like ice. I talked to him afterwards, and he said there's just no grip there, and he said he only touched the throttle just a little bit earlier than before, and round he went.
There is Mark Smith, ex-IndyCar racer from the 90s. Honor to have him out with us. He was with us at NOLA, was with us at Laguna Seca, and then Grant Perryman in that beautiful British racing green Brabham.
And Mark Smith, that was the driver I was telling you about in the last broadcast. The same team that takes care of Stuart Crow's car also takes care of Mark Smith's car, and it's immaculately prepared and very fast. I believe he won in PCF yesterday over Bob Hattle. The PCFs are later versions or more recent versions, if you want to think of it, Formula Fords than the Club Fords and the Formula Fords that are in SVRA.
Guys, we've got a replay here of the start, and I'll let you guys take it away. See what you see.
It looks like Todd Strong's just taking out the outside. I'm not sure if Travis was really trusting his tires. It's a cold day out there, and Todd Strong just went for it from what I see.
Nice start. Really good. Good bit of opportunism there.
Now, we were talking about also the skinny tires in that Formula Ford. I would think they would have come up to temperature way before the Chevron tires, thicker tires. And, again, I think you might be right, Ben. We were talking earlier about the temperature out there on the track. And if you're not sure, why risk it on the opening lap? You know you're faster than that car anyway, and it'll come back to you.
Yeah, Travis Engen's one of our smartest drivers, and he knows that this is going to be a mini lap race, and he's going to be able to get them back if everything comes to him. But he might be having fun out there watching and following the Fords around, too.
See, Jonathan or Ben, if you can pick up, again, as this has been such a very tight, close battle all through practice and yesterday's race between Kim Madrid and Brett Gann. Gann in the Lola T342 and Madrid in the Crosley 32F. Two different types of cars in the same era, but very, very close together.
Yeah, here they are coming through Franklin Road Apparel Complex. That's Brett just ahead of, there's Kim Madrid in the pink. Great shot of her, 291 with the deadhead sticker.
And yes, that is a mohawk.
Yes. So it's great to have her here. She was feeling under the weather last weekend at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, but she's back.
Cleans her brake ducts out with it at the end of the day.
And that's Jim Edmonds right behind her.
Yeah, the Crosley 32F is one of the cars that was a very big favorite of the racing schools around the country. Bob Bondurant School, Jim Russell School, they were the Crosley 32Fs at the time. And again, Gann had it all his own way last weekend, Ben, at Monterey, but he's had a tough fight with Kim Madrid here in the Sonoma International Mission Foods Sonoma SpeedTour. And again, I was telling you, Jonathan, before the broadcast, that would probably be the race to watch just because they were so close yesterday. Now, Jim Edmonds was able to get in between those two Club Fords about the middle of the race, but then both Kim and Brett getting around them, and they continue their battle with Kim winning over Brett yesterday.
So I'm not showing, I saw Bob Hatley at grid, but I'm not sure what happened because he's not showing any scoring. He hasn't done any laps yet, so that's unfortunate for Bob Hatley, all the way from Southern California racing with us, but it's not uncommon to see Bob Hatley at Watkins Glen, Indy, Mid-Ohio with us.
Yeah, he's one of the top SVRA runners in the PCF class. Usually he and Duke Waldrop go at it in the SVRA SpeedTour events, so tough break for Bob.
Look at the livery and paint job on Brett Gann's. The Sunoco Special, I love it. I love when they make tribute cars. There's Kim Madrid and Jim Edmonds coming down the Franklin Road Apparel S's, the complex there.
Yep, 8th and 9th in the moment. There's 10. That's the number 4 of Hutchison.
And I believe Gann is just in front of that trio. So again, this was a good race yesterday, and that's the only reason I was talking to you before the broadcast, Jonathan, was these would probably be cars to watch because they have been so close, and Edmonds has been right there too. Hutchison has been kind of on the fringe of those three cars.
Mark Smith getting on the brakes. You can see it moving back and forth there, coming into the hard braking zone of turn 11.
But these cars are just a lot of fun to race. They are even more fun on the tracks with longer straightaways, such as a Road America, where you can have packs of 5 or 10 cars that are drafting, and the car that comes out of the corner leading could be as far back as 7th or 8th by the time you get to the braking zone. The draft was that important. At the runoffs, my dad and I did the runoffs for 23 straight years at Road Atlanta, and the highlight in one of the feature races was Formula Ford. It was not unusual to have 50 or 60 of those Formula Fords, and Dave Wiesenhoff would usually make a last lap pass coming out of turn 11 underneath the bridge and win the championship.
And it's worldwide too. I cover the Formula Ford and the Junior Series in New Zealand a lot, both historic and modern, and you look at the Formula Ford champion. I mean, right now here this weekend, Billy Fraser, 2 years ago, just was second yesterday in AF 2000. So the New Zealand's got a huge junior Formula scene, both historic and modern. And it's where the likes of the Scott Dixons, he was the Formula Ford champion in New Zealand, come from. It's really good.
Yeah, we were talking in the Group 9 about drivers that were coming up through the ranks, and the Formula 1 champions came up through the ranks in Formula Ford. Emerson Fittipaldi was the first Formula Ford graduate to win a Formula 1 race, and he was the first Formula Ford graduate Racing Drivers Club and on the RRDC.
Yep.
That I defer to you on that one there, Jonathan.
Yeah, he won the Formula Ford weekend, the
right.
one they have in October every year, and that's really what launched him to fame, and then on to Formula 3 in the British Formula 3 Championship.
Yeah, that was a great series, and this Formula Ford was offered to a couple of other constructors when they first started in Formula Fords. Ford engine was the one that went in the car, so they decided to call it what else? Formula Ford.
Yeah, Formula Ford Festival at Brands Hatch, of course.
That's Alan there. And that number 75.
Royale.
RP24 from 1977.
And again, you see the development of the Formula Fords. You can see some of these older ones are very quick for their day, but you can see things that, I think that the aerodynamics could be this and this and this, but you see a car that comes through that's a little bit later in the years, and you'll see that's what they did. They like they were talking to out on the grid there, Ben, the inboard and outboard springs, the side view mirrors, the way that the side pods were done on the cars, it was just trimmed up. You couldn't do that much with the engine, couldn't do that much with the tires, but the suspensions, that Lola T342 had a suspension that was so lightweight it could hardly keep on the track before they decided to upgrade it. But you can just see the development of the Formula Fords in the different years that are out there.
Yeah, and almost less sophisticated than current Formula 4. And that's the idea of these junior series, is it really is about the driver. Like you say, the engines are the same, the cars are the same. You can't mess too much. There's no wings. You're basically dealing with road tires. So it's all about the driver's input.
And before Spec Miata, before Spec Racer Ford, really, the classes that were the most contested were Formula Ford and Formula V, both because there was not much you could do with the car except for aerodynamics, and it was a driver's series. Those two are still one of the most watched races at the runoffs, along with Spec Racer Ford and Spec Miata today.
Yeah.
Look at the livery here of Christoph Jensen's car. I love it. It's gray on gray on gray on dark gray.
Which is unusual.
I love that, though. It really caught my attention when I saw that car last year. It's a beautiful car.
And I don't know if we have them out today, but we did yesterday. We had cars that went back as far, I believe, as the 1960s. Merlin Mark 29 was out there. We also had a Winkleman WDF1, which was imported into the United States. But the popularity of that class was so big that it came over to the U.S. from England. And once it arrived here, man, it caught on, and it is just wonderful.
Yeah, that's Tim Herbst in that red, number 17. That is a 1994 Van Diemen RF94 as they come up Mission Foods Turn 2.
Now, if you look at that car, look at the way the aerodynamics are on that car, how everything is kind of shaped and kind of made into one, kind of what the modern cars are. But if you look at, say, like a Lola, the T342, or the Crosley 32F, which was earlier, or the Winkleman or the Merlin, you'll see those things are out in the airflow.
Question. I do not know what a Winkleman WDF1 is.
Well, actually, it was known as a Palliser. It was imported from England, and the company that imported it was called Palliser. When they imported it, the only place they could find anybody that would take this car, because, again, it was not really that well known, was a guy named Bob Winkleman. And that is that's where the name of the car comes from. It's a Winkleman WDF1. Other than that, it's just a regular basic Formula Ford, the Ford Pinto, Ford Kent engine were the engines to have. Nowadays, the class is called Formula F because it has progressed where Honda has an engine for that Formula Ford, the Honda Fit engine. And so that Honda engine and the Ford engine are in there.
And there is that Merlin Mark 29 we were talking about, the 1976 Dana Larson. It's a beautiful yellow on that car. You don't see many Merlins out with this.
But we had, I think, 2 of them entered. I think this is the only one that's out there. But again, I'm just struck by the development of the Fords, and it was, obviously the driver's skill, but it was the designers. When you tell a designer says, "Yeah, I bet I can," and and they do. And again, if you line these cars up side by side, you would see the actual development of the Formula Ford from the first examples all the way up into the modern cars, or more modern cars. And Van Diemen is one of the more modern cars. Van Diemen, if you followed any of the Pro Formula series, that's the car to have now.
Sure.
But now even there, it's the McGalley Honda that is the current car to have in the Pro Series. But Van Diemen is still very prominent and it's very competitive. But back in the day, the Lola was the car to have. Yes, Ben?
Right now, I'm being proven wrong. The Formula Bs are in a tight battle for 3rd and 4th back there between Travis Engen and David Smoker. It's unbelievable, but Todd Strong staying out front with Ramleth right behind him, Oliver Ramleth in a 1970. And so Todd Strong in a 71 Titan MK6 and Ramleth in a 1970 Titan Mark 6.
This is just speculation on my part, but Travis Engen is such a smart driver. I wonder if he's saying those 2 Formula Fords are in a battle for the overall lead and class lead. I wonder if he's just saying, I'll just stay back here. I know I'm faster than them, but I don't want to mess their race up.
Maybe. I think he's just having a blast right there with David Smoker.
Yeah. And I believe Smoker is in the BT21. You'll have to look on the grid list, either Jonathan or Ben, to verify.
35.
Yeah,
he's
35.
in the BT
Okay.
35.
71.
And that's the most recent of the cars out there of the Brabhams. Of course, again, I'm going to turn to Jonathan on this one. You know the Brabham from Sir Jack Brabham.
Absolutely. I'll tell you, I'm still reeling from that wonderful race we saw with Matthew Brabham and David, his father, as they raced Brabham.
Jeff Brabham.
Jeff
and Matt, yeah.
There's too many Brabhams. But wonderful. And also how David Brabham is now developing their new sports car. And, the Brabham legacy, what a way to keep it alive when so many other names have disappeared. But wow, Brabham may not be in Formula One anymore, but they're still going strong. And Matthew Brabham now currently back in single seats.
There was Oliver Ramleth there. I said I would mention Todd Gerstenberger. If Todd Gerstenberger was here, this is probably where he'd be getting passed by Eric Inkrot. And now we're on board looking at the number 93 of Oliver Ramleth. We always try to have fun with our drivers when they don't come to events. That'll teach them.
That'll teach him.
He's racing the Titan MK6.
I believe both he and Strong have the Mark 6A, if I'm not mistaken. This again, I'm going to defer to you on this one, Ben. The gold medallion cars. Explain the difference between these are both Titan Mark 6As, but one is a gold medallion car.
Yeah, that means he's gone through the rigorous process of making sure that it is set up exactly as it was back in the day. So Oliver Ramleth is a gold medallion car. Sometimes it takes a lot more time and money and resources to get it back. Sometimes it's sourcing and finding the brake pads, making sure you're running the correct displacement, the right carburetors. Everything has to be as except some improvements in safety gear and things like that.
Well, he's certainly given Todd Strong a good run for his money there. Again, this is one of the earlier Formula Fords, and both of them are having a great time out there. I believe reported by Colchester Racing, if I remember correctly. But again, most of these Formula Fords, if not all, came over from England and came over here into the United States. And again, once you got in the car, you didn't want to get out because it was just so much fun to drive. And again, I always like to go to Road Atlanta or to Charlotte driving this particular car because at the time they didn't have the chicanes at Charlotte. It was just the oval, and you could draft by so many cars that you didn't have to have that fast a car. All these cars were, pretty much the same horsepower, but it was just the fun of drafting of how to set up a pass and how to keep from someone passing you.
Well, look at that. There is Todd Strong. So proud of Todd Strong because he took the lead at turn 2 and hasn't given it back.
No.
He is a retired aeronautical engineer. And you'll see that little windscreen right there, right above the number 16. He was having trouble with that a couple months ago at Auto Club Speedway, and he's fixed it with the little gurney blade right above it. And those are the kind of things that really bothered him, being an aeronautical engineer, an inventor of the shake weight. But he's getting I believe he's getting the white flag here. So he's got one more lap for Todd Strong. That is unbelievable to keep the Formula Bs behind him in this Group 2 race.
Yeah, I think that would be considered an upset, don't you?
I think so, yeah.
I just think it's ironic that a man called Strong would invent the shake weight.
Yeah, unbelievable. You know, you can't write that stuff.
No, you can't.
Can't make that up.
But here again, you were talking about, you know, a little windscreen. You wouldn't think that it would be that much, but an engineer, a designer would know that little windscreen, which is part of the aerodynamics, could maybe add 1/10 of a second or 2/10 of a second, which in Formula Ford was huge at the time.
Yeah, and then his competitor, Todd Gerstenberger, last weekend, same car, same windscreen. He wouldn't even notice it.
Yeah.
It doesn't bother him at all. So it's just the different personalities that get into racing as well.
But yeah, this is a great battle between those two Titans. And again, you know, we're always used to seeing Travis Engen out front. It's unusual when he's not.
You can see the nose of that car bouncing. It's a beautiful car up close. And then when you see him come through this Franklin Road complex, watch as he sweeps through because it starts to get pretty rough, a little bit bumpy there. See how the nose is kind of going up and down?
And that's fighting that understeer, oversteer. And these cars, they're not as quickly to get away from you as the Group 9 cars, the exclusive cars we saw earlier, but they can get away from you very quickly. Not the big, you know, wheel-to-wheel lock that you see in Trans Am cars or historic Trans Am cars. These are very, very small, concise movements.
Yeah. So just a few more turns here for Todd Strong from Southern California, working his hands right there.
Yeah.
Jonathan, take it away.
Yeah, well, nicely done. Strong in the number 16, coming to the line now in that Titan Mark 6. And it's been a titanic effort. Takes the checkered flag, having taken the lead right there at the get-go at turn 2. So nicely done, Todd Strong. Another strong victory for the number 16. Travis Engen will come across the line in third, but it's Ramleth who will take, Oliver Ramleth, who will take second place in another Mark 6 Titan, but this one from 1970, so a 70 and 71, first and second, and then comes Ramleth and Engen. Travis Engen, pole position in that Chevron B17B. Well done to them. And Smoger coming across the line in fourth, Perriman fifth, Smith, Hutchison, and Edmonds rounding out the top 8. Gann and Madrid. It was a good battle between those two, and it was won by the 66 of Gann, and Madrid taking 10th place. So that concludes our Group 2 coverage. My thanks to Scott and, of course, to Ben. We'll take a short break here from Sonoma International Raceway. It's a wonderful place to be, and we look across the vineyards and enjoy every moment of the sunshine here of April. I hope you're enjoying our live feed. The Speed Tour continues after this break.
When the road calls, we answer. Hit the road with insurance that protects your classic for what it's actually worth and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Haggerty.com. When hours invested become miles enjoyed. Whether you're customizing or building a car from the ground up, Haggerty protects your vehicle with guaranteed value coverage. Get a quote today at Haggerty.com.
Welcome back to the Mission Foods Sonoma SpeedTour with historic Trans Am. They just gave a 5, but I want to show something really cool about these Trans Am cars. He still has the original GM little door markers here, the original door cards. This is Bill Godwin here in this beautiful Camaro. The driver was Dwayne Winkle. You can see the hand-painted graphics. Bill, I'll help you close your door. You want to lock it? No, okay, no lock it, he says. Just want to make sure it's a rough neighborhood. You never know. Then we've got the car here, this Mustang that was driven by Bob Barker. Not the Bob Barker, not the come on down Bob Barker, but looking awesome out there. And then one of our most famous cars in historic Trans Am is this beautiful classic wax Challenger that was driven by Sam Posey, very famous from the 1970 season. You can see that the driver, Richard Goldsmith, has brand new sticker tire Goodyears on there, which means he might be moving up to the front. Becky's blowing a whistle. One thing you should know about this race, Jonathan, is they've inverted the top 6. They've put the top 6 back to the back. They did that just because it makes for a better show. It's going to be really fun to watch those drivers come up through, and I agree with that 100%. But now it's getting way too loud down here as I look at Brian Farron in his Boss 302, driven by Dean Gregson. I'm going to have to send it back up to you guys.
Thank you, Ben Sissel, as the historic Trans Am cars rumbling off the false grid, headed out onto Sonoma International Raceway. And what a great rolling history of Trans Am going out on track, as we are going to be looking at Ford Mustangs, Ford Boss 302s, Chevrolet Camaros, and Z28s. Of course, that lone Dodge Challenger that was being shown on screen, the number 77, driven by Sam Posey back in the day. There were supposed to be 2 of those Dodge Challengers in that season, but Dodge cutting back its budget after the first 2 races, and Sam Posey driving that car into 4th in the 1970 season. That lime green, or slime green as they used to call it, and black classic wax Porsche Dodge Challenger, the number 77 for Posey. Have a lot of history here. 1966 was the first race ever held at the Sebring International Raceway for the Trans Am Series. It was known then as the Trans Am Sedan Championship. Then it was in 1968 rather, it was changed to Trans Am Championship. John Bishop started this Trans Am Championship back in the day, also instrumental in starting the IMSA, 2 of the great series that are alive and continuing on to today, and a great way to transition from the historic Trans Am cars going out on course to the contemporary Trans Ams. We'll be seeing Trans Am 2 later on today at 1:40 p.m. But again, those Ford Boss 302s, legendary in the hands of George Fomer and Parnelli Jones for Bud Moore and the Ford Boss 302 factory team. Of course, the Chevrolet Camaro, most famous from Mark Donahue. But Donahue and Roger Penske both very instrumental in the development of the Chevrolet Camaro, and also being able to get some parts to other competitors. It was not uncommon for a driver that was having trouble with his Camaro, either handling or speed-wise, to go to Mark Donahue and say, can you drive this car? Can you test it? And Donahue would be more than happy to get in that car. He would give you great feedback and would obviously have the car up to speed by the time that the race happened. Again, Mark Donahue and Roger Penske, they wanted their Chevrolet Camaro, of course, to win, but just as long as the Camaro did win, they were very happy. Pace car going up through, I believe that is turn 6, the carousel. We're going into Optima Batteries turn 7 behind the pace car. Again, this is going to be a fun race to watch because, as Ben said, they have added a little bit of intrigue to this race as they have taken the top 6 from yesterday and put them at the very back of the field. One of those cars to watch is Craig Conley. Conley in the only grabber green Mustang. That is a 1970 Ford Boss 302, the second model year for the Ford Boss 302. Be coming up through the Franklin Road S's, or actually be coming down the Franklin Road S's towards WeatherTech turn 10. Be going around Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers turn 11, and we'll be looking for the green flag this time by, as the pace car will be going into the pit lane. Chevrolet Camaro, Dodge Challenger, Ford Mustang, those were the factory cars. Coming around Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers turn 11 very shortly here, momentarily, as the pace car going into pit lane. Again, this will be a very intriguing race as we have fast cars up at the front. Don't get me wrong, but the faster cars, are back in the back 6 positions as this field has been inverted. Being joined up here by Ben Sissel, and yes, the same Ben Sissel you just saw on the grid walk. You're very quick, Ben. I think you've gotten faster.
Thanks to my scooter, yeah. This is one of the greatest racing groups out there. You see the front 1968 Chevrolet Camaro Z28, Ryan Turry in the Ford Mustang. This is so much fun to watch. And there is the only Nova to have ever raced in the Trans Am Series, being run by Linda Montanas. So let's see what she has here for everybody as they come to take the green flag side by side. Some of the best starts in motorsports are here with historic Trans Am, as it looks like Bill Godwin's moving up. Ryan Turry there, but then Richard Goldsmith in that Sam Posey car coming up right alongside that Bob Barker Mustang.
And again, we're going to be watching a little bit further back here in the pack as, again, this field inverted the top 6 from yesterday, and that includes John Hildebrand in that Pontiac Tempest GTO at the back of the pack. They're going to have to work their way up through the field. This will be a very exciting race, much like in the day there, Ben.
Yeah. Yeah, it's so much fun. And, you know, every once in a while SVRA or Trans Am will post some of the old historic films from this era, 66 to 72. And watching some of these races, it's like, you know, being in a time machine. As we watch, look at that, Bill Godwin, Ryan Turry side by side through there as they come into WeatherTech Carousel. Lots of side-by-side racing in historic Trans Am. These men and women race with each other so much. They know where they're better than each other, and they trust each other because, like we said, these are priceless works of arts of history, and these drivers know what they're driving. They treat these cars like they're the custodians of these cars, and but it's still some of the best racing I've ever seen.
And I think that's what is the most impressive part. We saw them last weekend at Monterey at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, and we can't emphasize enough, we said it yesterday during this feature race for Saturday, these are the original cars. These are not replicas. These are not, production cars or throwback cars, whatever. These are the cars that raced in that series. These are the liveries that they raced in during that series. And to see them out here running around Sonoma International Raceway at speed, they're beautifully prepared and beautifully taken care of.
Yeah, we just saw there the Brian Farron car, 28A, 1969 Ford Boss 302. That number 13 is Dennis Singleton in 1970 Chevrolet Camaro.
And we were talking yesterday, you were talking about Linda Montanas. Mark, her husband, runs in one of the cars that was actually a project car. It was bought off the dealer showroom, and it was given to Chaffee College of Automotive Technology, and they said, here's your car. The project is to make it into a Trans Am race car, and they did. Paul Van Valkenburg drove that, as well as the late, great Paul Newman driving that car. The number 1, the Chevrolet Camaro, driven by Mark Montanos.
Look at that. Bill Godwin, Ryan Turry, side by side, going up through Mission Foods Turn 2. But Ryan Turry got the best of Bill Godwin as Richard Goldsmith in that Sam Posey Challenger looks to maybe take over Bill Godwin, but not just yet. Now they come down a hill. You can't see it on the drone. That is a steep hill into this right-hand turn. And now they're downhill, a little bit of a sweeper into that WeatherTech Carousel. And the carousel and these big, heavy cars with all this horsepower, if you get it wrong, you get it really wrong, because that's a downhill carousel, a little bit off camber, and it just kind of throws you right here into this other side of the drag strip. You're carrying a lot of G-forces.
Yeah, if you get, as you said, you get turn 5 and 6 wrong, turn 5 wrong, it'll rather push that car up, and then, of course, you're going to be trying to control that car as your competitors go right underneath you and head down towards turn 7, the Optima Batteries turn. But these cars, I love to watch them because these big, heavy cars. Were a lot of these bodies, at least the factories did, acid dipped them to make the bodies as light as they could, but they were still big, heavy cars. The shifters, you slammed the shifter and you didn't delicately put it in there. You slammed it into first, you slammed it into second, and you had this car sliding underneath you. You're trying to control the steering on it. You can see these hands moving back and forth, especially through here, this technical turns, and it was just a lot of fun to watch.
Woo, look at that, Richard Goldsmith hanging out the back end of that
Just like that.
Yeah, exactly, just like that. As they come into this braking zone, Richard Goldsmith has the corner, turn 11, Big Machine Vodka Spike Cooler Turn 11. Looks like that Challenger has the best of it. And I have to give it up for Ryan Turry, who's currently leading this race. He's wearing the white driver's gloves so that we can see what his hands are doing. So he got my memo about that. Thank you, Ryan.
Technical track, there's not very much long straightaways, which these cars excel at, but these cars also very good. But again, you kind of have to pick out where your point's going to be and slide the car into that point before you accelerate. It's not really a delicate turn or a precise turn like some of the Formula Series we've been watching earlier in the broadcast today.
Yeah, one of the series regulars, Ken Epsman, who drives the Roy Woods Javelin we were talking about, he was telling me at a track like this, you steer just as much with the throttle as you do the wheel. You know, he's hanging it out there and using the throttle to bring the back end to where it's point and shoot, basically.
And Bill Aukerland is over this historic Trans Am Series. He is usually out here in one of these cars. Unfortunately, Aukerland a little bit under the weather this weekend, not able to join us. That Javelin usually is out here, but the Camaro of Mark Donahue that one of the owners has, and a couple of other cars, Boss 302 Mustangs of Jim Hagan, Jim Halsey, they had a problem with their engines, with the pistons. Pistons have been delayed in getting shipped over here to the U.S., so some of these cars that would be out there, unfortunately, are sidelined, but we do hope to have them back in September as they'll be running with SVRA at Watkins Glen.
And I love seeing the historic Trans Am cars racing at the tracks that they would have raced back in the day, and there's some great footage that we've shared on our SVRA Facebook of these cars racing at Watkins Glen back in the day. And there's the 13. It's funny because if I remember correctly, Brian Farron used to drive that number 13 every once in a while, but now he's ahead of the number 13 in the 28A. I think that's the car that Rob Kaufman used to have years ago, raced here just a few years ago, but that is the number 13 driven by Dennis Singleton, 70 Chevrolet Camaro.
Yeah, the Chevrolet Camaro, of course, iconic car, both the Camaro and the Z28. The first actual manufacturer points that were scored by Chevrolet, and we talked about this last weekend at Monterey, was not actually scored by a Camaro. It was scored by a Chevrolet Corvair that was shared by Donna Mae Mims. And the reason that the Corvair was out there was the Chevrolet Camaro the engine was not developed for it as of yet. It was later on in the year, and they used it in the 1967 season. But for a first manufacturer points, they scored 2 manufacturer points at the very first season of Trans Am Championship for Chevrolet.
So I'm seeing on our comments that Austin Biddle is watching his dad, James Biddle. It's a great shot of him right there in front of Craig Conley. And then we've asked on SpeedTour TV, what's your favorite generation of Trans Am racing? This may get me in trouble because I work for the Trans Am series, current Trans Am, but this is my favorite generation of Trans Am racing. I love calling these races.
And I think it might get me a little bit in trouble too, but you know, we had Willie T. Ribbs as our Grand Marshal last weekend, and that era when he and David Hobbs were in that.
Is that Brian Farron getting it real sideways on that straightaway? Sorry to interrupt you there, but I think Brian Farron, good save by Brian Farron. That was a moment. He's going to have to change his race suit as we go side by side here with James Biddle and Craig Conley. It's getting heated up. Now, let me tell you something about these. Like we said, the cars that are set up just as they were from 66 to 72, some of the tires are going away. I was showing you that Richard Goldsmith had sticker tires on there, and I'm guessing Brian Farron did not.
And I believe Craig Conley was one of the drivers that was in that inverted back 6 there, and he's worked his way up to the front to contest for the lead with Turry and Goldsmith. Conley in the 1970 Ford Boss 302 Mustang, a Dodge Challenger up there, and I believe we have a Chevrolet Camaro, just like the days gone by with the factory wars. You know, win on Sunday, sell on Monday. The manufacturers were very interested in having their cars win, and they used that in their marketing campaigns to sell these cars because these cars were in dealer showrooms. They wanted to sell those cars. Not much has changed, still using racing as a platform for development of different things as well as marketing for the cars themselves.
And there it is. I was talking to Chad Reynal earlier about that Herb Adams Pontiac Tempest that had Bob Tullius behind the wheel, the Gray Ghost, one of the most famous cars in this. And you look at a car like that and you're like, I don't see why or how they made that into a race car, but it was really successful. And as you can see right now, John Hildebrandt behind the wheel of that car makes for a potent combination. Look at this. This is what I love about historic Trans Am. This big group of cars here that I think is being led by Brian Farron, followed by Richard Goldsmith, it looks like. Bill Godwin, Craig Conley, James Biddle, Dennis Singleton, and then John Hildebrandt, as Ryan Turry has kind of pulled out to a big lead. But this group racing is what we're used to seeing here in historic Trans Am. James Biddle and that Pontiac Tempest, and John Hildebrandt going at it into Optima Batteries, turn 7.
And John Hildebrandt was yesterday's winner, and I think the rest of the group was a little bit surprised that that was the fastest qualifier yesterday after the 2 rounds of qualifying, that Pontiac Tempest GTO of John Hildebrandt winning yesterday, and he's coming up from the back, but he's making his way up. If he can get around this group, he may be able to have something for Turry.
And there's that Chaffee College car you were talking about of Mark Montanos.
Yeah.
Paul Newman drove that car.
Yep.
That is really cool.
And you know, what great history here. The only Pontiac Tempest GTO to ever race the Trans Am that's out there today. The only Chevy 2 Nova Chevy to be out there in the Trans Am, and it's out there racing today. Great history. And again, you know, Ben, you were talking about it yesterday, and I can't emphasize enough. Again, these are original cars, and you know, they don't have replacement parts for these cars. You can't go down to your local Chevrolet dealership or Ford dealership to get a replacement part. Original, and this is because of such a wide range in the years 66 through 72. Wide range of development is the tires. They aren't a spec tire, but yeah, you were showing those stickers. I think Goldsmith was a little bit unsettled by finishing as far back as he did yesterday. Goldsmith usually runs very at the front. He also has a Chevy Decon Monza that he was running out there a little bit earlier today. Richard Goldsmith, a great driver and a great custodian of history.
Speaking of tires, it was pretty neat. We had Bill Ockerland with us with the Parnelli Jones Bud Moore car at Indy, and Parnelli Jones was kind of reunited with it. And the first thing he said as he stepped up, he told Bill, he said, "Well, you got the wrong tires on." He was wearing Goodyears, and that was really funny. But Parnelli Jones got inside, closed the door, got the biggest smile on his face, and said, "This is like a time machine."
Yeah,
it's like it still fits like a glove. Just look at this big group of cars coming into Optima Batteries, turn 7.
Yeah, I believe it was 1970 that was the only year that all the factory were in on this Trans Am series. You had Dodge with the Challenger, Plymouth with the Barracuda, American Motors Corporation at the time with the Javelin, had Chevrolet with the Camaro, Ford with the Boss 302. Pontiac a little bit later to the scene, did come in later on with the Pontiac Trans Am Firebird. Elliott Forbes Robinson winning in 1981, a little outside of this specific group. But that was the only year that all the factories were in, and they were going at it tooth and nail, just like they are out there on the track, Ben.
There's Michael Eisenberg in the car, the Cougar, painted by George Barris and Tony Hart.
And that was Camaro's that was delivered here in the Pacific Northwest, and he bought that from a dealer. The dealer had just had it in the showroom only one day, and Hart was able to buy that, and he made it into a Trans Am race car, raced it a couple of times in the 68 season, I believe it was.
Look at this. This is the battle for the lead. Ryan Turry, Craig Conley, James Biddle, John Hildebrandt, all going up through Mission Foods turn 2. We got to stay with this race. Oh, Hildebrandt gets it a little bit wrong. Sends out that huge wide end of that Pontiac Tempest, that big trunk lid. Everybody kind of checks up a little bit. And you know that that's something that Craig Conley and James Biddle love, because they know that's going to put some different distance between them. Because, man, coming into Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers turn 11, group of 8 of these historic Trans Am cars, we could have thrown a blanket over them.
And the only one that started at the front was Ryan Turry. The rest of those cars, I know Conley and Hildebrandt did. I believe Biddle as well started at the back of this. Again, they inverted that. I think that's a great idea. That adds a lot of intrigue and adds a lot of excitement as they work their way up through the field.
So here we are. Ryan Turry comes around. John Hildebrandt somehow gets behind and gets through Craig Conley. Let's see if he can hold it. Optima Batteries turn 7. Really
for the inside.
Hard on the gas, coming inside as that Tempest. Ryan Turry sees him, gives him the room like he should, ducks in front of Craig Conley, but now John Hildebrandt, this race.
I thought he'd opened the door for Conley also, but he was able to just get that car somehow pointed in the right direction and held Conley off. But yeah, I was thinking, that Hildebrandt, if he could get around that group that you were talking about earlier, Ben, that he certainly has done that, even with that kind of lurid slide that he had going through the turn.
And there's James Biddle in that gray coupe, Mustang coupe. And there's Bill Godwin back in the mix. So now we've got a group of 5 here. As they come up around, Big Machine Vodka spike coolers. Woo, Biddle in the middle of 3 wide going into 11. That is not suggested, gentlemen.
That is not even supposed to be possible.
No, not with these big cars.
No, that is a very tight turn. 11, you do not have very much room on the outside or inside to give. There's a wall coming up as well, so that was excellent driving.
Yes, it was.
And priceless, irreplaceable cards.
Yeah, John Hildebrandt falls back a little bit. As we've got now Craig Conley, Ryan Turi. Looks like Bill Godwin in 3rd.
So those cars at the back have come to the fore. As Hildebrandt started way in the back, he would have been in last because he finished 1st yesterday. Conley, who I believe finished 3rd, would have been probably in the row ahead of him. And Biddle also, I believe, finished in the top 6. So those 3 cars now up in the top. And Bill Godwin, I believe he's going to become a call to Turi the next lap by.
I think I misspoke. I think it's Craig Conley, James Biddle, Bill Godwin, Ryan Turi.
Oh, okay.
Trying to see who's there.
So Godwin's already been able to get by Turi.
Yeah, John Hildebrandt, Richard Goldsmith in the Sam Posey car, and then I think Brian Ferry. Moment right here, just a couple laps ago. He's collected it. Now James Biddle coming around Craig Conley 2 weeks in a row. These two have just been going head-to-head with each other.
And they're side by side going into the turn. Looks like he's going to be able to keep that. No, they're side by side now, man. Look at that.
Bill Godwin closing the door on Craig Conley.
Hard.
Yeah, that was not with good manners.
And again, these are the original cars. You just look at this and you're in amazement that 50 years ago these cars were the state of the art. Now they're historic Trans Am cars being out there, original parts, original liveries, original everything except for the tires, and they're out there going tooth and nail.
Yeah, this is so much fun. So right now it's James Biddle, Austin Biddle. I hope you're watching. Your dad's leading coming into Big Machine Vodka Spike Cooler Turn 11, followed by Bill Godwin. I was showing that at the grid walk, his actual door cards, the interior of the car, just as it came from GM. Then Craig Conley, Turi going through there, followed by that Dodge Challenger, Sam Posey Challenger. Biddle's car looks hooked up right now.
Now, the two best things about the historic Trans Ams, they have wonderful starts and they have fantastic finishes. I believe we're building towards another good finish. Biddle may be out front, but I don't think Conley or possibly even third place Godwin may be through yet. They may have another run at him here. We should be getting close to the white flag coming up here shortly. This historic Trans Am second feature race of the weekend. Ben, great history and great racing out there.
Yeah, so Austin Biddle wants us to talk about the gold medallion program. Most qualify for gold medallion because of the HTA, but so James Biddle's car is a gold medallion car, and it is because he's gone through a rigorous program through SVRA and Vintage Racing to prove everything that he has in the car is totally authentic. And it still has the camera mounts from making the movie of Ford Flat Out, where they used to put a 16 millimeter camera on top of it and race like that. But look at these cars sliding through here. This is so much fun to watch. And there's Andrew Alcázar. You think that's wrong, but we'll see. I might be getting punked on that.
No, he was in an earlier race, and I called him Alcázar just for you.
All right, nice. It's a beautiful car. That's a Warren Tope car, and he was telling me the story. There was kind of a backdoor deal with Ford, and he was able to get that car and some of the parts out of the Ford factory without people knowing. One of those little kind of handshake and nod deals that Warren Tope was able to create. And then there's the Chaffee College car.
Yeah, Tope had actually purchased an ex-George Foreman Ford Mustang that he took to the runoffs. That was the car he was going to use. That car developed a mechanical problem, so he had this car delivered to him, and this here is the car that Warren Tope actually won the A-Sedan National Championship in that year.
So there we are. There's our leader, James Biddle, 1968 Ford Mustang Tunnel Port 302. There's Craig Conley in the green car, Ryan Turi in the Bob Barker Ford Mustang 13AS. That means a sedan. Not what you're thinking.
Michael Eisenberg out there in the only Mercury Cougar XR7. That is an independent Cougar. I know Bud Moore ran the Mercury Cougar program at one time, but that is not one of the factory cars. However, it did help in winning and getting Lincoln Mercury to second in their Trans Am Championship manufacturers. That's as close as they were ever to the Manufacturers Championship, finished 2 points behind them. The white flag next time by Ben, and see if James Biddle can hold on to that lead, or whether it will be Bill Godwin or possibly even Richard Goldsmith or Craig Conley that will take the win today in the historic Trans Am feature, Mission Foods Sonoma SpeedTour at Sonoma International Raceway.
Yeah, you never know here. People's tires are going away. Let's see if Richard Goldsmith has been saving his new Goodyear sticker tires. We're not sure. Here's that Chafee Collins car. Look at this. Is that Brian Farron and Andrew coming at it side by side as they come into Optima batteries, turn 7. Let's see if Brian Farron can hold it. He takes the outside. He's giving him some room, which is what he should be doing.
Great pass there. Set him up well coming, like you were saying earlier, coming down to that carousel. Was able to set him up and, right to the inside and made that pass.
So here's James Biddle coming around. You can see him working that wheel as they come around Big Machine Vodka's Spike Coolers, turn 11 in that tunnel port, 302. Big lead for James Biddle as he's going to take the white flag this lap. So this is the final lap for historic Trans Am at the Mission Foods Sonoma SpeedTour as he goes up into Mission Foods turn 2. Big bump right there I haven't seen before. Hope that was a bump.
Surprised that Hildebrand has drifted back as far as he has. He was right up at the front, in fact won yesterday. But we still are building towards a good finish. Again, these cars will be with us again in September, Watkins Glen, and hopefully you'll be there. And if not, you join speedtour.tv/YouTube for the live stream production. Trans Am. Ben, we're building towards a big finish. Should be James Biddle for the win. See who will finish second, third, and fourth.
We'll see. There's a lot that can happen as they come down into WeatherTech Carousel up into turn 7, but it looks like it is Biddle, Godwin, Turi, Conley, and Hildebrandt.
See if Biddle can hang on.
Here he comes into Optima batteries, turn 7. Hard onto the brakes. If there is a straightaway here, that might be the longest straightaway, but it's probably not long enough to call a straightaway, and then it's basically a 180 back down the hill, down into the twisty bits here, the Franklin Road Apparel Complex.
And you say stood on the brakes. That's what they had to do in the day. Again, these brakes are not the fancy carbon fiber brakes we're used to seeing. Those are just really steel pad brakes, and you had to stand on them to get them to slow the car down from those high horsepower speeds. Headed down towards through the Franklin Road S's through turn 10, WeatherTech turn, and see if Biddle looks like he may be able to hold on, but it could be a good battle for second though, Ben.
Yeah.
See, that's Conley right there in that Ford Mustang.
Okay, so here we go. James Biddle taking the checkered flag here at Sonoma Raceway. On here last year with us, Bill Godwin. Oh, and look at this. Oh, I think Turi just got it over Craig Conley.
Wow.
And then Richard Goldsmith on John Hildebrandt. And then the Warren Tope car, Andrew Alcazar and Brian Farron coming through. As you can see, the modern Trans Am cars being loaded in for TA2 right now.
What a great finish, though. It was second. There was the battle there between Turi and Conley, and I believe you're right. I believe Turi just snuck in ahead of Conley, Ben, for second, third on the podium. That was going to be Craig Conley. John Hildebrandt, yesterday's winner, I think he's going to be finishing, and he is finishing in 6th overall. But great battle out there, great history, great for the fans to see historic Trans Am. And again, what a contrast, Ben. We have the historic Trans Am cars who are just on track. They're coming in after the checkered flag thrown, and in the background you can see the contemporary Trans Am cars. Great transition.
Yeah, it is. It's great, and you can really see the genesis with the cars that are currently on track and the cars that are about to be on track. And a Camaro looks like a Camaro, and a Mustang looks like a Camaro, even 50, 60 years later. So, ladies and gentlemen, we've got some great highlights from this race that we're going to show you right here. So here's the start of the race. They take the green flag here at Sonoma Raceway as Bill Godwin ducks into the inside, followed by Turi as they go up Mission Foods. Then they're coming around turn 11, side by side. So much side by side racing here. Editing the highlights reel must be difficult for this group. Oh, here it is. Here's Brian Farron making, oh, what a save. Man, that's awesome to see that in replay, and really good that he was able to collect that. Look at this side by side. That's not recommended, gentlemen, coming through WeatherTech Carousel on tires that just, and then here's that big group we had about midway through, led by Ryan Turi, and then here's that pass with those great blue wheels of the Gray Ghost at Optima Batteries, turn 7. And then there's the checker flag, James J. Biddle, Bill Godwin. That was fun. All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, that does it for Historic Trans Am at Mission Foods Sonoma SpeedTour. Stay tuned for the TA2 race. Thank you for joining us, and we'll be back shortly.
Hungry for SVRA action? Well, the best way to enjoy classic auto racing is with a delicious classic from Mission Foods. Green flag your race-watching snacks with Mission's mouth-watering race day recipes. Try some of our tasty tacos, piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. So gear up your ride and fuel up those stomachs with delicious Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
Yes. Hon, the WeatherTech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Well, thank you. What an honor it is to be here at the Mission Foods Sonoma SpeedTour for our pre-war race. And when I say pre-war, I usually mean pre-World War II. Most of these cars are from the World War I era, starting with this 1915 Ford Racer. Look at the technology here. This is a mechanical speedometer, gears feeding the cable. But I want to point out something. The period correct mustache on the driver here. We've got the oil man sitting next to him. This is as these cars would have raced back in 1915. Then we go to the 1910 National 40 Racer. These things are beasts. Look at how big they are. Wooden spokes on the wheels. Unbelievable. He's cranking the oil. And this man right here is related to the National family. So this has to be an honor to be out here driving a National over 100 years later.
Absolutely. My great-grandfather helped start the company.
How crazy that his great-grandfather helped start the company. Beauregard Speedwell's driving this car. I've never seen do very well. I hope that's not offensive. We just hope this car goes out there. It's always a problem for us, but this is going to be a really fun time watching these cars go out, the pre-war cars here at the Mission Foods Sonoma SpeedTour. And there they go, going out. What are they doing here? They can't do this. This can't be legal. We don't even let drivers refuel. How is this legal? Hey, Beauregard, what's going on? You can't fix a car like this. What are you doing? Would you get out? I'm trying to get this. Well, what's wrong with it, though? What's wrong with your car? What's wrong with the car? Are they going to be able to fix it?
A little smoke problem here. Then you get the smoke problem taken care of so we can get out there on the track.
Whoa, look at that. This thing's over 100 years old. You can't fix this thing. Becky, have you ever seen this happen on your grid?
Ever, no. No, they can't go out.
Bo, what in the world are you doing? There's no way you're going to get this thing out.
Get out of here. Leave me alone. I'm trying to get my car.
Geez, a little high stress under here. Uh-oh, look at this. What in the world? This is unbelievable. believe we got people telling them to hustle as the cars are probably about to come around for a lap. They already have the equipment to do that. Unbelievable. Get out of their way. That is not light. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, that is a real engine. Oh my goodness. Hey, and let's come over here. Let's try to get a good shot of the start of the race. How about to get the start? Oh, there's the problem, a skunk. Oh my goodness. Here comes the start of the race. Look at these pre-war cars coming out, giving us an exhibition. Our starter has meatballed them, but look at that, they're still not giving up. Well, now I'm starting to root for him. This thing is starting to look like a car again. Becky, I'm starting to root for him. There's no way. I do promise. Oh, yeah. This is unbelievable. It's starting to look like a car. I don't know. It looks like he's going to try to go out against Becky, our grid marshal's orders. Oh, but he's getting red flagged right down there. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's the ragtime racers here at the Sonoma Speed Tour. Unbelievable. They took a car apart, put it back together, but per our rules, we'd have to make that go through tech inspection before it could go back out. But that does it here for our pre-race ceremonies for the Mission Foods Sonoma Speed Tour. There will be much more to come.
That was superb, absolutely superb. I love it. And channeling my inner Pathé News, I say, Scotty, that was tremendous what the 13 was able to do with that engine and a skunk, no less. How could you believe that?
I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't have seen it myself. How did that skunk get in there?
The skunk in the trunk, as they say, is worth one in the nest or something about that. I don't know.
Something like that.
But you know what? I love those guys, the ragtime guys. We're going to see a bit of them now before our big feature race. But I'm glad to have you here because I know you enjoy this as much as I do. They're a traveling band, almost a circus-like traveling band, because they are very serious about what they do. They show off where the beginnings of the car and the automobile and the racing world came from. These cars are beautifully prepared. These guys absolutely love them. I've been out around here actually in one of them, the number 16, and we'll talk about each and every one of them. But I mean, it's just a piece of history, and we keep saying, you know, most people have art on the walls. We race them, and this is the perfect example. These cars are the real deal.
So before I talk about it, were you the riding mechanic on one of those cars?
I was the riding mechanic. I don't know who trusted me to do that because I almost fell out twice.
I can't believe they let you on that car. But yeah, we have, as you say, the start of the automotive industry. There's a 1915 Model T racer out there. The Model T put the world on wheels.
Yep.
It was Henry Ford that did that. The assembly line was a prototype that was somebody saw that in the meatpacking industry, and Henry Ford was a very smart person, obviously, and he said, you know, we can do that because it used to take days, it used to take hours to put a car together. He streamlined through the assembly process. It took 90 minutes to make a car. This car was $850 back when it was first built in 1915, and the Model T, Henry Ford was trying to make the car accessible and affordable to all the people. He actually was able to make it affordable to his customers. But one of the great things I like is he went to his suppliers and said, there's supposed to be wooden crates. I need them shipped and built this particular way. So the crates would arrive. They disassemble the crates. They'd use some. But the scraps, because again, Henry Ford, a very smart person, didn't waste anything. The scraps they made into charcoal. And you may recognize this name. It was sold under the name Kingsford.
Yeah.
Kingsford charcoal came from those crates that were disassembled and used in the Model T. And they have three pedals there. There's one for first, one for second, one for reverse, no clutch.
You know, and I'm also asked about the engines. What you've got to remember about some of the engines that were used, because you're dealing with cars that were built between two world wars. Mm-hmm. And so what you've got is a lot of airplane technology in these early cars. So no wonder they were huge and basic. But it also shows culturally how we varied from Europe to the United States. There you've got Henry Ford going, how can I take this new thing, get rid of the horse, and build horsepower for all the people? Yet in Europe, it was very much the elite, it was the rich who went racing and used the car as somewhat almost of a cultural icon of status and so on. Hence the designs were so beautiful from Italy, from France, and from Great Britain. And, you know, when you look at a 1933 Bentley, it's all shaped into that. The big engine, the status symbol, and yet the opposite was true of the Model T Ford, built for the world.
And actually, Henry Ford was a victim of his own success. He built these cars so well that they lasted a long time. Well,
yes.
That sounds great when you're first selling it, but there's obviously no other sales that are going to be made, and that actually kind of made the company go away. And when they did, it was the more modern cars that they were buying, the more luxurious cars like you're talking about that they were buying. Also out there are two Nationals out there, and I want to point those out because, again, going to the history of Indianapolis 500. We'll be going to Indianapolis Motor Speedway later this year. In 1910,
there's one of them. Yeah.
In 1910, it was a dirt track. That was the 1910 National.
Brick track.
No, that was a dirt track in 1910.
Okay.
Now, in May 1910, they actually did install those bricks. So 3.2 million bricks on the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. This car, the 1910 one, raced in that handicap race. In fact, he was the top amateur in a national. But the next year, 1911, there was a three-car national team, and one of these cars, the 1911 national, actually raced there. It finished 7th overall, and the next year, 1912, the national won the Indy 500 at an average speed of 78.22 miles per hour.
And next day visited the dentist.
Yes.
Because, I mean, on bricks, wooden wheels, I mean, how could you do the Indianapolis 500 without chattering your teeth? There was no gum
There's no guards. Suspension, no. and what's to me more interesting, this was a company that was an American company. It was in Indianapolis. In fact, I believe the proper name was the National Auto Vehicle Company of Indianapolis. And you'll find this interesting today as we are more and more moving towards electric cars. This company started with electric. It was electricity only, and they were looking around and they saw all the cars that were winning races. They saw all the cars that people were buying, and they were gasoline. So they shelved the technology. They said, no, we don't want electric. We want gasoline. So that's why these cars are gasoline powered.
And just to, like I said, I mentioned them as almost a traveling circus, and it is true that they've been going since 2018, and they're called the Ragtime Racers, and they go together as a group. They've got their own pit set up, and it's very nice with music and so on, and they have a good time. They're happy to get you sit in the cars and have your photograph taken and tell you about the cars. All of them are very, very clued in on each and every car, and I really do think that if you're bringing your little son or daughter to a racetrack to see a modern race, that to do this and to show people how it all began, it's quite significant in any industry, never mind the car industry, but the car being so important. You can't get to Sonoma without being in a car. And to see how the industry began and how basic they were, but how passionate people were about going racing and about driving cars and going away from the horse, hence the word horsepower. Each horsepower was worth one horse. And now we're up to, in our Trans Am, up to plus 850 horses, which is a big car.
And again, it's great because, usually you go to museums and you see these cars. Here they are. Not only you get to see up close, but you get to see them out on the track. You get to see them racing. That Model T racer, that was back in 1915. I mean, that was, the pre-World War. And we have a lot of the cars out there that you can see kind of the evolution of the automobile. Again, the Henry Ford car did not have any clutch. They were obviously making it to be the most affordable, most cheapest, most easy to drive car. However, these Nationals that I'm talking about, which came along a little bit later, and I believe it was one other company, they had what was called cone clutch. And you actually, you could step on a pedal, you go into a gear, you step on another pedal, go into a gear, and then you pull on the lever. That was how you actually changed gears. It was non-synchronized, gear shift, but you pulled on the lever.
Another little thing, obviously you see the two-man car here, the sort of, like you say, the spotter almost, but they acted as a three-way role. They were a balancer in the car, so they kept, when you're going through a corner, the spare man, if you will, a bit like they do in motorcycle racing, because they literally have the guy to balance the car, so he would lean one way. He would also start the car, but more importantly, he would look behind, and he was the spotter for the driver, and he would tell them what was coming, what wasn't coming, and so on. But what was interesting, and here's the development that you can really relate to, the first ever Indy 500 was won by Ray Haroon, I should say, in that beautiful number. It's not here, obviously, but that beautiful car. But the reason he didn't have any problems with weight was that he got rid of the passenger. And why? Because he put the first mirror in a car. I love that. So hence your rear view mirror, which you use every day, thanks to the man who won the first ever Indy 500.
A great story there. Yeah, the riding mechanics were on there. And again, you not only see the development of the cars, but a lot of these cars have pictures and have a history to them that you can actually look and see when you go to visit these cars. And I want you to look at the equipment that the driver has. The driver had a leather helmet on, had glasses, or I guess we call them goggles now, no roll bar, had no crash protection whatsoever. And some of these drivers, they only raced a couple of years, and it wasn't because that the cars went over whatever. It was just because it was such a dangerous sport. It almost actually canceled auto racing because of the number of accidents they had, and they were afraid that the public would be horrified by all these accidents. But auto racing certainly today.
Yep, and interestingly enough, I was just looking at some of the sort of prices, if you were. Back in 1916, if you bought a 1916 Hudson Super 6 racer, it would have cost you about $1,000, just over. Now, probably about $35,000. So there you go.
And Henry Ford, I was telling you that the cost of that car was $850 when it first started, but he had one color that was black.
Yep.
And it was for no other reason except cost. Black was the fastest drying paint color of the time. So
what wasn't his joke? You can have any color as long as it's black.
As long as it was black, and that was why, because it was the fastest drying color. And they were trying to produce as many as they could. Again, this, and I keep going back to this car because this is the start of the automotive world. This is the start of the auto racing, that we enjoy so much. But he had the cost down because he was such a good businessman. When the car was kind of going towards its last years, it was down to $300.
And you mentioned how he made it too well. He made it too good because it lasted forever. I think the Japanese made the same mistake. They learned from the Europeans, and they learned from the Americans, and they came to the American market with a cheaper, more fuel-efficient car, and darn it, it lasted even longer. I mean, you look at the Toyota trucks that are around today. If you go and look at a Tacoma, of which I do have one, they last forever. They really do, and that is something that they can be very proud of. But it's almost hard to get any spare parts because they're all on the road.
Right. Yeah, you can be a victim of your own success, and
exactly.
Henry Ford was. Again, Henry Ford, a great businessman, and he was responsible for the automotive world. These national racers, it was around $1,900, but that, again, it sounds like a lot of money, but in that day, it was an awful lot of money if you transfer that to today's dollar values. You were talking 100,000 or millions of dollars. These cars, again, much like the historic Trans Am we just watched, these are priceless, irreplaceable cars, and they're out there on exhibition. I think that's wonderful.
Yeah, I also love the juxtaposition of having them out there on the grid with our multiple number of cars out there, almost a record. Well, it is a record field for Sonoma and Trans Am. So to see them literally lined up, I can see all the fans and people out there looking down, and I'm sure they're very, very interested of looking to their right and seeing the most modern, ferocious beast that is Trans Am, and then the originals.
Yeah, and they're out there on exhibition. I believe there's a Packard out there also, and that was one of my dad's favorite cars, I believe, was a Packard. So a great exhibition, great ragtime racers bringing these cars out and letting the fans here and through live streaming the world see the automotive industry as it was. And, of course, Dearborn, Michigan was where some of these cars were made, and that was the hub of automotive until up to probably like late 60s, late 70s.
That's exactly right. Thank you, Scott Conway. And as we get ready for our Trans Am coverage, we're going to take a short break here from the Speed Tour at Sonoma. Join us after this break.
A marathon coach owner is someone who expects exploration and relaxation to blend flawlessly. For the most reliable, luxurious motor coach on the market today, look no further than Marathon Coach. Indulge that wanderlust, leave any cares behind, and lead a life filled with adventure. Join the Marathon family and take your 5-star hotel with you. A marathon coach owner is someone who expects exploration and relaxation to blend flawlessly. For the most reliable, luxurious motor coach on the market today, look no further than Marathon Coach. Indulge that wanderlust, leave any cares behind, and lead a life filled with adventure. Join the Marathon family and take your 5-star hotel with you.
As you can tell, I like to go fast. Our race team is really well prepared. We like to look good, but we also like to dress good, and that's why we shop at Franklin Road Apparel. I own the company, and I wear the clothes that we sell in that store. So check us out. We carry all the top brands: Baldwin, John Barbados, Billy Reed, Goodman Brand, and on down the list. So come see us, Franklin Road Apparel, Franklin, Tennessee.
If your tooling isn't quite ready and you need parts, and you need more parts than just a few, or if your run is just not that big, look to the experts in low volume production, 3-dimensional services. Whether it's 10, 100, or 1,000 parts, we can meet your needs. And if it's 10,000, we can do that too. 3-dimensional services delivers high quality parts for short runs, 70% faster than industry standards. 3-dimensional services. Prototype, production, proven.
Menards is the Midwest's ultimate home improvement store. Family owned since 1958, Menards is the one-stop shop where you always save big money. Get the Midwest's best selection nationwide when you shop online at menards.com. We make it easy to complete your projects around the house, big or small. From hardware to plumbing or paint to appliances, we carry it all. Visit menards.com today to save big money at Menards.
Save big money at Menards.
Welcome to the Mission Foods Sonoma SpeedTour, round 5 of the Trans Am TA2 Championship. We're looking forward to the rest of our doubleheader, and with me this week is Chris Jacobs, who usually restores cars. What are you doing at Trans Am?
You know, Jonathan, I'm a huge motorsports fan. I just recently got into the TA2 series. The race last week at Laguna, man, what a finish. Incredible last 10 laps. I just had to get up here to Sonoma to see it for myself.
Good for you. And you know what's funny is that this championship's been running since 1966. Here at Sears Point, as it was called then, now of course Sonoma Speedway, but everybody called the 60s and the 70s the golden age. I'm looking at the fields here and thinking we've got a new golden age.
Yeah, Jonathan, I have to agree with you. In addition to the roster of veteran drivers, we've got these young guns. And in last week's race, I was most impressed with Brent Cruz. And the guy looks like he's not even old enough to have his license, and he's right up there, made the podium.
He certainly wasn't old enough to drink because they got him off the podium. Yeah, just a teenager. But that's the beauty of where we are at the moment with Trans Am. A bunch of young guns all going for a massive prize. And at the moment, it's being led by young Evan Slater. He's with Ben Sissel.
Thank you, gentlemen. I am here with Evan Slater, currently 5th in points overall, but also leading our young guns and leading Rookie of the Year. Evan, how does that feel?
Yeah, it feels great. Super happy to be racing in the Trans Am Series 2022. Super thankful to Cube 3 Architecture and Stevens Motor Racing for making this possible. Yeah, it's a long season, but starting off strong, so really happy.
You picked TA2. What is it about? How do you explain the TA2 series to your friends?
It's hard to explain it to the friends, but I basically say it's a NASCAR set up for road course. So it really is just that. It's a stock car set up for road course, so it offers really close racing, and it's just a ton of fun.
So the beauty of this Young Guns is it's a lot of drivers trying to move up through the ranks. The beauty of TA2 is there's no driver age. These cars are very difficult to drive fast, and then you're in a group of sometimes 45, 50 cars all trying to get around you. So do you feel like that's great for driver development?
Yeah, it's definitely great because the no driver age makes it so these cars are definitely hard to drive. So you can improve your driving, so it just really helps. And all the close racing is just a ton of fun, so you can learn about racecraft and what to do and what not to do. So yeah, really enjoying it. Super happy to be here.
Perfect. Well, there you go. We've heard it here first. Evan Slater, current Young Guns leader in the TA2 series.
Great stuff, Ben, and we'll be hearing from Ben Sissel along this long afternoon of great racing to come. Alongside me, once again, Chris Jacobs, and, well, what could be better? Sunshine, the wine country, and great racing.
This really is the best view in the house. I'm so happy to be here with you, Jonathan, and see my first TA2 race live in person. And, you know, just mentioning Ben's interview there with Evan, it's amazing how polished these
Yeah,
guys are
that's
at
what
such
gets
a
me.
young age. I mean, he just seems like a seasoned veteran. You got to remind yourself, if you just heard him, you'd think you were talking to a guy who was on the circuit for, a decade.
Well, I often get reminded because, some of these guys, like Brent Cruz is a former kart world champion, and I get reminded, that when you talk to a 15, 16-year-old and say, well, how many years, how many years have you been driving? They go 10, 11, and then you go, oh, that's your 10,000 hours. You're almost there.
Yep.
So they are the finished product, and you're right. But how erudite, I think, is out of the car they are. I expect them to be fast. Any kid, a teenager, I remember myself at that age, is ready to race, has no fear, sometimes makes mistakes, but with the right mentors, and that's what's great about this series, is we've got the likes of Scott Lagacy, we've got the likes of so many good engineers and former racers helping these youngsters learn the way, and I think that's why this is really now becoming a real crossover point for these youngsters looking for road racing in NASCAR down the road. We've got several guys here who are already in the truck series. Now, without further ado, let's get down to the nitty-gritty because the pre-grid is ready, and so too is our man, Ben Sissel. Let's head down. Over to you, Ben.
Well, thank you, gentlemen. We are going to start here with this beautiful Ghost Ford Mustang of Michelle Abadi. Come here, Michelle. Explain to everybody what's going on here with Ghost. But first, let's start with, I'm not used to seeing you at the back of the grid.
Neither am I. This is my first time being in the very back of any grid. But no, we're out here, and Ghost Energy is out here with vending, and they're giving out some energy and some koozies, and they're supporting Trans Am and me. And so I'm hoping that we'll be making our way more towards the front for the race.
Well, let's talk to some of these Ghost people. Come on in here. How cool is it to see your logo here, to see all the fans walking around with these Ghost cans having a great time? Is that pretty neat to see?
Yeah, look, we started this thing for the love of the game. It's definitely surreal to see the brand in this way, and so bright. I mean, you could see this thing clear across the track, so it's insane.
How about you?
The car looks great. We couldn't be more proud of Michelle tackling the full TA2 circuit this year, so we're excited to see her race.
You're passing people today.
You're going to see a lot of passing. So pour some of that Ghost into the fuel tank, and you're going to move your way through the field, right? Thanks, Michelle. Michelle Abadi in the National. We've got Michael Fine here with the West Coast part. Architectural Glass Systems. Michael, come on in here. You've been with us on the West Coast Series for quite a while. How's it feel to be back here at Sonoma Raceway?
Oh, it's awesome. It's a great day. Beautiful out. It's not too hot. A little bit of wind, but it should be a great day.
Perfect. Michael Fine, a man of few words, very good driver. Tolson, let's talk to you, man. What's going on? You're looking nice, new suit.
No, we had a little rough start in qualifying. Starting back of the pack, it's going to be a fun one, making our way up.
Nice. Yes, sir. Look for Greg Tolson to make his way up, and those are kind of the normal things that happen here. And I'm gonna skip Ty Young. Just kidding, Ty. I'm coming to you, man. Your crewman back here has been strong-arming me. He's like, you got to talk to Ty Young. So what's going on?
Well, Noel's the best PR guy in the business. There's no doubt about that. And the Ty J. Young Wealth Management Investments with Traction. Mike Cope Ford Mustang's fantastic. We had a little incident in practice. They got it fixed up. So we're looking to go to the front today.
Nice. There we go, Ty Young. And Ty, when you retire from this, you need to be up in the booth. Your voice is like silk. Very nice. Mitch Marvash here at Wolf Entertainment, number 29, one of our longest running West Coast, and he can't figure out which country he's from, Mexico, USA, or Canada. Mitch, what's up with that?
We are equal opportunity North Americans, so all good with that. And I got to honor my Canadian wife and our Mexican roots, and our U.S. citizens, and all good.
Perfect. All right, Mitch Marvash, Wolf Entertainment. We're going to try to make it through here. Here's Jim Gallagher, the number 16. Jim Gallagher, how you doing, man? You feeling good?
Great. Yeah, I'm feeling fantastic. Thanks. You?
I feel great. And you're talking Keith Prochuk, all the Cope guys. Matt Peralt, Matt Parent right there. Keith, how you feeling?
I feel pretty good. I think we're going to be able to make up some spots here. So starting kind of further back than I'd like to, but confident for the race.
Nice. And Jonathan, this is for you, buddy. Matt, how would you like us to say your last name?
Matt Parent.
Matt Parent. There we go. Matt Parent, good luck out there, man. Now I want to show something kind of cool here. Look at this. This is Cameron Parsons, been racing with us in the West Coast Series, but he is wearing this like a badge. This has been racing since 2013. You see the sticker here? every year through there. Cameron Parsons, I was watching you on Facebook just like 2 or 3 weeks ago. A lot of this car was still in boxes. You hustled to get it to Laguna Seca, finished the race, put it in, and now you're here. How's that feel?
Oh, it feels good. I mean, we do everything that we can to make the grid on this in this car in this series. I mean, it's a tired chassis, as you can tell. It's a kind of a tired motor, but we update the things we can. So we throw the KW suspension on there. We're running EBC brake pads on it, and since doing that, the car, I feel like it's been modernized. We've updated it. It's handling just as well as anybody else out here. So we're doing everything we can just to keep up, and we think we're doing pretty good.
Cameron Parsons, good luck. I love having our West Coast competitors out here. There's Matt Parent's car. Tom Clower's in a new car this year. Beautiful green stripes. We spoke to Kent Stacy last week. Here's Kent Stacy. Now, if you ever come to our fan walks, they're always giving away things, hero cards to talk about. They're signing autographs. Then we've got Tim Lynn's car here. Tim Lynn actually keeps his car here. Nick Racino was with us, West Coast. He was with us at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca on the podium. How's it feel to be at Sonoma?
Oh, it feels great. Really happy to be here. Thanks you to Burtech Waste and Amsoil for all the support getting here this week. Really excited. Hopefully we can put up a good performance.
Perfect. Nick Racino, he won his first Trans Am race with us a few years ago at Auto Club Speedway. First race, he wins it. Here's Keith Prochek with the legend Butch right there. Barry Bowes, we've talking to Barry Bowes with Samson Racing Engines. Barry Bowes, thanks for being here. Accio Data, little Harry Potter reference right there. I'm never going to get this. You know what? You weren't there last time. You got to say your name. I know you're listening to music. I'm a little scared of you. You're wearing your pit vipers. It's a little intimidating. Tell us how to say your last name.
Kwiatkowski. Nice and easy. Kwiatkowski. Rolls right off the tongue, doesn't it?
Yeah, perfect. Yeah. You need to buy some vowels in there, but we're going to try to get it right. Say it one more time.
Kwiatkowski.
Kwiatkowski. Jonathan's really good with this. I'm terrible, but I love it. Sorry to interrupt your music and pit viperness. Look at this, Doug Peterson. You're usually getting drivers' autographs. Doug Peterson's getting fans' autographs. I love it. That is awesome. Oh, he's circling his, or his name is a right angle, I think. Then we come over here, Ken Sutherland, always super fast, TA2 West. How's it feel to be at Sonoma Raceway?
Oh, it's awesome. What a great day for a race. Looking forward to it.
Nice. And your family, of anybody in these hats, that you've got like the biggest family, the race group that's with you. What's it like to have such a big following?
Oh, it's great to have the support. You know, these are all our friends. Nobody really is getting paid here, so it's just a great opportunity for me and a pleasure for me to be able to drive their car and race with them.
Nice. So if you're wondering about the TA2 West, it is privateer, family run. We just talked to Nick Racino. It's Nick Racino and his dad. It's Ken Sutherland, family and friends. Jeff Holden and his dad. This is the front, basically, of the TA2 West, and it's all about the privateers and getting it going. How are you going to keep Ken, who's very fast, in your mirrors?
Well, we're going to get this relaxing CBD Camaro up front, and we got to thank Dakota Lithium for being on the car, too. And Mid-Valley Transmission's helping us out a lot. So I think we got the right car. I think we just have to take it easy and keep our nose clean for the first half of the race. But with this long of a race, you're going to get to the front if you're faster.
Nice. Now check this out. Just like a fighter pilot would back in World War II, 2 Motul Pole Awards for Jeff Holden, TA2 West. Bobby Hodges. Bobby Hodges getting dressed. You want me to help you here, buddy? Yeah, so, Bobby, introduce yourself. Tell us who you are and where you're coming from here.
How's it going, everybody? My name is Bobby Hodges. I'm from Carson City, Nevada, and this is my first road race ever today.
Oh, wait. So what's your racing experience?
I used to run super late models, so I come from the circle track scene of things, and I ran SRL Southwest Tour for a long, long time, and decided let's change it up. Let's spice it up a little bit.
All right, let's see if Bobby Hodges can turn right. That's going to be awesome. We've got Rhett Barco right here with this beautiful Dodge Challenger. Barco cars, if you need to buy a Dodge Challenger, make sure you're finding him. Let's talk to, for some reason, you've put Delroy in there, and somebody said now you want to be Chad Delroy?
I go by everything. Delroy's hung with me since I was born. My mom made it up, and then in college it kind of came back and stuck with me since then. I like it because it's unique and stands out, so it's a good catch. It's a good spot. If you can remember that, then you're remembering something about me, so that's the goal.
And we want you to remember Forester Pontoons. Is that right? Yeah. Now we come over here, Darren Mock. I love this because you've got so much NASCAR lineage in your genealogy, and it's kind of like a throwback, like we're seeing at Darlington. Is that what you were going for?
Yeah, this is a throwback to Neil Bonnet and the Hodgson car that he ran with Ray Mock Racing, which my dad owned, and Aaron Hodgson is here and his family. So Aaron is Warner's son, who's the original owner of the Hodgson company, so it's cool that we were able to do this weekend and at Laguna.
Nice. That is cool. Wait, now, which one? Right here? All right, how cool is that to see this in TA2?
That's lots of memories, and Darren's such a great kid. Looking forward to a good day on the track.
Nice. All right, well, I'm getting an alert that we've got to huff it, Tony. We got to get up to the front of the grid. Dylan Archer here, FPEC, Food Processing Equipment Company. The Canadian, I don't know, Dumoulin, how do I say your name? He says that's close enough. He's back with us. Look at this Scott Borchetta. I've known Scott Borchetta. He wears his Sunday best in SVRA. This is your new Sunday best. Tell us about this.
It is. You're referring to Bobby Unser, who I always honor on Sunday for SVRA. We've got Bobby on the car because it'll be 1 year tomorrow since he passed. But, yeah, wider is lighter and faster. So.
Nice. I love it. Whiter is lighter and faster. So we got to move it up. I'll try to get it as we go. Elias Anderson here and another Accio Data car. Lawless Allen back with us. And look at this against Jack Wood Truck Series. Then we've got Roy Fulmer here in the 186. Jeff Sexton in this beautiful Horse Soldier car. Cameron Lawrence from Franklin Road. And then I need everybody to clear the grid. If you can clear the grid, please. Carl Rydquist here with Franklin Road. Adrian Loftovsky, I've been trying to pronounce that right. Tyler Casera, beautiful Liqua Molly. And Adam Andretti as he comes through. Three-Dimensional Services Group. Evan Slater, we spoke to him earlier. Misha Goikberg here, BC Race Cars, always super fast. I don't know who this is real quick. Hold on, let's see here. Corey Heim, welcome to the Trans Am Series. I'd love to talk to you, but I have to get up here, man. But thanks for coming out. Connor Zilich, always really fast. Maurice Hall, team owner. We've got Brent Cruz. Then we talked to Connor Mosak, Rafa Matos, and Thomas Merrill. That is a walk through the grid. And then, ladies and gentlemen, I got to hear Carly Rhodes sing earlier. Beautiful voice. She is going to give us the national anthem. So, Carly, take the mic. Take it away.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
Wow, absolutely beautiful. You can find her CarlyRhodes.com, is that right? Unbelievable. Now, gentlemen, I'm going to send it back up to you to go through this huge grid in TA2 at our Mission Foods Sonoma SpeedTour.
Excellent stuff, Ben Sissel, and a wonderful rendition there. And let's take a look at the grid then. And it's the local man, Thomas Merrill, in pole position with a 136.9. Then it's Rafa Matos and Connor Mosak and Brent Cruz, the two youngsters on row 2. More youngsters, Zilic 5th, Heim in 6th. Goikberg 7th, Slater, then Adam Andretti for the three-dimensional services Ford Mustang. Tyler Casera looking to be championship leader, starting from 10th. Skeen not here, remember. Lostowski 11th, Rydquist, local favorite, did the West Coast here for many years. He could be one to watch from 12. Likewise, his teammate Cameron Lawrence in the hunt for the championship. Jeff Sexton, been the best improver throughout the season from Austin, Texas, but originally from San Jose, California. 14th on the grid. Roy Fulmer, he's a West Coast man. The Fulmer man is winner of the Thunder Hill race and looking to go again well here for the West Coast and overall. Jack Wood, a youngster on his way in the Truck Series. He'll be back here in June with NASCAR in 16th position. Lawless Allen, also one to watch in the future. He starts 17th. Elias Anderson starts 18th. Borchetta starts 19th. Louis-Philippe Dumoulin from Canada. He, of course, the NASCAR current Canadian champion. He comes in replacing Mike Skeen, who is racing IMSA. Dylan Archer, 21st. Darren Mock, the youngster, in 22nd. Chad Christensen, 23rd. Rhett Baku, last year's Rookie of the Year, 24th. Bobby Hodges, you heard from him on the grid. First time out. Good for him. The man from Nevada. Jeff Holden alongside him. Then a bunch of West Coast drivers. 27th, Sutherland. Doug Peterson starts 28th. Of course, he runs the three-dimensional team. Kwiatkowski, the Polish name, but very much the American, in 29th position. Barry Bowes from Texas in 30th. Prochuk in 31st. And Nick Racino, a West Coast entry, in 32nd, third. And we're not done yet. This is a record field here at Sonoma for Trans Am in the history of them coming here. Tim Lynn and Jim Gallagher alongside each other, 33rd and 34th. Then Clower and Parent, I should get it right, Matt Parent, 36. Cameron Parsons, you heard from him on the grid, 37th. Kanuki in 38th. Then Gallagher, Jim in 39th. Mitch Marvos is 40th. Ty Young had a problem, hurt the car a little, but the damage was peripheral, but he does start 41st. Greg Tolson, West Coast, 42nd. Michael Fine, 43rd. And Michelle Abate had a oil leak problem, and therefore will start with the spare car today and look for her to come through. Let's head down to Ben Sissel for that all-important announcement.
Well, thank you, Jonathan. I've got Jimmy Day here with Optima Batteries. Jimmy, take it away.
On behalf of Optima Batteries and the Ultimate Streetcar Association, drivers, start your engines!
Just want you to enjoy that rumble, that sound, that butterfly feeling in your stomach. And it doesn't matter who you are, if you've ever done any form of sport, motorsport takes that to a different level. The thunder, the roar, the sound, the metal, the anticipation, the anthem, everything. Chris, it gets to you, doesn't it?
You know, if you've never been to a race live, you got to get over here, because you're exactly right, Jonathan. Walking around the paddock, seeing these cars fired up close it's awesome. I mean, there's no other word to describe it. Every series of racing, like you said, gives you that amazing feeling when these big engines fire up.
Chris Jacobs is the man you're listening to, and if you don't recognize the voice here at Trans Am, he, of course, is one of the hosts of Overhauling. And, obviously a Californian yourself, you've just come up here for the weekend, but you were watching Laguna, and you felt like, come on, can I get amongst it?
I had to, and I saw Sonoma on the schedule, so easy trip up here. I live in Burbank, so just, hop a Southwest flight into Sacramento, a little rental car action, and next thing you know, I'm here. And I'm really I mean, all the guys on the grid must think they've got a better chance by the absence of Mike Skeen, like you mentioned. But the guys in the top 5 positions, especially Rafa, his teammate, Thomas Merrill on the pole, and Mosak, who's been up there every time, and of course the youngster Ben Cruz, who was on the podium last week, they all must be thinking, all right, that works to my advantage.
I think you're absolutely right, and I spoke to Rafa this afternoon, and it's interesting. We had a theme last week, and the theme was risk versus reward, and what we meant by that last week was, look, you've got back-to-back races. What you don't want to do is leave Laguna with a smashed-up car and be chasing the ball effectively until you get here. So you want to leave Laguna clean with points, come here, and then go for it because you've got time, if there is a problem, before Lime Rock to go for it. But this weekend, it's a whole different ball. It's hurry up waiting. Every driver I've spoken to, and I'll explain what I mean by that, it's 100 miles. There's no point in going for glory in the first 10, because all that will happen in these temperatures and this track is that your tires will dissipate to the point of you'll just be so loose by the end of the race. So according to Rafa and according to all of the top guys, it's all about waiting to race, not racing so hard that you can't have enough tire left to go racing in the last 10. Yes, you can be helped by, well, the potential of cautions, but we didn't get that really that much at Laguna. And there's always a chance of a good battle, as we saw with Skeen and Rafa, as you said, last weekend. So I think this is going to be slightly different strategically than we were last week, but just as fun. And there's very few places to overtake. You may not be the most biggest racer driver in the world, but you know this track is hard to overtake.
Oh, absolutely. And, to your point, to kind of warm up slowly on this track, especially because of those two negative camber turns that we have back-to-back, 3 and 4 going up the hill, you've really got to be careful with those until your brakes and your tires are heated up so you can take those at a little bit more speed each time around. This is a much more strategic track in the series, and these guys are going to be making sure to pay close attention to that. And I mark my words, Jonathan, by the end of this race, turn 11, the hairpin, Gilligan's Island, will come into play at the end of the race.
Now this is interesting. Look at them all stopping almost as they come out of the carousel, because everybody's sort of, what they're trying to do is put temperature into the brakes, and you do that by accelerating and obviously braking hard. You're also weaving from side to side to get heat into the tires. Although, like I said, you've got to balance it here. It's going to be warm today, warmer than it was yesterday. We had a very strong breeze. You saw it yesterday's racing. A lot of wind around, so it's going to be interesting. This you can see the track from overhead here as we come into these Franklin Road S's, as we're calling them. This is a very, very important section. Evan Slater won that went round yesterday in that particular section, and it's easy to make a mistake through there. The car gets light, and you'll see the onboards from the Cube 3 Architecture Interiors Planning car as we've been shuttling through. Ryquist, we're on board with him, so we'll get plenty of onboard action. But while we've got a moment, just remind yourself, Mike Skeen leads the championship at the moment with 97 points. He's not here, and this is a huge opportunity for the likes of Tyler Casera, who led the championship coming into Laguna. Tyler Casera is only 6 points behind in that Liqui-Moly 14-turn distribution Chevrolet Camaro. Then it's Rafa Matos, our current champion. He's third, but only 6 points behind Tyler Casera. Then it's Cameron Lawrence, who's qualified well. He's fourth in the championship. Evan Slater, the man we were on board with a moment ago, is fifth in the championship. Connor Mosack, sixth. Had problems last time at Atlanta, but recovered well at Laguna, and that's what's put him there. The one to watch today that was seventh in the championship, Salinas' Thomas Merrill. Grew up here racing and grew up at Laguna Seca just down the road. He is an absolute expert around here, and therefore we should watch for him to come through. Obviously, starting from pole, you've got the advantage. Tony Pirella can't be more delighted to see a record field here at Sonoma, and you know what this means to him.
Oh, of course. I mean, this is his baby right here that he's looking at. A proud pop on the sidelines there. And Jonathan, just to get back to your point about the various drivers and where they stand in the points, I think that Rafa Matos has got to be the most focused driver out there today, because this is a huge opportunity for him. He led a lot of laps at Laguna. Some great racing down the stretch there, and Skeen was able to pull it out, but Rafa was right there the entire time. I know there was a lot of talk about, are the teammates going to play nice? Well, they certainly didn't, but it made for some amazing racing, and I think that Rafa's going to want to get some redemption this week.
I think it shocked Rafa as much as it shocked everybody else, but Doug Peterson's attitude is, hey, I'm going to put this team together. I'm going to get the very best drivers in the world that I can get that are Trans Am experts. And with that combination of sharing data and working, letting them race, no team orders, let's go. Now, it could end in tears. It's sort of like an approach by some two-car teams in Formula One. If you sometimes work as one's the leader and the other's not the leader, that can backfire on you. If you just say, have at it, guys, like some of the other teams do, that can work too. But we like to see great racing. We saw it last week at Laguna, and I think Rafa will be the man to watch today, especially if he gets the lead. What he said to me was, what I want to do is get into the lead and control the race, and if I have to slow the pace to save my tires, so be it.
Yeah, and I think that Mike Skeen didn't think that Rafa had gotten that lead fair and square because the flagman didn't give him the opportunity to go, and so Skeen lost a little bit of momentum there. He let two cars go by him, one of which was Rafa. He managed to get back into second and then eventually first. But I think you're right. Rafa, this is his moment, his opportunity, and I think he's going to do well today.
Well, as is my tradition, I'm going to stand up here in the commentary booth because I love the start. I can see the pace car with the lights off, which means it's coming in, and that means we're about to go racing at Sonoma. Get ready for some sizzling, sensational Sonoma racing here from California. It's our second leg of the West Coast swing. We're back to Lime Rock in a few weeks' time. But what comes out of this could be so important. Merrill in the blue and white on the left-hand side. Rafa alongside him in the all-yellow. We're formed up, we're ready, and we're racing here at Sonoma. Good start from Rafa on the inside. Can he keep his nose ahead of Thomas Merrill? He'll have to swing round the outside, but I don't think he can do it. And Rafa Matos takes the lead of this race.
And just like that, Rafa, I think, was looking to get a very good start. He certainly couldn't have been more than an inch behind of Merrill's nose when they went across the start line.
Tyler Casera with a good start too, and likewise Misha Koikberg getting past him, and so Evan Slater going back a few spots, but he did say to me actually this morning that he's just going to bide his time. He's not going to take any risks early on. He's lost a couple of places there, and we go on board now with Adrian Lostowski. He too has had a similar approach in the Hawk Performance car, saying that he went back to basics after Laguna. They lost it. They went round the houses trying to find a setup, and they didn't go into the right place. Now they're going to take their time, and they've been building and building and building, and he's confident now as they go into the hairpin for the first time. Rafa Matos then leads Thomas Merrill. Third place, Connor Mosack.
And as you talked about in the opening, Jonathan, they are taking their time. They're not doing a lot of hard racing in this first lap because they want to get those tires and brakes heated up, and they want to find out where the spots are on the track that they can be aggressive.
Yeah, it's actually Brent Cruz and Connor Mosack going wheel to wheel, and I've got a feeling that Brent Cruz might have got ahead of Mosack as we go back on board with Evan Slater and the Cube 3 Architecture Interiors planning on board through this very fast section, and you can see some oil dust down there from one of the previous cars. That'll be making it nice and interesting too, but I think it's not going to be slippy. It's Misha looking for a slip up the inside of the number 90. That's Corey Heim, and he's another one of these youngsters on his way to NASCAR, very successful in ARCA and currently in the Truck Series. They'll be coming back here. That's why they wanted to practice people like Corey Heim, because they are coming back for the NASCAR Truck Series here in June. And so a lot of these juniors all looking to use effectively their time in Trans Am road race courses to get themselves dialed in as we go on board with a man who loves to go to any track and on any day. Scott Borchetta, what an improvement the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers driver has made. Look at him pass through several cars there on his way down to turn 4. Scott Borchetta currently running in, 15th place, just behind Cameron Lawrence. Roy Fulmer, who had problems last time out at Laguna Seca, is up there too. He's a West Coast entry, another youngster currently in 13th position and vying for the championship lead in the West Coast.
Borchetta already with a couple wins under his belt this weekend in the other series. So he, like you said, that man loves to drive and he does well.
Well, and I've talked to him about it. He uses SVRA without a doubt to get lap time and real feel for the track at that time on the day. So he's in a Corvette, a 69 Corvette. Got his 29th, I think, win this weekend in a row, mind you, and it really does help him as we go back and look at the 26 of Thomas Merrill chasing down this man Rafa Matos, who approaches 11 yet again. This is a good start. This is what Rafa wanted. He wanted to be at the front and he wanted to control the race. That's what he's doing. Brent Cruz has got past Connor Mosack. He's up to 3rd place.
And they're in the portion of the track right now where if Rafa just maintains his lead and doesn't make any mistakes, he's going to get to the second third of the track with the lead still. So he's approaching this race very strategically. He's doing a great job of through the first 2 laps.
Yeah, it's interesting. I was looking at the championship standings at the beginning of the season. Rafa was leading the way from there on in. He was leading, 35 points ahead of Skeen and then Merrill. And then suddenly he dropped down after a couple of bad luck problems in the next few races. And so he's been building back ever since. And obviously he wasn't expecting to be challenged as much as he was at Laguna Seca. Skeen not here. This is a big opportunity. But I'm wondering how Merrill will play this. Merrill in second place in the gap, 0.2. Cruz third, Mosak, Zilic, Heim, Goitberg, 7. Casera looking for a championship lead out of this weekend. Casera had go on board with Rafa Matos. And Merrill has gone through.
And the youngster Brent Cruz is continuing to do his thing, stay on pace, stay right there in third. He's going to pick his spots during this race, too. He is a very talented driver for how young he is.
So Merrill taking the opportunity. I want to see how he plays it. Well, he's playing it exactly the way he wants to play it, and he's taken the lead away from Rafa Matos. Now how does Rafa play with him? It's his turn to play cat and mouse as they go down towards turn 11, the Big Machine Vodka Spike Cooler turn 11, and in they come. It's very slow, that corner, agonizingly so.
You've got to be so patient in there and put your car on the right line so you don't come out of that turn with any disadvantage.
Chris, here's a look at the overtake for the lead. And as you can see, Rafa Matos leading, going up the hill. And I think what we'll see is Thomas doing exactly what he did to him. Or does Rafa go? No, I don't think so. Just maybe a little bit wide, but that was a lovely move. And that is pin perfect, absolutely, because there's not a lot of room there. Great overtake.
He was just waiting, and he did it at the exact perfect moment. He kind of like almost waited for Rafa to by and took it right there, and he was on the perfect line to take the lead.
Yeah, you really can't come over because you're drifting out at that point.
Negative camber, yep.
Into the carousel. This is positive camber for them, but a very important corner to get good drive out towards the next possible overtaking maneuver into the next hairpin. The field's spreading out, but not by much at the moment. Fastest lap so far, Brent Cruz, a 1:39.6. But the leader's on, 39.7, 39.8, so all very similar times at this point. Mosak in fourth, Zilic fifth, then it's Heim, Goitberg, Casera, Andretti. First time we've mentioned him in ninth position as we go on board now with the ASIO data. Barry Bowes from Austin, Texas, 32nd. Number 32, and you can see miles per hour on the onboards. Don't forget the braking on the right-hand side, but watch more importantly the hands. I always think the hands and the video of the hands gives you an illustration. Big mistake there coming into 11 by Thomas Merrill, and that is not going to help your tires, Chris.
It's not going to help your tires, but you know what? If you're going to make that mistake somewhere on the track, that was the perfect time to do it because there was no way that Matos was going to take advantage of that mistake.
And also, looking at Matos's hood there, looks as though it's flapping around a little more than I would like, but if it's not affecting him, then fine. But they are so close on track, as you can see. That's where Matos got overtaken the lap before. 4 laps into the 40, 63 minutes to go. Back up the hill again for 3 for the blind crest. And you can see it for yourself. It is very blind going over there. And then to one of the hardest corners, this right-hander, which is off camber on the exit. Got to be so careful how early you put the power on there.
You know, that's such a technical corner, that first one going up, because you're right, it's a blind turn, and you're also, so you've got to deal with both of those things at the same time and really trust that you're online with your car.
This is a cracking race already. Now, I don't know if it's the race that Rafa wanted. You said it. He was at the front playing a strategic game until suddenly he found himself chasing. So we'll be interested to see if Merrill ups the pace. They're on the same pace at the moment. And there's also a nice battle for third starting to form between Brent Cruz, the 14-year-old, and Colin Mosak, the 23-year-old.
If you're listening at home, grab a pen and paper and write those 2 names down, because you are going to be hearing those a lot in the future of motorsports.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Chris Jacobs, you're on the money, my friend. Rafa using all his skill here, former IndyCar expert, Rookie of the Year in IndyCar back in 2009. And Thomas Merrill come through the ranks, used to come to these tracks as a little boy. His mum took him around. She was a racing driver too. She had a Porsche 911, took him around in the back with his brother at lunchtime. Don't sound loud today, but that's how he got the bug for it. His father races in SVRA, so the Merrills very much a part of the California race scene. Farmers as well, so well known in these parts.
You know, Sonoma is such an interesting track because there's so many variations in speed. You're braking so hard, you're going from anywhere, you know, through the hairpin, you're down into the 40 mile an hour, and then you're all the way up into the 140s at other portions of the track. So remember, these cars, as per TA2 rules, no ABS and no traction control. So the driver's skill, it's all on them to keep the car under control in these extreme speed variations on the track.
And it looks to me, by watching these onboards, especially Rafa's, that Rafa just seems to have a better dialed-in car. He's able under braking to catch right up to Thomas. We'll see it here. Watch just how close Rafa gets here. And this is a tricky corner too. The exit of here, we saw Ken Thwaites go out, spin round here yesterday. Adam Andretti describing it as almost like ice. It's so slippy there in that transition. But this, the Franklin Road S, is also a very key place. You can easily get it wrong. You hit a curb, you go a little bit far, too quick in, and the car can easily go light and lead in, especially through this one here. But look, see what I'm saying? Rafa, under these circumstances, gets right behind Thomas, almost intimidating him into another mistake coming into 11, but he's not trying to overtake either.
And that's a great point, Jonathan. I think Rafa is probably doing that on purpose because obviously Merrill being in the lead, he's dictating the braking. So Rafa being right on his tail is saying, hey man, lead, follow, or get out of the way.
Well, there's a new dimension going to come in. 139.6 by a young man named Brent Cruz. You mentioned him at the start of the program. He was on the podium at Laguna Seca. He's the youngest driver out there. He's already a 3-time world champion in cars. Absolutely incredible. Here's on board now with Evan Slater in the Q3 Architecture Interiors Planning car. And Slater chasing hard down on Adam Andretti. Andretti needs a good result. He's been up and down through the days. He had a great race. And look at this, they're side by side, almost there. Slater looking for a way past, but Andretti knows how to get wide. But Andretti came from almost the back last weekend up to 7th place. He had a big battle with Mitch Keukenberg and ended up in 7th, I believe. Ooh, went very wide there, and there's pressure on now for Rafa as Thomas Merrill is probably sensing that Brent Cruz, and here he comes with Connor Mosack. Now the youngsters are playing it superbly here. Brent Cruz just did the fastest lap of the race, and now look, we've got a 4-way battle at the front, and the strategy's out the window.
I love it. Just as we were talking about him, here he comes in that 70 car, really pushing the envelope, so smooth. He's always seems to be under control. You really don't see him making any mistakes out there.
You know, I was doing some sniffing, as a good reporter should this morning, and I was trying to find out more things about Brent Cruz, and I just quietly took somebody aside and I said, tell me a little bit more. And they said, well, did you know at 10 years old he turned down Sauber in Formula One and said, no, I'm going India NASCAR. That's what I'm doing. So that's, I mean, because I said, surely if you're a world champion in cars, you're going to have all the team managers after you. He goes, it was true. They were looking at him at that age. So Slater and Andretti continue their battle.
I have a feeling that Michael's going to be moving on.
Let's take a look. Here's Rafa and whoa, Merrill again. And that was, wow, Hunza would have been proud of that. Chrome horn.
And that's where the overtook took place. I mean, we had it up on our computer here that Merrill still had first place, but obviously on the track you can see that Rafa had passed him, and there you see it right there.
Well, it's fast and furious, and I would have thought Thomas will be both. So that is really interesting because Rafa, well, I'll be interested to see if David Hoots has anything to say about that. But anyway, this is racing, not our decisions, and we saw it there in plain sight. Good racing incident, but good racing between them. And that's battle between Andretti and Slater continues. Here it is, coming down to the hairpin. And the 35, Evan Slater. Another one of the kids. He is leading, in fact, as you heard at the top of the program, the Rookies Prize at the moment. Looking for the Young Guns Prize, the Peter Gregg Foundation of some $20,000+ for the one who wins that. and Andretti under pressure. But I did talk to Adam and I said, who impresses you of the youngsters? And he said, Evan Slater, without a doubt. He said he's clean, he's fast, and he's fair. So I don't think Adam is going to be worried about how he races this young man behind him. But there's plenty of others to come, unfortunately, because there's so many good drivers like this man, Cameron Lawrence, in the Franklin Road car. 12th and 13th, the two cars for Ken Thwaites qualified for this race. And remember, Cameron Lawrence very much in the hunt for the championship. He's fourth at the moment as we go on board with his onboard coming up through turn 1. Such a hard turn because you go right next to the wall and then you blind curve up the hill to 2.
Yeah, the transition there, just for the racer's mind, has to really buckle it because, like you said, you're coming out of a short straight through the start of the track, and then immediately you're going uphill, negative camber, blind turn, and then you've got another negative camber turn right behind it. You have to be so precise with your line. And Jonathan, I gotta say, and I'm probably about to do the announcer's jinx here, but this race has been so clean so far. You haven't really seen anybody get out of control. So I'm sure in the next this lap, maybe lap 10, someone's going off.
Through the carousel on board with Cameron Lawrence, and again the last lap goes to Brent Cruz. He has been setting the fastest laps after fastest laps, but not incrementally faster. 39.6 is the fastest so far as we go back to this battle for 9th position and 10th position. Adam Andretti and Evan Slater. Lostowski on board with him now out of the hairpin. Best lap of 1:40. See how they use the curbs here. You can't really do that in IndyCar. It upsets the car too much. But if you've really got confidence in your setup, you can just roll over them and the car will work with you because of the speed you're going. Get it wrong, it's a whole different ballgame.
Well, I mean, that's the whole point of the curve, right? I mean, essentially, if you can use about half that curve, you're on the ultimate racing line. However, it is going to create a little turbulence, so you have to be able to control that as well.
This is an electric race. We're still with Evan Slater chasing down Adam Andretti. There is Tabitha, who, of course, is both Adam's wife and chief engineer, and she is hard at work. She's got the timing down. She's happy with what's going on. I can tell the body language is such. The little clap there says, keep going, keep going. They had a little bit problems in setup, did Andretti. He wasn't happy with the way the car was turning. And I said to him this morning, did you sort it out? And he said, well, as best we can. But the point is, he said, I always race better than I qualify or practice, and so I'm not worried about it. He said, you know, if we've had problems leading up to this, it's not a worry, and I'll be fine for the race. So there you go. Lostowski, we're watching him. He's in 11th. He's got Cameron Lawrence behind him. Carl Reicquist hasn't shown yet. He's still 13th, and he started just there. So Lawrence and Reicquist, two of the men I expected to come forward. Likewise, Lawless Allen. Funnily enough, Lawless Allen's another one, the 25. He's in 14th, who didn't have as much time practicing as here. He was working for Chevrolet. I talked about this sort of group of cars and group of drivers that are now, somebody going wide there and off track, just out of the corner of my eye. I'll get to that in a moment. I think it was Tommy Sheehan. But going off track down at the turn 1 corner as we go back on board with Cameron Lawrence in 12th position. His teammate Reicquist just behind. Now we're starting to see that battle. There's Jack Wood, another one of the truck drivers who, NASCAR truck drivers who's coming here and really impressing Scott Lagasse. Youngster in the 27, and Dylan Archer, another youngster, and of course that famous Archer name. And Dylan, just a great kid. He had a crash earlier in the weekend, just got a little loose out of turn 10, and they repaired it. Luckily, it was just body damage, and he says he's looking for a top 10 out of this. If he's lucky, a top 5. So that was his report this morning, but it was all smiles at Team Archer. Back with Scott Borchetta, who's always smiling when he's in a car. Now, look at the bottom left, Chris. I love watching how he wheels the car.
Yeah, Scott is just such a talented driver in all of the series that he participates in. I'm proud to say he's a fellow Burbankian. He was born in Burbank, California, now living in Nashville, but still got those Burbank roots. And
I thought he owned Nashville these days.
He probably does. Probably got a good chunk of it.
He certainly does, the Grand Prix in that respect, and thanks to him, we're going there in August for the IndyCar race with Trans Am on it.
And are we seeing one car off the track there?
Yeah, I think that's the car I just mentioned at turn 1.
Fortunately, that didn't affect the race. We don't see any caution flags or anything, so they race on.
Why I wanted to mention Borchetta. Here comes Slater on Andretti, and he's got him.
Great move to the inside.
Move. So Slater gets through. Now, the question is, will anybody else follow through? Because Lostowski is just behind, and he's looking for a way past too. And Adrian Lostowski had to change transmission. Alternator after last night. The alternator went, and not a big deal if you've already got your qualifying lap in, but it was a simple change. They had the part, and they put the alternator in, and he's A-OK. And he's in a good position for a top 10 finish. That's what they want out of this weekend. I talked to Adrian. He's from the Northeast, and he said, I just want to get out of the West Coast cleanly. He had problems last time out, and he just wanted to kind of regroup, get some points here, and then get back to what he knows and loves, and that's Lime Rock, Mid-Ohio, and Watkins Glen, and places like that. So that's what Lostowski is set out to do.
And that pass by Slater over Andretti is a great example of the patience that these guys are displaying on the track today. He stalked Andretti for about 2.5 laps there, and finally picked his spot. Andretti maybe made a little mistake there and gave him too much of an opening, and he went right through on the inside.
Well, again, spoke to Adam, and I spoke to Rafa and Adam separately, because obviously they share data, but I was interested to hear that they almost followed the same line, which was tire management, grip temperature, grip attrition, control the race, and wait for those last 10 laps. Adam said it last weekend at Laguna, and he had the race tires underneath him at the end, and therefore could use it. Ooh, was this Zilic? And the 90, yes, two of the youngsters going at it. Zilic in 5th and Corey Heim in 6th. And Conor Mosak just ahead of both of them. Now we're really seeing the young guns do what they do best.
All grouped up for a little mini battle here amongst the guys.
Yeah, we had a whole conference with them at Charlotte and said, do you guys ever race together? And a couple of them had raced coming through in karts together over the years. So always interesting to see how these young guns approach each other. There's definitely amongst these over 10 or 11 drivers who are under 24, all a bit of a competition between them, not only for the prize money of the young guns, but also for the pride and a bit of notoriety.
Jonathan, we're getting some information about that car that's out. It's car 33, Nick Racino, and he's out with suspension issues. He was actually on the podium at Laguna West TA2.
Yep, there you go. Yeah, shame for Nick Racino, as you say, fighting for the West Coast. And I spoke to them this morning, and they were A-OK, but they won't have expected that. Luis Philippe Dumoulin going through at, well, that was almost a Moulin Rouge, the way he went around there. Nicely done at 11 at the Spike Coolers, the big machine by the Spike Coolers corner, and through goes Dumoulin, the Canadian NASCAR champion, making up a spot in the 89, coming in for Mike Skeen. He's done that already this season, and he's a handy guy to have because they're going to have a 4th car at every round, and he's happy with the shorter season in NASCAR in Canada to come down, very similar to the cars he races in Canada. And Adam Andretti once raced with him and said, yeah, perfect guy to have. He's stable, he puts good information on the car, he doesn't make mistakes, and he's the kind of guy that you want in a team because he's going to be there at the end. Currently in 19th position, chasing that man, Elias Anderson of Texas.
Had a chance to stop by the Three-Dimensional Services Group pit yesterday and saw all 4 of the cars lined up, and wow, they are a professional operation, and proof is in the pudding. A lot of their cars are always close to the top of the grids.
Yeah, there's some really well-prepared teams here, and I was surprised when Mike Skeen came in because Mike Skeen's a champion in his own right, and I wondered if Rafa and Adam, you know, they were all going to get along. You get so many good drivers in one team, and it's hard to control, you know, how they race, and we saw a little bit of it at Laguna because that could all ended in tears. It was great TV, mind, but it's not what a team manager like Doug Peterson wants to see. But they got away with it, and I think his plan of getting the best of the best is working at the moment.
If anyone was going to shed tears at Laguna, it was going to be Brent Cruz, because he said after the race he was just waiting to let those guys race it out, and maybe they'd make a mistake and both cars would get taken out, and he'd just cruise on through to first place.
Pretty smart for a teenager, huh?
Yep.
I was asked how they were schooling him, and it's a bit of touch and go because they have got teachers sort of setting schedules for him so he can continue to race. He's going to be doing some sprint car races and some dirt races throughout the year here. And guess what Brent Cruz wants to do? He wants to run Indy and NASCAR at the same time. I said, well, Jeff Gordon did that at the 600. He goes, no, for the season.
Ambitious.
That is. Now Brent Cruz coming up on Jim Gallagher. Gallagher not finishing last weekend's race, stuck at the corkscrew, and through goes Brent Cruz. And now this is where the interesting part of this race comes into play, because there are guys that they're, this track is not known for easy overtaking, and now you've really got to pick your moment.
Especially at that spot where Cruz just overtook Gallagher. I wonder if Gallagher was having a little bit of issue with his car right there.
Still the fastest man on track is Brent Cruz, still in third place. Barry Bowes on board with him now in the ASIO data car. Full throttle, touch of the brakes and into the carousel. Barry Bowes, been a long time member of this fraternity that is Trans Am. Loves his racing, down in 25th at the moment in this huge field, chasing Andy Kwiatkowski just ahead of him, and we heard from him, and Darren Mock just ahead of him. And then Roy Fulmer, the fourth, down in 27th position. He's a West Coast entry. And at the moment, leading the West Coast, Jeff Holden, currently in 22nd. On board with Lostowski again. Still that battle for 10th and 11th. And he's lost some time on Andretti. You can see as he comes over this crest how far Andretti's ahead of him. You can see how physical it is, and they go through the gearbox. There's no holding back, is there? Cameron Parsons in, down the escape road. And the 83. Needs a tow, it looks as though at the end of the session. So that's going to be interesting. How far back is he, I wonder? So Rafa Matos continues to lead. The gap at the moment, 2.7 seconds. He's taken control of this race yet again. And Brent Cruz, while putting in the fastest laps in the Nitro Motorsports car, is still there, but some 4 seconds off the actual lead where Rafa is. Here comes Goitberg. There's another good battle just behind Goitberg, and that's Casera and Slater. Tyler Casera in Mike Skeen's car from before, the Liqui Moly 77. Said to me at Laguna, it's just an honor to be in that car. He's got his whole family here this weekend. It's like the Casera kibbutz, as I called it. He's got his kids, one of which is called Dash, and I think that's great. His son's called Dash. I think that's awesome. And he's also got his chief mechanics family here. His mum's here, his wife's here, all good stuff. Look at this stuff. Great racing. Jack Wood losing out to the 31 of Elias Anderson. So Anderson's put himself a gap between himself
and Jonathan, back to Casera for just a moment. He's mainly concerned with getting those points, staying in the top 10 and closing that gap for the championship.
Yeah, exactly. What's that hanging off the back of Jack Wood's car? It's not planned. A little bit of tape, I hope, and nothing that's affecting him. But Jack Wood under pressure now from Dumoulin, who was obviously in that battle at the moment with Elias Anderson a moment ago. But then Anderson is off to the races and got past Jack Wood, and Dumoulin struggling to do the same as they come into the carousel. Weird one, that, isn't it? It's like something got loose on the edge of that wing and it's just flapping away, and it can't be helping. Dumoulin may try and make a stab at the inside here. Is he close enough? We'll find out any second now. He's thinking about it. And he is going for it. Does he get the grip, I wonder, on the double apex? He does, side by side. That was excellent stuff, but he's still not over yet. Jack Wood keeps his foot in and through the S's. Great driving.
Excellent hold off by Wood there.
Yeah, really, really good. And this youngster, absolutely on fire.
And it looks like a nunchuck there flapping on
it does, doesn't it?
Jack
Don't
Wood's
come near me or
wing.
I'll swing this at you.
What could that be? That looks like something more solid than a piece of tape.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Maybe sometimes you put another extra gurney on the top of the wing, and maybe that's ripped off to the left-hand side, and that's what's just flapping around there, which shouldn't really affect him, only in a straight line, as once again Brent Cruz right there in third position. Hasn't improved that lap time yet that he did on lap 2. What a race. 17 of the 40 gone. And we look further down. Archer, Anderson, Wood in 18th, Dumoulin 19th. That was the battle we were just watching. Rhett Barco just behind him. And then further down, Michelle Abate's done a good job. She's come right up from the back. She's up to 32nd now. And this is one of her favorite tracks, the girl from Reno, Nevada, from Las Vegas, Nevada. And she got her first podium here on the West Coast, first female to do it. Now, are we going to get past Wood? And back with, this is the battle between Cameron Lawrence and his teammate, Carl Rydquist. Now, this is interesting to play. Ken Thwaites will be watching this very closely because they should be working in unison, but that's easy to do, or easy to say when you're sitting up here, but harder to do when you've got somebody else breathing down your neck, as Cameron Lawrence does. Rydquist, very much an expert here. He was racing in NASA, the former, well, I'll say the former Swede because he's an American now, but the Swede who came to America to start his racing, and they found him in NASA racing, and then they said, right, you want to try Trans Am, and he's never looked back because he's been in it since. Scott Borchetta now coming up behind Lawless Allen. And I always think that Scott Borchetta is doing a list here because, of course, he sponsors some of the Xfinity drivers. And I always think when he comes up on a youngster like Lawless Allen, thinks to himself, is this guy got it? I'll soon find out.
He's writing these races off as research.
Yes, exactly. R&D. Real R&D. If I beat you, or if I can't beat you, then you're good.
And Jonathan, once again, I just have to reiterate, we're almost halfway through this race. Not a single caution or any real contact. This has been a super good race.
No! Lawless Allen just locked up there, but it wasn't his fault. As we go back with Zilic and Mosak. Zilic getting past Mosak.
Let's see if he saved it.
So Zilic and Corey Heim now up to 4th position. So there's a few changes of position. So let's just remind everybody as we look at Connor Zilic, it's Rafa Matos from Thomas Merrill. Brent Cruz is still 3rd. Corey Heim is now 4th. Connor Zilic, the man you're looking at now, is 5th. Connor Mosak 6th. Mish Goikberg in 7th position. And Tyler Casera making his way through. He's 8th at the moment. As you say, I always marvel at what is a sprint and endurance. So somebody is just, I think, out of the corner of my eye, gone round at 11. We'll soon find out. But I really do think that in this sort of heat, much warmer than it was yesterday, is going to play its throne. Jeff Sexton, Paul Shelburne, is reporting terrible wheel spin and tire wear. Well, not a surprise. I spoke to Jeff this morning, and a guy from Austin, Texas, in that Horse Soldier Bourbon car. Cameron Lawrence still putting the pressure on his teammate.
Mosak is continuing to go in the wrong direction here. He's got to make some adjustments.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's interesting. We just heard that from Ben Sissel in the pits about Jeff Sexton. I mean, you know, you're complaining about wheel spin and tire wear. There's really not a lot you can do about that in a race except deal with it. Scott Borchetta still putting the pressure on Lawless as they go back up the hill. And you can see what's ahead of Lawless. He's got 2 cars he's dealing with, and Borchetta's just waiting for it all to fall apart.
Borchetta just staying in position to see if he can take advantage of that bunch in front of him.
Yeah, it's relentless, 100 miles at this pace.
And again, as I said before, the variations in speed here at Sonoma, too, you have got to have full concentration at all times.
Fastest man on the West Coast, Roy Fulmer, just at a 1:41.3. Much better by the youngster who won the first race at Thunder Hill on the West Coast Championship. Now, when can Cameron Lawrence make a move, or are they working together? They are teammates, remember. Carl Rydquist ahead of him at the moment, as they head through, appropriately, the Franklin Road Apparel S's. And there's Lawless Allen and Scott Borchetta. So that's who they're chasing. So this is an interesting battle because you've got the 2 teammates and then you've got Lawless Allen. And Lawless was another one I spoke to this morning who said, tire wear, tire wear, tire wear.
It's a great look coming into 11, and you can see just how slowly and precisely they have to go through there all the way down to 35 miles per hour.
And that's
Sexton out of his car there.
Jeff Sexton out of the race, and sadly, for whatever reason, maybe the tire wear just too much to the point where he just wasn't getting anything done. And that actually is a real shame because Sexton has been over each race. He didn't qualify well. He had problems pre-qualifying at Laguna, came from 43rd all the way to 13th, but sadly is out of this one. So his record of being the most improved driver along the season will dissipate after that run. But Cameron Lawrence, as close as he's been to Rydquist now, and Carl Rydquist will need all his track knowledge now to hold off Cameron Lawrence, who's also pretty knowledgeable at this place. Sonoma is so well known for very few places to overtake. Into the carousel. Hard to see where Lawrence is better, if not worse, than Rydquist, because they're both very similar. And of course the cars will probably be set up almost identically depending on the driver's feeling. And Borchetta now coming ever closer to the pair of them.
Scott just biding his time. He knows that something's going to happen here in the next couple laps and he'll be able to take advantage.
And he too, with halfway gone, 20 of the 40 laps gone, 36 minutes to go. Scott's best lap at 1:41.35. Like I said, he's been out here, 2 or 3 times already this weekend in SVRA.
He's got to be up there as having probably the most laps on this track of a lot of these guys out here.
Kent Stacy out with a mechanical in the number 86. Our first look at Michel Abate. And this is good for Michelle. This is her spare car after that oil pressure problem yesterday in qualifying, and so she had to start at the back. They swapped cars. I didn't get to speak to her last night, but I spoke to her today, and she said, look, I'm just going to do what I can do. But she's doing a heck of a job because she's really come from the back, quite literally, and she is just scything away bit by bit, carefully going through. She's now 29 in that Ghost bright fluorescent car. You won't miss that one.
I was going to say she's being very true to her brand. She's the Ghost coming up through the field.
Rafa! Look at that for the lead. Again, as these
pass.
two keep taking bits of fairing off each other. Rafa Matos into the lead again, ahead of Thomas Merrill. Great pass.
And the perfect spot to do it.
So Rafa picks up the lead, and I wonder now at the halfway point whether he'll try to just put in a couple of laps here that gives him that sense that he well, not relax, but just pull ahead. You can see the gap now yourself, Chris.
Yeah.
He actually has gapped him in just this lap. I wonder if Merrill's got a slight problem.
It's looking like he may, because he's not catching up to Rafa, where on the own he just gets passed again. So
yeah,
Merrill's
got a problem. And what's happened here? Dumoulin, Louis-Philippe Dumoulin is parked up as well. Now that could bring out
That's going to bring a caution, perhaps.
Well, no, it depends where he is, because look, he's not on track. He's actually, I don't think he's in an unsafe position. We'll soon find out.
Oh yeah, he's right up there. See him off to the side up there.
Yep, I see you. So there he is, parked up.
They probably won't. He's off the track, so they probably will not bring out the caution for him.
I tell you what, some man who doesn't want to see, because of course he's teammate to Rafa Matos, the last thing he wants is to have Merrill getting a chance to catch right up with all the hard work he's done, because he's got a 3-second gap. As we take a look at, once again, Corey Heim, 4th place, and trying to make his way past the 14.
And that's a great point to make, because, you know, they call them restarts on these races, but they're really resets. All of the gaps get closed.
And in fact, it's Matt Parent that he's right behind. There's Brent Cruz doing himself another overtake as the man still in 3rd place, going well in that number 70 Nitro Motorsport car. So no safety car just yet, or no caution just yet. Brent Cruz coming into 11. It's Big Machine Vodka Spike Cooler turn 11, and just getting ahead of the 66. But now it's going to get tricky, because as the faster car, that was Michael Fine he overtook. I think now we're going to have to start seeing some real good overtaking and strategic overtaking, because you want to wait for the right time, but you don't want to wait too long.
That's
and
exactly
this is a good
right.
example.
The last 10 laps are the last 10 laps, but you don't want to be so far back that you can't take advantage of those last 10 laps.
Exactly. Well, fascinating race. We've been green the whole way so far. Jeff Holding still leading the West Coast Championship in 20th position, but Ken Sutherland chasing him down, and Roy Fulmer in 3rd. But at the front, we are looking at Rafa Matos and Thomas Merrill going at it. At the moment, Rafa has built up a 3.5 second lead, but we'll see if Merrill decides to put the hurry up on. They're both still going at the moment in the high 39, so they've been on to be honest, they've been on a consistent pace throughout these 23 laps. So there's no change in the car at the moment. They're able to circulate at exactly how they started, but the weight now that's coming down, the car's going to get lighter as the fuel load goes down, and the tires will go off in some way. It's just a matter of how well you manage that as we go back to Tyler Casera. You'll love this story, Chris. Tyler Casera basically came across our radar in Trans Am during COVID. He was a Miata expert, raced to the highest level of Miata, but so different a car than this. And he entered our sim championship. And we got to know him. We did some Zooms with him. He was kind of a one-man band with his family and best friend Dan. And they kind of just came out of nowhere and started racing in the real deal, having got the runner-up in the sim championship. He got an opportunity, got a win at Virginia, and he's never looked back and has now joined one of the top teams in Stevens Miller and could be leading the championship. So this is a big weekend, and the whole family's come down for this 2-weekend West Coast run, which then it's not where he lives. He's up there in PA somewhere. Here we go. Cameron Lawrence now as close as he's been to Rydquist. He's almost pushing him round the Big Machine Vodka Spike Cooler turn. And then Rydquist just accelerates away onto the main straight, past our commentary position.
And as I said, look for that turn 11 to play a role in the end of this race. I just have a feeling they're getting so close down there. The speeds have to come down. You have to be so precise with your line. You know, who knows what's going to happen there?
Scott Borchetta. Oh, Scott! Great Scott has just turned it round, and I think I know why. I think he may have got one rear wheel just a little wider than before. He was pushing hard out of 2. The Mission Foods turn 2, and sadly, Borchetta, he was trying to make an overtake, and I think he may well have just, I don't know, pushed it too hard. What do I know?
That was a tough spot to do it right there. Fortunately, he's back on the road, though, avoiding a caution.
Well, the good thing is he's kept his head, and he's got back out and going, and he probably hasn't lost too much, to be fair.
Yeah, it looked like only 1 or 2 spots got past him when he was off.
And now, look, Lawrence has done it. He's got finally past Rydquist. So we're on board with Cameron Lawrence. He's got past his teammate. Fascinating race. 25 of the 40 gone. Less than half an hour to go. But this is where the pressure is on, because these drivers are starting to feel it physically, mentally. The heat is growing as the race goes on. And, of course, it just gets hotter and hotter as the engine heats up. There's no wind compared to yesterday, anyway.
Absolutely. I mean, if you look at the American flag over there, Jonathan,
here we go. Here's what
slack.
happened to Borchetta. Now, he's at the back of this. Look, you see? He's almost not distracted, but he's closer to that car ahead of him, and he just turns it round.
It surprised him. It surprised. He came up so fast on the rear of that car. It surprised him a little bit.
Back with Barry Bowes.
Saying about the wind is completely slack. 24 hours ago, that American flag was out stiff.
So this is Barry Bowes taking on team leader, if you will, for the three-dimensional services Mustang team. And that, of course, is Doug Peterson coming through 10 and heading towards 11. There is Bowes behind him.
It's a clean race. It's got a sleepy feeling, but I have a suspicion it's going to get real exciting in the last 10 laps.
I do too, and I think that when we hit that 30 lap mark, oh no! Casera is in. And that is really dramatic for the championship if Casera is out. Tyler Casera had a rear diff brake in qualifying, but they said they were good to go this morning.
That's terrible news for Tyler. Terrible news. They're looking at some issue under the hood pretty frantically, like they think they can get him back out on the...
Well, if anybody can do it, the Stephen Miller team can do it. Now let's have a look at what happened with Cameron Lawrence and with Carl Rydquist. This is the overtake coming in. 2-6, the carousel. And is this going to be a straight dive? I don't know. Let's find out. Rydquist made a rare mistake and let the door open at the carousel. And offline there, it's really, we call it the marbles, and you well know it, Chris. Once you get out there, it is just like ice.
There's only one way to recover, and that's slow down.
Exactly. Well, we're looking at it yourself, our man, Tony Garcia, doing the business, getting inside the entrant, as only he can do. And they are getting all over that car, and I can't quite work out what they're looking for here, but there's a serious problem on Tyler Casera's car, and as he loses laps, he may get back out and score the odd point, but he's not going to be the sharp end of this one.
Not going to go back.
Yeah, with Barry Bowes and with Doug Peterson. Interestingly, you know, behind Barry Bowes is our man, the man from Nevada, Carson, Nevada, Bobby Hodges, in his first race. Good for him. There he is, in that striped car just behind.
As I said to you earlier, a great country western singer name.
It is, yeah. Bobby Hodges. Good racing name too.
Yeah.
I think if you're going to go to NASCAR or anything like that, you got to have a good name.
But yeah, absolutely.
Lawless Allen.
Lawless Allen,
all the
for
way.
sure. Yeah.
So they're putting.
Well, he's out of the car.
He's out of the car, and that's going to be bitter disappointment. It's been a long weekend for Tyler. Like I said, they had a rear diff brake yesterday, and now this problem. The whole family here. It's been a fun weekend, but this is not the way they wanted to end it. Back with Dylan Archer, and we're on board with him. And so, Oh no! This is big news. That is the 86 of Andretti, and it's going off badly. He was in 9th position. Involved in that was Adrian Lostowski. And this is the second week in a row that Andretti has been in the wars.
We're going to see if he can limp it all the way back in and avoid a caution on the track, but he is definitely disabled. That front is smashed up all the way into the passenger front wheel, and he's smoking pretty good.
Yeah, I would have said that that's pretty terminal, and I want to see if Lostowski's able to continue. That's finished. So
that's finished for Andretti. We're just hoping that he can make it all the way around. Looks like he's going to.
And let's hope he's not dropping anything. He's done the right thing. He's got off as quickly as he can. But that's game over, sadly, for the three-dimensional services. He's just suddenly hit the 4th dimension with that car. Oh, well. If it wasn't for bad luck, poor old Adam wouldn't have any.
He's been snake bit the last few races. That's unfortunate for Adam.
Well, they got the tires out, but I don't think it's to any use, really. He ain't going anywhere.
Yeah, they got the Sawzall out, too, where things are getting interesting.
You know, here's the thing about Trans Am, that you can score points all the way down to 2 points down to, 24th place or something, and it really is a case that, you know, if it's just bodywork, because we don't know from this point of view if they can rip that body.
I know that his front wheel was spinning, so it wasn't disabled there. I think the smoke was coming from a little bit of the front end that was up against the wheel.
Chris, here's what happened. So let's take a look. We're watching Adam Andretti trying to stay calm as his car is looked into.
They may be giving him the news that they're not going to be able to fix it. Or at least get him back out racing again.
Yeah, and look at Tony getting in there.
That wheel is pretty well worn.
Yeah, and I'm guessing that you've got... Oh, look, here's the back of what happened. So involved, 3 cars, one of them parent, I think. Yeah, and then Lostowski is taken wide. Now, Lostowski, I think, has avoided that. So I think that, unfortunately, Andretti was involved in a 3-car incident. Lostowski saw the end of it and managed to avoid it, but obviously, as you can see, Andretti came off worse.
I think it might have been the same thing that happened to Scott Borchetta earlier. Andretti came up so fast on one of the cars in front of him, he didn't have time to react, and unfortunately sustained all that damage.
Yeah, I think the damage to the radiator, at least, would be the biggest thing, and as you can see, off come the belts, and out comes the bell helmet.
And
he says, we'll see you next time. I know that's the international sign for Andretti telling us, we'll see you at Lime Rock. Here we go. And now what's happened? Now somehow, this is really interesting because Michel Abate has got involved with the number 14, and that is Matt Parent. And he is stuck on track, and I think she's just come. What's happening? As I mentioned this is the coming out of the hairpin, and this is the slippy part of the track. So what I think has happened is Parent has spun round, Andretti's collected him, and he stayed there, and then suddenly the next one round, a little bit later, is Michelle Abate, and she's now fallen into that. So if he's stuck there, we're going to have a caution.
We are under caution now, and for Michelle, because she was moving up so nicely through the grid.
Yeah.
And I don't know if she's going to be able to get back in the race or not.
So we are under caution for the first time, which has been an electric start to this race. We are going to take a short break from the action here at Sonoma. I hope you're enjoying it around the world, and we will be right back when the action gets underway again. Join us in a moment.
Speed, endurance, desire. For 160 years, Motul has helped engines and drivers go faster, further, and stronger. Tested in the heat of battle, driven with passion, with one aim: to give you superior powertrain protection and performance. Motul.
Hey, I'm down at the pits with a heartbroken Adam Andretti. Adam, what happened?
It's really icy out there, Ben, and the 14 car spawn. If he would have just kept on his brakes, I was committed to get by, and he let go of the brakes, unfortunately. And you know, I'm not picking on anybody. It's not like he did it on purpose or anything like that. It's just I was relying on that, and that was maybe the wrong thing to do, but. It ended the race for the 86 bunch here. We didn't have, I didn't know what to ask for out of the race car all weekend long, and we suffered because of it, and I just struggled here all weekend. And we'll move on to Lime Rock here for Memorial Day weekend. Thank you to the fans. Thank you to Three Dimensional Services Group, Peterson Racing, you know, Bell Helmets, Saybell, everyone that helps us out. Check it for Andretti. Go get your screenings done. At least do something right for us this weekend.
Now wait, stay with me, Tony. Get a shot of these cars. Something that we're doing a little bit different this weekend is the slower cars are coming through pit lane and repositioning. That way we don't have any problem with the leaders when we do the restart. So we're seeing a lot of the cars coming through, or the lap traffic coming through pit lane, so that we can rearrange the cars. That's a new thing that's happening through Trans Am this weekend. We'll see how it goes here at this restart. Jonathan, Chris, back up to you.
Great stuff, Ben, and I love Adam's honesty. He, you know, to be honest, he was up here in the booth describing that corner yesterday as icy when Kent Waits went round, so he knew exactly what had happened to Parent when he went round, and like he said, he was hoping he would let off the brakes.
Yeah. And just back to Ben's point about getting those slower cars out of the way, too, you know, it seems like it should be a no-brainer in racing.
And just a reminder, CBS Sports Network, TA XGT, SGT-GT, presented by Franklin Road. That premieres Saturday, May 7th at 1 p.m. Eastern. And it'll also be repeated Saturday, May 7th at 10 p.m. Eastern. And don't forget, Sunday, May 8th, you can see it at 11 p.m. Eastern Time. The TA2 will be premiered on May 8th, 5:30 Eastern. That's the Spike Coolers, the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers TA2 presentation. And that is repeated Sunday, May 8th at 10 p.m. Eastern.
Thanks. You know, Jonathan, it happened in Formula One last
Yeah.
year where there were lapped cars in the way, and a huge controversy for the championship. It happened in TA2 last week, where there were some lapped cars in the way. And so I think it's a great idea to get the guys who are at the front of the grid their chance to race for the win instead of having to deal with traffic.
I couldn't agree more, and David Hoots has found a good way of doing it. Obviously, in Formula One, they have to keep them on the track. This is a good way of just rustling them through effectively the pit lane during a caution and making sure that the race remains just that, a race. Because for Rafa Matos leading the race, having done all this hard work, what he doesn't want to do is have to overtake several other cars just to get back into a position to be able to race the final part of the course. So good move by David Hoots and a good decision, I think, by Trans Am.
That's what we spoke about earlier, too. What this does under caution also is eliminates all the gaps between the racers. So Rafa also has to sacrifice the gap lead that he's built up over Maryland Cruz. Those guys are going to be on him now. It's going to be under 10 laps to go, so we're into that sweet spot of the race. It's going to be exciting.
I'm looking forward to it. Let's head down now to Ben Sissel. He's got a man from my own part of the world, Austin, Texas. Jeff Sexton is down in the pits.
So, Jeff, you came in, you got changed. It didn't look good. Tell me what happened out there.
Yeah, unfortunately, our clutch was going out from lap 1, so just really disappointing. It's a shame. Our Stevens Miller Racing guys have been working really hard. Car felt great, but just from lap 1, we just kept getting a lot of wheel spin, and then it got worse and worse and worse, and the clutch eventually let go.
That's unfortunate, Jeff. Thanks for coming out. You've been doing so well this season. Beautiful car. Then we're just going to walk right down pit lane. Unfortunately, Tyler Casera, who's doing really well in the points. You don't look happy, Tyler.
No, I mean, we struggled for pace this weekend. Just missed the setup early, but they gave me a great car for the race. I was moving forward, and I felt like I had a great car coming to me. We just unfortunately lost an alternator, and I ran out of battery, and just had to pull the car in. So it hurts for the points, but we'll go to Lime Rock strong, I think, and look to try to get back up to the top.
Tyler Casera, Jeff Sexton, unfortunate. Jonathan Chris, back to you.
Great stuff. Thank you, Ben. Always great to hear the stories from the pit lane and be updated as the race goes on. We're still under caution here if you've just joined us, and we welcome you. Evan Slater, we're keeping an eye on him. He's been moving up the board. He's currently 8th ahead of Cameron Lawrence, and the championship face is changing by the minute, Chris. Mike Skeen not here. 3 points behind him at the start of the weekend, Tyler Casera. He is out. Rafa Matos is in a great position now. He could lead the championship leaving here. Cameron Lawrence is in a good position too. Cameron Lawrence currently in 9th position, started the weekend 4th, 15 points behind Rafa Matos. So we're getting into a real good situation in here for the leaders, especially Rafa Matos.
I want to say about Jeff Sexton, too, if he's looking for a side hustle, he could try out for Superman. He changed his clothes so quick there. He was looking like Clark Kent down there, yeah.
So here we go. We're seeing them coming slowly past our commentary position. A massive field, a record field here at Sonoma. And just delighted to be here in the sunshine, May 1st, and just perfect.
Still under caution. We're looking for the issues to be taken care of. They're doing a great job of shepherding the slower cars through pit road, too. They've really got it well coordinated.
Yeah, and they've got the time to do it with that car strewn out there. And obviously, I'm looking up to the left-hand side. There's a lot of work going on the hairpin with several cars obviously involved, including Andretti's. But there may be some grime down there as well as they go through it, as we're turning through turn 4 and 5. So, it's the calm before the storm. We're on lap 31 of 40, and if this caution doesn't take too long, we should have at least a 6-7 plus sprint to the finish. And that's what's going to make it interesting for Thomas Merrill, because Rafa's done exactly what he needed to, but will anybody else come in? I wonder if Brent Cruz, currently in, 3rd place?
Yep, as he's been all race long. I think, just still biding his time. And I think what these guys are saying to themselves in the car, now is the time. Because they know, like you just said, that there's going to be about 5 or 6 laps left to go. They got to keep those tires warm. They got to keep the brakes in shape. And they're going to just go. Excitement that we were looking for when we were speaking about how the race was a little sleepy earlier.
And I'll tell you one thing that will happen in this situation. They're coming up to the incident here, but look, we're almost at 0 miles an hour. The car, the heat.
Yeah.
I mean, from sitting in a race car how hot it gets when you're going at that speed. They're not designed for that.
No,
and your cool suit can do all it likes. It is really tough at that speed.
The temp is definitely going up under the hood, and hopefully they'll be able to get some speed from the pace car for the rest of the track, so they can cool it down a little bit with the airflow, while at the same time getting the tires heated up with that back and forth motion that you see that they're doing.
So we've had a completely green race. We're on board with the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers car of Scott Borchetta, who's having a good run, to be honest. Borchetta has been in the thick of it. We've seen a lot of him on track already, and we're going to see more, I'm sure. He's currently in 15th position. That's not bad. Elias Anderson ahead of him. Dylan Archer in 13th. Lostowski going amazingly passed that incident earlier and going to the grass for a second. He's in 12th, Lawless Allen ahead of him. Then the top 10 is Carl Reichquist 10th, Cameron Lawrence in 9th, Evan Slater is 8th, Misha Goikberg in 7th for BC Racing. He's done well here, Goikberg, the Canadian, and really looking good. Now, what is Matos going to do at the restart? Let's find out. The person to ask is his chief engineer. He's down in the pits with Ben Sissel.
Thank you, gentlemen. I'm here with Ryan Baldy. Ryan, Matos is leading the race. What's he saying on the radio?
He's been pretty quiet. You know, the three-dimensional services Ford Mustang has been really good on the long run today, so we're hoping just to bring it home. But yeah, Rafa's been pretty quiet and just doing his thing.
A silent Matos is a dangerous Matos. What do you guys think?
Obrigado, as he would say, the Brazilian. Yes, you're absolutely right. He doesn't say much. He leaves his Latin flair to celebrate. And yeah, that means that Matos is A-OK. He's not frustrated, as he was last weekend, I'm sure. And we heard from him last weekend. He didn't like the way he and his teammate went at it. It was good racing for us, but not for Matos. And he came off worse, unfortunately. But he looks comfortable now.
You know, it's business as usual at the front of the race and has been since about lap 25 or 30 when Matos had that last overtake of Merrill. They've just been kind of, you know, true to form, the top three. Matos, Merrill, and Cruz. They've just been doing their thing. And I would say, look out for Mozak to maybe make a move here. He's got to be frustrated not having – he's lost ground since the start, but he hasn't been able to make anything back up. He's let a couple guys by him. I'm sure that's not making him happy, and maybe he'll get a little bit more aggressive.
You know, I talked to Scott Lagacy Jr., who runs Conor Mossack, and he said he was so impressed with how quickly Conor Mossack at 23 is learning his racecraft. And he said he bounced back from Road Atlanta and just executed, were his words. He executed at Laguna, and it showed no signs of sort of, you know, living in the past and not looking forward. And he said that's what I really impressed with this guy. Is he's a quick learner, he's a fast executor, and he just gets on with it. He doesn't let anybody bother him. And I think you're absolutely right. He's kept calm, he's just kept out of trouble. He's been battling with Zilic most of the race. He's 6th at the moment. He's not torn up any strips yet, but he could be the man who has the most to give in terms of the final few laps.
And he's got experience leading laps, so he knows how to get to the front. And let's see if he can do it in a very short race that this is going to be once the caution is up.
All right, Darren Mock, and he is stopped as well in that beautifully. You heard about the Hodgson sponsorship to go back to the NASCAR days when that team, Mock's team, his father's team, obviously carried those colors back in the day, and great to see them out there. They've chosen those colors for the last 2 races. And it looks as though what he was doing there was changing a track bar, no rear grip, he was saying, and it's a bit of a gamble, but, well, if you're going to check, that's a dramatic thing to do in the middle of a race, but what the heck, throw the kitchen sink at it.
They figure, why not? You know, I mean, we mentioned that Adam had been snake bit the last couple of races. Darren Mock has certainly been snake bit. He was in the top 10 in Road Atlanta and had some issues at the end and dropped all the way down to 22nd. So, you know, he's saying, hey, let's just go for it.
You know, we mentioned Conor Mossack. Well, it was a Chevrolet that won the first ever 1969 race. Mark Donohue beating Parnelli Jones by 2.2 seconds in a Mustang.
Love those names. love the history of this sport. This is fantastic.
And then if you look to the last time we came here in 2004 as a national event, it was a man you know well, Boris Said, who won from Tommy Kendall in second place in a Jaguar.
And Johnny, good news. It looks like the track is clear up there, so we may be racing again soon.
Pip Demoulin's car still parked up there, but it's way out of harm's way, so I'm not worried about that. But we're looking high above the Sonoma Raceway here in the golden sunshine of May. It's a beautiful day here. It's been a great weekend of racing. Trans Am back at its glory days, the new glory days of 2022. Record fields throughout the West Coast. We've got the West Coast Championship also taking part, but we are running around the iconic circuits of America here in 2022, and we've had the best field I think we've ever had competitively for a long, long time. And everybody talks about those golden years. I would argue with the youngsters and the experience we've got with the likes of Rafa Matos and many others that we really, truly do have a new era of brilliance for the Trans Am Series, the oldest road racing series in America.
I got to agree with you there. You know, the way these cars are performing, the rawness of them, and what Ray Evernham said a couple weeks ago at Atlanta when he said, these cars are easy to drive, but difficult to drive fast. And that's a great description of them. You know, these guys make it look easy, but these are extremely difficult cars to drive at speed because of those requirements that we talked about, the no ABS, the no traction control. So, you know, it certainly is, in my opinion as well, the modern golden age of Trans Am racing.
You know, when you hear it from somebody like Ray Everingham, who's been around a bit, you might have heard that he looked after a fella called Jeff Gordon for a few years. So the guy knows what he's talking about and has been around the houses, running SRX as well, being a big part of that, which has been successfully shown on CBS on a Saturday night. It's coming back again this summer, so look out for that. But SRX goes from strength to strength, as does this Trans Am. And it's just glorious to see so many cars out there. There's Lawless Allen. You can't miss that car, that bright blue. I love it.
Yeah, it's a beautiful livery there.
Dylan Archer on board with him in the FPEC. That's a food processing equipment company, and a big one, too.
We've got a white flag and a yellow now up in the crow's nest.
So does that mean we are about to go racing in a lap?
Okay, we get one more off, and then the pace car will probably come off, and we'll go green.
Okay, so we are going to have a sprint. And this is going to be so nip and tuck for Rafa. But this is where Rafa's experience shows. I'm not saying that Thomas Merrill isn't experienced, but Rafa is really good at these restarts, holding his head, knowing what to do, how to defend, how to be fast, but how to get it right. And also, more importantly, having the confidence to control the race.
And we'll see if Rafa will take his teammate Mike Skeen to school on what happened on the restart last week and get that restart happening to his advantage.
Well, I bet you Mike's watching. Well, this could be some fun and games for the last few laps, I think.
I would almost guarantee it.
Let me give you the top 10. Rafa Matos leads this race in that Ford Mustang from Three Dimensional Services. Thomas Merrill is second. Brent Cruz, who's been so good and consistent throughout this, the youngster, is third. Corey Heim, another youngster, is in fourth position. Connor Zilic is fifth. A 16-year-old Connor Zilic, I may add. Sixth place is Connor Mosak. We want to see what he can do. I think Goitberg might make a move as well. He's been up there. He's up in seventh. Evan Slater is in 8th position. Cameron Lawrence started 4th in the championship at the beginning of the weekend, is 9th on the road ahead of his teammate Carl Rydquist.
You've got a great mix there of veterans and young guns, and who are all probably looking for this race to distinguish themselves.
Yeah, it really is youth and exuberance versus wily old fox a little bit.
Yeah. But I think you're right. This is Rafa's race to either win or lose.
Yep,
He's
I
in
agree.
control.
And he knows that Merrill will have as much tyre as he does, because they pretty much, even though they've been battling, they've battled each other equally, as it were. And in terms of tyre wear, Rafa said to me right at the beginning of the day, I've just got to be there for the end. And he knows now that he's done as much as he can, and the guy behind him is not less or more ready to go racing. And what I mean by that is underneath him, the tyre wear should be about the same. If they're both loose, fine. If one's got more, well, we'll see.
Well, you know, it's
Here we go.
about that tire temperature, too, going into that very difficult first set of turns up the hill in negative camber.
And that could be the win and loss of it. We're getting closer and closer now as the pace car, the Honda Civic, comes through and down towards lights out. Oh, no, the lights are still on.
Yeah.
On the pace car.
There must be some debris somewhere on the track that they're trying to clean up. I don't see anything up where the incident was, but it's got to be something.
Now this is getting interesting, because now with the preparation that I'm sure the drivers were thinking the same as us, having seen the caution cleared up, they'll be now thinking, what, I got to do another lap?
Yeah, why are we going around again?
And so now you'll start to see some maybe accelerating and getting pumping those brakes again. And Brent Cruz looking good. Right behind him, Corey Heim, Zilic. Ooh, this is tantalizingly good. I really like the look of this.
And you can almost feel their anticipation through the start-finish line.
Yeah.
They really bunched up.
Well, we've just heard from race control that the race will finish under caution, which is great news for Rafa Matos, but not necessarily for us, because we obviously would like to see it race. But a real shame, but not to worry. Rafa Matos will take it. There's too much oil, it seems, on where that situation was. Too much oil down on track to risk. It's, as Adam Andretti described, very icy. That's his way
it
of
was
putting
slippy
it.
to begin with,
Yeah.
and now even more so, and at a very crucial spot on the track, too. So let's just point out for a fact, this is Brent Cruz's second podium in a row.
Yes, let's
That's
do
fantastic.
that. That is, and by the way, fastest lap.
Yeah.
1:39.6. Also, another youngster, Roy Fulmer, the fourth, fastest lap on the West Coast at 1:41.3. So let's, while we call it there, you can see the oil down.
Yep.
It's a mess. It's a mess down there, and quite rightly, the organisers, the stewards, David Hoots, the race director, doing the right thing. Caution. We love to go racing, but come on, guys, you got to be safe. You got to be safe.
So with these results, Jonathan, what does this do to the standings?
This is going to be very interesting. Obviously, Skeen, who, let's be honest, is not taking part in the full championship, so therefore he will lose the championship lead, and by my calculations, will see Rafa rise to the top in the three-dimensional services Ford Mustang to the top of the table. Cameron Lawrence, Thomas Merrill will be the big mover. He was 7th, but he was only 2 points behind Connor Mosack, who's behind him, so you should see Thomas Merrill be right up there with Connor Mosack. Either way, as we go to Lime Rock, we're in for a cracker, because we'll see Casera dropping down slightly. We'll see Cameron Lawrence moving forward. We'll see Evan Slater moving forward. Connor Mosack moving forward. Jeff Sexton will not go forward, but Rhett Baku, who is still out there and circulating, will move up the board. He's in 18th position at the moment, and he started the day 9th overall in the championship. And Dylan Archer's had a good run too. He's currently 13th. He started the weekend 10th overall, and that means also the rookie battle, the Young Guns battle, will also rage on. You're going to just have to follow us around the season. You can't go away now.
I mean, I might have to. This was a little bit of an anticlimactic ending here. I need to come back and do this again.
You'll just have to come to Lime Rock and then to Road America and then to everywhere else we go.
I'm ready.
So it will be a white flag round this time, so we will complete the race, but sadly it'll be under caution. But let's just go back to that. You are new to Trans Am. What is it that spikes your interest about this? Because there's a lot of race series in America. I mean, let's face it, NASCAR comes here, IndyCar here comes here. What do you like about Trans Am?
Well, I think, Jonathan, it's the relatability that any gearhead can have to these Trans Ams. You look at a modern Formula One car or a modern NASCAR, you can't really wrap your brain exactly. But these cars, you can understand. You are told what the requirements are with the tube chassis and the 490 horsepower max, and the no ABS and no traction control, and it's something that I know what that is, and I can relate to that. And also seeing this race up close, seeing the guys go, fender to fender, and as they say, rubbing is racing, and you see more rubbing in this series than anywhere else.
And as Englishman, I can admit this, the real love of this Trans Am series and the real love of motor racing is America, and the expression is around America each and every day. What's under the hood?
That's right.
And that's the beauty of Trans Am, because what's under the hood here is the very fastest Ford, the very fastest engine you can supply from Camaro to you name it. And that's
why the EVs will never win.
There you go. Say it like it is. You can catch up with Chris Jacobs on his overhauling show, and delighted to have you come here and be part of this weekend. I can tell you've enjoyed it.
It has been my pleasure. Yeah, this is exciting stuff. It's a great vantage point. It's a pleasure to be with you, Jonathan. I'm a fan of yours, and of course Ben's as well. I think you guys do a great job with this series, and I am definitely hooked.
Good. Another convert. Scott Borchetta, who we're on board with now. Good finish for him. He's 15th. And let's just go through that top 15, because ahead of him is Elias Anderson. That's a good result for the Texan. Dylan Archer is in 13th position. Lostowski, 12th. He'd be pleased with that, given that they kind of reinvented the wheel a bit in terms of setup this weekend. Lawless Allen is 11th. Rydquist, 10th, and he's moved forward. So is Cameron Lawrence. So Ken Twaits will be happy with the Franklin Road that has gone well here. They've got good point-scoring positions. Evan Slater will increase his lead, I would argue a little bit, although there are a few youngsters right out there in the Young Guns battle, but he was leading it going in, and he's 8th here today. Misha Goikberg, one of his best finishes of the season here at round 5. He finishes 7th. Connor Mosack will finish 6th, and of course Mosack is somebody we're watching overall for the championship, and that's another good run for Connor Mosack and the Nick Taylor IFS SLR M1 race car. And Corey Heim, maybe a one-off for him. He too, a truck racer with 2 weeks off from the truck series. He's got a chance to race here and learn the track a little bit better. Brent Cruz will be a regular, and that again, as you rightly point out, 2 podiums on this West Coast run. That's great for our youngest competitor, but actually I think we're going to drop that name now, as Brent Cruz is truly now a contender for Trans Am 2022. Doesn't matter how old you are, if you've got what it takes to take on Rafa Matos and Thomas Merrill, then I don't care how old you are.
All you got to make sure is that there's some carnation milk on ice.
There you go. And talking of on ice, the champagne will be there for Rafa Matos, as it was a little bit of a slow end to it, but it doesn't matter to the three-dimensional services group, because they win here at Sonoma. Thomas Merrill, the Californian, takes second place. The championship is opening up nicely as we head to the summer of Lime Rock and on around the Northeast. Brent Cruz takes his second overall podium in 2 weekends' time. And interestingly enough, Brent Cruz started 11th in that Nitro Motorsports Ford Mustang on 50 points. He was quite a long way off the leaders. He won't be after he leaves here this weekend. Big points for him. My thanks to Chris Jacobs for joining me here this weekend. And I think we'll have to coax him to coming up to Lime Rock. Why not? What else is he going to do at a Memorial L weekend? But well done to Rafa. And I think we'll hear from Rafa when he comes out of the car. He'll have a time to think about what he's got to say. But the point is for Rafa, yes, he likes to finish under speed, as everybody does, but this is a big weekend for his championship, because it was off the rails a couple of rounds ago, and then he was hoping he'd come to Laguna. Mike Skeen would play second fiddle, and I kept saying it, and Willie T put me right, and no question about it, Rafa Matos will leave here feeling as though he has done the business and got his championship back on track. Defense, mind you, of his championship.
Yeah, and a little bit of justice from what happened last week, probably. You know, when he was having to race Mike Skeen so hard down the stretch there, with Mike winning that race. But Rafa, you know, was right there, and there was a lot of contact between the teammates. Very, very excited getting to Laguna. Kind of the yin to this yang of this ending today. But you know what? Come on back to Lime Rock, because the excitement will continue.
Now, here's our chill out systems. Chill out, keep cool move of the race. And it has to be that coolest of cool men for the lead at turn 4. Rafa Matos, past Thomas Merrill. They were at each other's throats throughout the race, but this is perhaps the move, the most important one. Rafa up the inside here, muscling his way through, as you only can in a muscle car. Rafa Matos keeps cool, keeps his head, and the Brazilian goes through, and therefore not a surprise to see him win our chill out, keep cool move of the race. So into the pit lane they come, and then they'll be greeted by the ever effervescent Ben Sissel. And this, like I said, is putting Rafa back on track, and I think those will be similar to the words he'll use, because, like you say, a win is a win is a win. Doesn't matter how you do it, and it's not his fault that the racer had oil down. He'd have raced it.
Hey, yeah, he didn't get lucky. He led a good portion of the race and deserves to win.
I agree. Couldn't agree more. But well done also to Thomas Merrill. It's done his championship no harm. And Brent Cruz, I'm starting to see Cruz, Zilich and Mosack being real contenders. Likewise, Goikberg. And who has lost out, I wonder? Not many people that I would expect it. Keith Project hasn't had the best of weekends, down in 25th. But it's been a good weekend for some of the guys that needed a good weekend, especially this man, Rafa Matos. So, out of the car he comes. And there's the handshake. Says it all. And in a minute. And look at his teammate, the first to greet him.
Andretti right there. Cool as a cucumber, Rafa Matos. Sure, he'll give a little arm raise. There it is. Another hug for his crew.
Well done, Rafa. And in a moment, the helmet will come off, and as you can see, one by one, each of the team greets him. And you really don't realize just how hard One of the things Adams has schooled me in is just how hard this man works as a week of a weekend, and it was a bit of a schooling for Adam just to see the work he puts in each and every weekend, which is why he continues to be our man. He won the championship in 2018, and he has never looked back. He won 2 championships in all, and he's on his way as Tony Pirelli greets him for his 3rd if he keeps this up. A good weekend. Let's head down to Ben Sissel and join him with our winner,
Rafa Matos.
Rafa
Wow,
Matos.
that was a difficult race to win. Tell us about it.
It was nerve-wracking for me. We know this place is very difficult on tire degradation, and I was trying to pace myself. Obviously Thomas knows this place very well, and he was super quick this weekend, but I think we definitely had a better car on the long run. Just couldn't be more proud of the team, three-dimensional service group, guys. Amazing job again. I love you guys. And thank you, Doug Peterson, for allowing us to do this in a very high level. This is a extremely good day for us in the championship, and we'll build up for Lime Rock now.
Now, talking to some of the drivers and crew, it seemed like the grip level was changing lap after lap. Are you seeing that?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, tire degradation, like I said, is a big thing here. So you try to go as fast as you can with the race car, but without damaging your tires, without hurting the tires. So, I think we did a good job, and that's a big part of our win today.
Nice. Congratulations, Rafa Matos. Now, TA2 West, Jeff Holden. Great showing for Jeff Holden. Jeff, Rafa was talking about tire degradation. The grip level was changing lap after lap. What were you feeling out there?
Oh, yeah, it was a mess. I think somebody was dumping oil. Cars were all over the place. Probably a good thing we didn't go back green, or we would have had a lot of wrecked race cars. I just got to thank RelaxandCBD.com, Dakota Lithium, Mid-Valley Transmission, Joe's Racing. All these guys get us here every weekend, so we're happy to get 2 in a row, and we're just going to try and keep this going all year.
Well, get your dad in here, because I want to talk to him too, because the TA2 West seems like it's a privateer stuff. So this is the team right here, Jeff Holden and his dad. How does this feel, Dad?
That's good. 2 in a row makes it worthwhile.
This guy was up until 11 o'clock every night and up at 5 in the morning. He's the reason we're up here in the winner's circle.
Thanks a lot.
Nice. All right, well, there you go. Rafa Matos, overall winner. Jeff Holden on the top step, TA2 West. Gentlemen, I'm going to send it back up to you in the booth.
Great stuff, Ben. Thank you so much, and well done to the Brazilian sensation that is Rafa Matos. Confirmation of the result that finished under caution, but it's Rafa Matos with the win for the three-dimensional services group Ford Mustang. Thomas Merrill in second place for the Bridge Hall HB Tuners Cope car race car, and then Brent Cruz, his second podium in 2 weeks for the Nitro Motorsports team. Well done to him. Corey Heim in 4th, Connor Zilic in 5th, Mosak in 6th, Goitberg 7th, Slater 8th, Cameron Lawrence, good important points for him for the Franklin Road Apparel team, and his teammate Carl Reitquist rounding out the top 10. Further down, Lawless Allen 11th, Lostowski 12th, Dylan Archer 13th, Elias Anderson 14th, Scott Borchetta 15th, Wood, Holden, Barco, Sutherland, Fulmer the 4th, also in the West Coast for the Fulmer's Auto Body Nichols Construction team, and then Doug Peterson, also part, of course, and the team leader of the three-dimensional services group in 21st, Barry Bowes, Tolson, Hodges, his first race, and that's not bad, 24th, Prochuk, Kanuki, Clara, Lynn, Mock, and Jim Gallagher, Waypoint in 30th position. And further down, Mitch Marvosh for Wolf Entertainment, Michael Fine, Chad Christensen, Ty Young, who had problems earlier in the weekend but recovered to 34th, Kitwoski, Adam Andretti, sadly, as you saw, did not finish the race. Likewise, Abate caught up in the oil. Casera coming in, Parent turning around, and Luis Philippe de Moulin, the Canadian, having to park it up. And again, also not finishing, Jeff Sexton, Kent Stacey, Cameron Parsons, and Nick Rossino. So those are the results of TA2 Round 5 here at Sonoma. Let's draw our breath and take a look at some of the highlights of what had been a superb run before the caution. Well, we went to green, and Thomas Merrill tried in vain, unfortunately, to get past Rafa Matos, who took the lead, but it certainly wasn't over by then because these two went at it. And look at this, a position change, Thomas Merrill taking him, and if you can do that, so can I on the next corner, but at a different lap. Rafa Matos squeezing his way through, And it was nip and tuck also between Adam Andretti and Evan Slater. They went at it. So too Jack Wood and Dumoulin. But sadly, the Canadian would go out and stop. Lawrence got past his teammate with a slight mistake by Carl Reichenquist, and Lawrence goes through. That was the big incident with Andretti getting the worst of it. Lostowski drawing round. Arbate also getting involved with Parent. But at the checkered flag, it was Rafa Matos from Thomas Merrill and Brent Cruz in third. Let's head down once again to Ben Sissel as now the podium procedures are underway.
Well, thank you, Jonathan. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it. TA2 Mission Foods Sonoma SpeedTour. Come on, let's get loud. Let's have some fun in here. There we go. I love it. Hey, we have a special guest that announced this race, Chris Jacobs from the TV show Overhauling all the great Mecum auctions. Now, we don't have a Mopar up here. I hope you're okay with that, but tell us about your impressions of TA2.
Oh man, I'm hooked already. This is such an exciting series. Congratulations to Rafa, obviously, and all of the drivers. A little bit of an anticlimactic ending, but you know what? Lime Rock's going to be having the excitement back up there. And I mean, could we really take much more after last week's ending? So maybe we needed a mellow week. But guys, great race. This series is so cool. I'm hooked.
Nice, I love it. Let's hear Chris Jacobs, ladies and gentlemen, Overhauling. I'm a little starstruck. It's one of my favorite TV shows. Chris, nice job. That was awesome. We are going to start with the Masters. Okay. So we're going to start with Masters West. TA2 Masters West. Let's hear it for Dave Kanicki. Where is he? Come on up, Dave. Wait. I thought so. Bob Pengraff would kill me if I got that wrong. All right, Dave, you got to get up on our top step. Becky Pengraff was just cheering for you. So take the mic from me, and what's it like to race out here in such a huge group of cars?
Actually, it's a lot of fun. I really enjoyed it. I thought everybody did a really good job. People were clean. Racing it looked like it was pretty hard, but you know, I was kind of stuck farther back, so I didn't get an opportunity to really see what it was like up front. But no, it was really good. I enjoyed it. We had a difficult start to the weekend, and it ended up being okay.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Nice. You want to thank any help or sponsors?
I'd just like to thank Freddie Johnson. He's my crew chief. It's just the two of us, so thanks, Freddie. Thanks for giving me a car.
Nice. I love it. And I love the privateer culture here in TA2 West Coast. Let's hear it. Dave Kanicki out here, Masters TA2 West. Wait, you got to put your Pirelli hat on though, right? Yeah. But wait, you got to put the Pirelli hat on and then be up there and pose and look all pretty. You've been on many podiums before. Dave Kanicki, TA2 Masters. Come on, let's hear it. There we go. And ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome to come on in. I don't like seeing people behind fences. That's not Trans Am, that's other race series. Dave, congratulations, buddy. TA2 Masters National. This guy's been up here almost every race. Let's hear it, number 87, Three-Dimensional Services Group. Where's Doug Peterson? Here he comes. Doug Peterson, Masters. Another great weekend for Three-Dimensional Services Group. Doug, take the top step. Take the mic from us. Tell us about your race out there.
Really kind of uneventful. A few guys went off. Just driving. Pretty slippery out there. I really like to thank the team. They gave me too much tire pressure in the rear, so it was more exciting than it needed to be. But a lot of fun, and thank you all for coming out. I'm very lucky and blessed to be here.
Nice. Wait, stay up here, Doug. Hold that Crystal Sensations trophy up. If you know Doug Peterson, that's one of the nicest times he's ever been on the microphone. Let's hear Doug Peterson, Masters. Come on, let's hear it. Doug Peterson, Masters, Three-Dimensional Services Group. Wake up, Sonoma. This was an amazing race. Doug, congratulations. All right, let's go. TA2 West Coast. This gentleman put on quite a show at the first round of the West Coast. Number 186, let's hear it, Roy Fulmer, the fourth. Get loud, Sonoma. You can go up either way. Oh, Chris Jacobs presenting the Crystal Sensations trophies. Second place, TA2 West, was on the podium with us just last weekend. Let's hear it, Ken Sutherland. Maybe the best mustache in TA2. The overall mustache winner in TA2, Ken Sutherland. That's a new category, just invented it. And then in first place, West Coast, TA2, let's hear it, Jeff Holden. Man, Roy, the rumors have been spreading about you, and they have proven to be true. What a talent. Kind of coming out of nowhere in Trans Am. How's it feel?
Feels really good. I mean, we were struggling earlier this weekend, and then finally we're starting to figure it out. Second practice day, and then I can't thank my dad and my uncle enough. It's just a two-man crew with me being the driver, so we're pretty much the underdogs here. So I can't complain with how the finish is, especially with how the start went. We had a pretty good start, and then I had a mechanical issue, and finally got the car to start back up. Got the car to start up, and then had to start from the back and just start plucking my way through the field.
Nice. I love it. Let's hear it, Roy Fulmer, the fourth. And you guys, you follow along with the theme of these family and friend teams in TA2 West. I love it. And Ken, you fit right into that.
Oh yeah, I love racing with these guys. I got to thank Cascade Sotheby's, Kurt and Patty, my friend Will Schrader, Dave Dunning, my wife, and my daughter that's here helping this weekend, and especially my crew chief, Pat McFall. Great team of people that are making this car go fast, and it's awesome.
Nice. Your daughter's skipping school to be here, but she was up doing her homework. I talked to her. I interrupted her homework the other day, but that's awesome. Holden, take the mic. Tell us about your race.
Yeah, just try to keep it clean. Same thing as these guys, just a family team. Me and my dad built the car in his garage. Wouldn't be here without relaxandcbd.com and Mid-Valley Transmission, Joe's Racing, Motul, Dakota Lithium. All those guys chip in a little bit and makes it happen, and without them, we absolutely wouldn't be here. So getting on top of the podium is super important for us to make everybody want to keep playing. So just glad we can keep it together again, 2 in a row. We're just going to try and keep it going all year.
Nice. Jeff Holden. All right, gentlemen, hold those beautiful Crystal Sensation trophies up high with your Sunoco hats. There we go. Let's hear it. Roy Fulmer the fourth, Ken Sutherland, Jeff Holden. There we go. I like this Sonoma crowd. Then the pro, let's see. No? The boomerang. All right, Sonoma, I need you to get loud for your TA2 West Coast. Roy Fulmer the fourth, Ken Sutherland, Jeff Holden, putting on a show here at the Mission Foods Sonoma SpeedTour. Uh-oh, Michelle. Careful. You're going to smell great. Careful driving home with that smell, Ken Sutherland. Let's see what they do. Let's hear it, ladies and gentlemen. TA2 West, oh, right in the eyes. Man, careful, careful. Okay. Roy, you old enough for that?
I am now.
He is now, he says. We'll have to check that. Congratulations. Oh, that's nice, Michelle. Dry their faces off. All right, ladies and gentlemen, TA2 National, and I tell you what, crazy race up front. Unbelievable racing. It got slicker and slicker lap after lap. In third place, our youngest in the field, sporting the Trackhouse suit. Let's hear it for Brett Cruz, number 70. He was on the podium with us just last weekend at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. Brent, what a race. Second place from just down the road, the number 26. Let's hear it, Thomas Merrill. Wait, we got to do that again. Salinas, California, Thomas Merrill. Come on, Sonoma. There we go. And then we've got some kids here from Rafa's home country. Let's hear it. First place, putting on a clinic, putting on a show, Rafa Matos 3-Dimensional Services Group, first place. Great race. I'm going to interview these kids too. Let's hope you guys can all fit up there. All right, Brent Cruz. Looks like you got some competition here in just a few years. Tell us about your race out there.
We had a really good race. We started off really strong, and I kind of felt like that would hold off. I could save my stuff a little bit, and then we just got really free at the end. The track conditions really got everybody scrambling for sure with the rear end, and we just kept going. I was hoping that we were going to get a few laps left, maybe to pick off Thomas and hopefully Rafa, but that didn't happen.
Nice. So the West Coast agrees with Brent Cruz.
Yeah, it's pretty high.
Yes, he says pretty well. Exactly. Brent Cruz, ladies and gentlemen. Thomas Merrill, did you hear that? Little smack talk from Brent Cruz. How's that feel?
Well, he's earned it. He's driving really, really well, especially at his age. It's really impressive. So congrats to those guys. We had a great race, I thought, for what we had. We battled with Rafa early on, and it was a lot of fun up front. Then he got out front, he flipped his switch, and off he went. And so we held on to second place, and full credit to the Coke crew for giving me a good car, Bridge Hall and HP Tuners for the support. Glad to be here.
Nice. Thomas Merrill, ladies and gentlemen. And then Rafa. First, Rafa, introduce your friends up here. I like this. Here, you take it.
These are my friends. He's from Brazil. He's actually American, and they're the sons of a good friend of mine from Brazil. Yeah.
Now tell us about your race.
Oh, the race. I think the race was great. I mean, we expected beforehand this track would be very tough on tire degradation, and we worked very hard on our race car, making sure we had a good car for the long runs, and that showed clearly today that we definitely had a better car on the long runs. Yesterday qualifying, it was tough to digest that one. We missed the pole position by 0.004 of a second, but I knew coming to the race we were gonna have a good car, and I trust my three-dimensional service group guys 100%, and they do the best job they can do around these cars. And big thanks to everyone in the team, and big thanks to our big boss Doug Peterson, allowing us to do this in a high level.
Perfect. All right, let's hear it, ladies and gentlemen. Sonoma Mission Foods Sonoma SpeedTour, get loud. Brent Cruz, Thomas Merrill, Rafa Matos. There we go, in those Sunoco hats. This guy's from the planet Hoth. Well, that's a cold country, so hopefully he's digging the weather at Sonoma here. Thomas Merrill with good Frisbee hands. Brent Cruz needing that hat to fit perfectly. All right, Sonoma, last chance, get loud for TV. Brent Cruz, Thomas Merrill, Rafa Matos, Mission Foods Sonoma SpeedTour. Nice race. Guys, that was fun. I can't wait to watch that race. Chris Jacobs on the call. I love hearing that. Thank you so much. All right, yeah, look at that. Okay, so Brent Cruz has a ghost. We're legal. Don't spray it in his mouth. There we go. Eyes are legal. That's fine. Let's hear it. Brent Cruz, Thomas Merrill, Rafa Matos. What a great race. Not fair. Already a protest. Now, a champagne protest, though. All right, Matos, don't go too far. Where'd he go? Man, he's quick on foot and in a car. All right, our chill out moment of the race, Chill Out Systems. Rafa Matos, come back up here because we're about to get in the heat at Lime Rock, Mid-Ohio. We've got Road America coming up. It's about to get hot. You're going to want to do this. You're going to want one of these systems. Stand up on the top step, dude. Hold up that check. Let's hear it. Rafa Matos for our chill out moment of the race. I'm sure it was one of the passes on Thomas Merrill. Congratulations, Rafa. And then our Omo Legato, the beautiful watches, our Young Guns fastest lap, number 70. Where's Brent Cruz? Come on up, Brent Cruz. Winning himself this beautiful Trans Am watch. Stand up at the top. All right, so you'll never be late to driver's meeting again, right?
I don't think I'm ever late.
Okay. One time, Road Atlanta, he had to borrow my scooter to make it there on time. Let's hear it, Brent Cruz. Omo Legato. Wait, hold on, I think she wants a picture. Got to make everybody happy. John. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that does it for the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli 2022, the Mission Foods Sonoma SpeedTour. But we are planning on bringing this whole show back next year. Stay tuned. Thank you guys for joining us, and we will see you next year here at Sonoma Raceway.
Crickets.
Thank you, Ben. Looking high above Sonoma, and what has been a very exciting finish to a double-header weekend. And the man who definitely leaves that double-header satisfied has to be Rafa Matos. He is our current champion, and his consistency has given him back the championship, what he will defend for the rest of the year. But this has been a very important 2 weeks for the Brazilian, as he put on a great show of tough racing against Thomas Merrill, the local man. He could have given in, but he didn't. He finished under caution, but it's been a great couple of weeks here in California. It's goodbye from the wine country. Join us still for some more action from SVRA. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back with more action from the B-Sedans very soon. My name's Jonathan Green. Join us very soon.
As you can tell, I like to go fast. Our race team is really well prepared. We like to look good, but we also like to dress good, and that's why we shop at Franklin Road Apparel. I own the company, and I wear the clothes that we sell in that store. So check us out. We carry all the top brands: Baldwin, John Barbados, Billy Reed, Goodman Brand, and on down the list. So come see us, Franklin Road Apparel, Franklin, Tennessee.
Lightweighting means reducing mass and consolidating parts. No one tackles these design and tooling challenges better than 3-Dimensional Services. We'll provide flexible tooling solutions, including integrating parts, reducing design complexity, or even design changes. We're the go-to source for rapid manufacturing and low-volume production. Trust 3-Dimensional Services to develop the most efficient approach to meet your lightweighting challenges today. 3-Dimensional Services. Prototype, production, proven.
Menards is the Midwest's ultimate home improvement store. Family owned since 1958, Menards is the one-stop shop where you always save big money. Get the Midwest's best selection nationwide when you shop online at menards.com. We make it easy to complete your projects around the house, big or small. From hardware to plumbing or paint to appliances, we carry it all. Visit menards.com today to save big money at Menards.
Welcome back to the Mission Foods Sonoma SpeedTour. One of my favorite groups has always been B-Sedan. I didn't have time to change back into my SVRA shirt, but my Trans Am shirt works because B-Sedan was a huge part of Trans Am series back in the 1970s. We're going to start out. Check this out. You think the car's for sale, but it's not for sale. Troy Ermish, ErmishRacing.com, makes some of the coolest 510s. I think he's got 5 or 6 customers here. One of the best racers we have in vintage racing. But don't count out Rob Fuller, one of the best racers we have in vintage racing. He's got 3 customers here. He builds these. He's got a Z Custom Garage out of the Bay Area. Also has the best mustache and goatee in vintage racing. And that's just as important in vintage racing as fast. But these two go at it. Then we've got Richard Stewart Milne. Check this out. B-Sedan is usually BMW Alpha Datsun, but it is Datsun. I can't see a BMW until way back there, and Alpha's non-existent as we get 3 minutes. Armin is right here in this beautiful flat number 25. Taz Harvey. Jim Frula, just developing this car. Then I got to do something cool. So David Anderson in this car and Rick Shelton, best friends. These cars are prepared exactly alike. They're going to be out there racing, having a great time. It's getting loud. Jonathan, I'm going to send it back to you. This is the all B-Sedan race. A great way to end the Mission Foods Sonoma SpeedTour. I'm going to be up there with you and Scott to finish calling this race. I can't wait for the green flag. Rick, good luck out there. B-Sedans, Mission Foods Sonoma SpeedTour. What can be better than this?
Well, I hope he's not taking any phone calls from that as he goes along. Maybe he's filming it. Who knows? But but the B-Sedans, I too favor these guys. I love the B-Sedans because, well, the reason I like them is, as Ben alludes to, you know, this was part of Trans Am back in the day, Scott, and also they just look good. They remind me of my youth, and you know, it's a real battle between America, Europe, and Japan, and that's how it should be, right? A worldwide battle.
Yes, indeed. Well, you know, Alpha was the Datsun's main competition, and they had a great battles in the it started out as the under 2 liter championship. Porsche was also in that for a very brief amount of time. Then it became a Datsun Alpha battle in the under 2.5 liter. That was for 71 and 72, and Datsun and Alpha went down to the very last race, the very last lap almost, before Datsun claiming the manufacturer's championship. They claimed it again, both with Brock Racing Enterprises and John Morton, the driver, in a number 46 Datsun 510, and then they pulled out of the series. And when both Datsun and Alpha pulled out, there was basically nothing left, and it's been into the as we've known it, the historic Trans Am that we saw and the Trans Am contemporary cars that we saw today.
I mean, just sort of kind of alluding to that. I mean, if you were to hold a modern day B-Sedan race, I mean, are we talking Honda Civics, or is it almost like TCR?
B-Sedan, I'm trying to remember back from the SCCA Club Racing, B-Sedan has kind of been rolled into GT2. Yep. So you would have Honda Civics, you'd have Nissans, but they'd be more of the you'd have 510s in there, probably the 710. You probably would have, trying to remember, Honda would probably be in there. I think the Honda Civic may classify as a B-Sedan, or what would be called a GT2. But anyway, but yeah, it would be a great race. You could have that in today.
Yep, and that's why I wanted to bring it up to modern day, because people may not be au fait with the word B-Sedan, because it is an historical term, and obviously it works for what we're doing, which is historic racing. I'm just trying to equate it. For example, our pace car is a Honda Civic, and that to me is what I would call a 4-door family sedan car. Not a high-powered car, but one that with less weight and everything pulled out of it could be just like these guys.
And as I think about it, actually I think B-Sedan might be more equated to GT3, where the 200SXs are.
We'll see if the B-Sedan man agrees with us. Ben, we're having a conversation here. If you were to put these in modern day terms, what kind of cars? I said Honda Civics.
Yeah, I don't know. I think in the SCCA they have a great class kind of B spec.
Yeah.
And I kind of think that might be a little bit more in the spirit of this, but I don't know enough. I've actually never been to an SCCA event.
No.
I've only been to the SVRA events.
Well,
I watch them on live stream, but I will tell you, we've got pressure, gentlemen.
Okay.
Some of the drivers and crews have said, hey, you guys have got to call this race. Don't get distracted. They know me too well. They're
wow.
Take some Adderall, Ben. Don't get distracted and call this race.
All right.
And so we've got to do that. It's going to be a great race, especially up front. Two really good friends, but arch rivals, Rob Fuller, Troy Ermish, both in 510s. And like I said at the grid, it is all Datsuns with a BMW at the rear, which is very odd for the B-Sedan series here. I'm going to have to give it up for my friend Matt Rose. Matt Rose, where's the Beamers, buddy?
And more importantly, where's the Alphas? The Alpha and Datsun were the ones that were, in fact, the Datsun 510 was kind of taken from the BMW 62. The engineering and design was kind of taken from that.
Alpha weren't as good as their Formula One cars of today, back in the day. Should I put it that way? In terms of maintaining.
I spoke to Rob and Troy at Laguna Seca, said, hey man, we're going to throw you a late green, try to stay side by side, make for a good show, and look at this, they're giving us a great show. Look at the start they're giving us.
And a nose ahead by the 38 on the right-hand side of your screen, but the number 7 is coming quick. Rob Fuller trying to go around the outside, but slots into second place, and it is Troy Ermish who takes the lead up the hill for the first time.
And Troy Ermish, he won his GT Light Championship here in that Datsun 510 at Sonoma in 2018 when they held the runoffs here. This morning, or actually this morning it was Roy Fulmer who was able to get out front of Troy Ermish and take the win, stopping Ermish's win streak here in California because he had won all 4 rounds of 2 B-Sedan feature races and won Group 8 yesterday, but Fuller running first in the Group 8 feature this morning.
Already spreading out, and the 2 leaders really on a sprint. They pulled ahead away from 3rd place, but there's a good battle for 3rd, 4th, and 5th, and possibly 6th as they dive into the carousel now for the first time.
We know what's missing for this race is our great little car, Donald Racine's Mini.
Yes, it is. Yeah, where is it?
Yeah, I went and asked them if they wanted to do this race, and I think they were in, but then they had a little bit of an incident this morning in this morning session, and they packed up and went back to the beautiful part of California. But look at this as we look at Optima Batteries, turn 7. Great shot there of Taz Harvey. I love the liveries, the paint schemes of these beautiful 510s, and then there's Troy Ermish. Now both of these gentlemen here, ooh, hanging it out.
More than hanging it out.
I love it, but they, through Franklin Road Complex, they both have customer cars here. They both prepare Datsuns for a living.
Yeah, when you can see more of the car number on the side door than you can on the front hood, that's hanging it out.
Yeah, no question.
Yeah, Taz Harvey is also a very accomplished club racer. He was with us at Laguna Seca as well, and he not only has this car, but he has purchased one of Jim Downing's Kudzu Mazdas that he was just getting up to speed and kind of
Rob Fuller looking inside. He's got the advantage here if he can hold it. Troy Ermish giving him room, just like he should, but doesn't have the fastest line. Fuller looking outside in the Mission Foods turn 2. You can see Troy Ermish onto the brakes, just taps the brakes there to get through that turn.
Just to settle the car and get it rotated so he can get up the hill. This is the complete opposite from this morning when Fuller was able to get out front, and he actually pulled, even had a car in between them, but he can't find a way around Ermish, at least not as yet, John.
This is great racing too as they come down the hill and towards the carousel. Well, we said pay attention because it is good racing, and we can pay attention because it's just cracking racing between these two as they head over the crest and into the carousel for the second time. Ermish and Fuller close together.
Yeah, these two never disappoint. They always put on a great race. We look Taz Harvey looking inside our men there, going through the WeatherTech carousel. Now we're on looking great shots here. Rob Fuller. You'll even see the Trans Am logo there on the rear quarter panel. The Bay Area Datsun dealers.
Now Taz Harvey and Armin Gorbani had a good battle for 3rd overall this morning. And they also in Datsun 510s. But the race to watch is up here at the front. Of course, and Alpha won the very first Trans Am race ever held overall with Jochen Rindt driving.
Look at them hitting these curves. That's Richard Stewart Milne, Armin, Taz Harvey. Taz looking to make a pass. Look for Taz to try to look inside or outside at turn 11. because the Datsun in front cuts a big hole in the air.
Just the one Toyota Corolla out there.
Yeah, he was with us at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Ermish and Harvey know each other very well. They've run SCCA Club races for many, many years together in these Datsuns. And, of course, Rob Fuller and Ermish are very well acquainted in SVRA races.
Stuart Milne got his work cut out now as this group. And at the back of that group is Taz Harvey in another 510.
Look at that beautiful car.
69.
It's David Anderson there, 1969, Datsun 510. And I was saying that it was David Anderson and Rick Sheldon who are best friends, and they've set up their cars exactly the same and come out here and go racing together. That is living the dream.
Now, you know, you would think that you would probably give the advantage to Ermish just because he races on the West Coast in SCCA Club racing and SVRA racing as well, but Fuller hanging right in there with him.
Yeah, Fuller has his shop in San Jose, so he's also Bay Area. This and Laguna are probably his home tracks, even closer than Troy Ermish. So now look at Taz Harvey coming around the WeatherTech carousel, looking out on Armin. He's the orange car there at third. Great shots that they swing out here.
Yeah.
Now look for Taz to look inside here at the Optima battery. Not close enough. Optima battery's turn 7.
Gorbani, I think, knew he was going there.
Ooh, somebody's smoking brakes.
Yeah. Even if Harvey would have gotten there, I believe Gorbani still had that covered.
Really good battle, isn't it?
Now look at how they're going to jump through these curbs. David Anderson there in that 35 as they come through Franklin Road Apparel Complex.
And you look at that Datsun 510, it's kind of a boxy looking sedan. A lot of body roll going back and forth as you go through the S's. You try to straighten out as much as possible, but it's not really a straight line. You kind of have to go offline a little bit back and forth. There's a lot of body roll going back and forth, a lot of hand movement.
A little bit of body damage here to the 52, but it doesn't look as though it's affecting him.
That's Jim Frula, new development car for him. Jim Frula develops and prepares cars, races all kinds of cool cars with us, and that he's not disappointing us there. And, but Taz Harvey's slow there, and he's missed the pits. So we wonder what's happened to Taz Harvey. I don't see any damage on him.
The white flag's out.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you're looking, and that doesn't mean last lap, that means slow car on track.
Yeah.
But if you're joining us on SpeedTour TV on our YouTube/SpeedTour TV, leave some comments. What do you want to see? What do you want to hear from? Because we've got a great race coming on. I'm hearing about 4 laps left.
Ermish, Fuller, and Milne is your top 3 at the moment. Gobarny in 4th place, then Anderson 5th. Frula, the man you mentioned in the 52B, in 6th.
But the battle definitely up front between Fuller and Ermish, and this is a continuation of WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Ermish may have won all 4 races, but he had to work his little Datsun off to keep Fuller off.
Good work.
Fuller behind him. You were a little nervous, weren't you?
I was.
And if you're Troy's wife, I'm going to want the footage from that rear camera after this race. We exchange footage quite a bit. She provides some of the coolest footage, and if you want to see what this looks like from in-car, last night I posted in-car video of that second car there, that white car of Rob Fuller giving us a lap here at Sonoma, chasing Troy Ermish. And it is a busy lap. There really isn't a straightaway in this track. A straightaway is supposed to be you're racing in a straight line for 500 feet or more, and I don't think you're ever racing for 500 feet or more in a straight line. There are straight parts, but you all the track. You're not actually going straight here, and it is a busy lap.
Yeah, the straightaway here on the start-finish line actually bends to the left and then bends more to the left as you go through turn 1. The straightaway they use as part of the Sonoma International Raceway drag strip. Along either, you're down off the carousel and basically moving from left to right or right to left to get into the proper position for turn 7. And this short straightaway between turn 10 and Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers turn 11, that's not a long enough straight either. This is a definite handling track, and as we've talked all weekend long, a very busy technical track, a lot of hand movement, a lot of car control.
Cracking race this, and the B-Sedans, our final coverage race of the day, and it's been a great weekend, hasn't it? Wonderful, wonderful weather. A little bit of a breeze yesterday, but this has been a great speed tour.
Yeah, it's a beautiful part of the country, Nevada, California, and I've enjoyed very much being here and being a part of this broadcast. Ben and Jonathan are doing a great job here this weekend. As always, we go into Lime Rock next.
Yep, looking forward to that.
And look at this, Rob Fuller and Troy. It's just Rob gets up behind him and then it just disappears. It's a crazy race as we look at Ed Matsuishi in a 1971 Datsun 510. He was with us in a Porsche at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, and there he is in that 711.
You know, he probably saw how much fun everybody was having and said, I want to be in on that too.
But look at this. There's Troy Ermish coming down the back S's from Franklin Road Apparel. Now he's got a little bit of a gap, and here's
He goes
Ed.
real quick through this section, actually. He gets about a 3 or 4 car length pull away.
Noah Hurwitz behind him in that yellow and black 1971 Datsun 510.
But watch now, Rob Fuller will kind of close up on him as they go into braking. But a great race. Again, Fuller able to pull away from Ermish this morning, but definitely that not the case here as they're going back and forth, going at it very hard there, Jonathan.
No question about it, and this battle's just as good too. So we've got one at the front, and across the line they come. And that's the furthest he's got away from him, I think.
It is.
Final lap.
So driver's pressure on. We've got Biff, Steele. Surely these are made-up names. Saying, are any of these cars coming to Road America? Hopefully, we will be at Road America in May, and we'd love to talk these drivers into coming to Road America. I saw Troy Ermish running in the runoffs at Road America a few years ago, but man, look at this. We're on the final lap.
You know Biff, he's Buff's brother.
Yeah. Can Rob Fuller catch up? You saw him smoke the rear brakes there coming into that turn. Now they're coming downhill into a very difficult WeatherTech carousel.
Yeah, now the key now for the car in second place, Rob Fuller, is to get as much drive out of this corner and make a setup move on the inside of the hairpin coming out of this corner. So he's got to slingshot himself, get the drive here. Whether he's got close enough, I don't think so. No, there's no way he's going to get through there, but you can see the gap for yourself there. But that would have been one way of doing it. But this is where the 38 is so good. From here on in, he really does separate himself from the 7. Watch this.
Yeah, and Ermish probably looking at his rearview mirror saying, how far back is he? Do I need to protect, or can I take my normal line through 7? And then he's going to be going down through the S's. And again, Fuller, I think his strength was what we just went through the first half of the track. I think that he does not have an answer for Ermish, at least in this race today.
Well, this is as close as he's been at this section anyway, and if he's going to do it, he's going to have to do it in about the next 4 seconds. Don't think he's close enough.
But what a great race as they come into Big Machine Vodka Spike Cooler, turn 11. Looks like Troy Ermish might have it, so Jonathan, take the call.
Yeah, well, I could tell he was confident because he's got a rear view GoPro on the back of his car, meaning that he thinks he's going to win, and he's coming to the line, and he does do that. Ermish takes the win in the 38. A good battle with Rob Fuller as the pair of them go head-to-head. Excellent stuff. Gorbani takes 3rd place. That's Armin Gorbani in the 1969 510, but a nice 510 display of brilliance there. And it's the 45 of Richard Stewart Milne in 4th position. Anderson takes 5th, Frula in 6th place, Hurwitz in 7th, Matsuishi in 8th, and Gagliano in 9th place, Blasco in 10th.
Great race. Enjoyed that very much. Yeah. The B-Sedans put in on a great show, as they did at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. They do here at Sonoma International Raceway. The Mission Foods Sonoma SpeedTour, a very successful event. Enjoyed very much being a part of the broadcast. Ben and Jonathan.
What's your highlight been this weekend, Scott? You've been doing it all. You haven't missed much?
No. My highlight, I don't know. I have to think about that real quickly here. I guess it would be the historic Trans Am race.
Yes, always good.
That was my, muscle car era when I was growing up as a kid, and I think that would be my highlight. Seeing those cars out there, the original cars, still running out there, still running strong. Yeah, that would be my highlight, I believe.
My thanks to Scott Conway as ever. He'll be with us as ever for the next one at Lime Rock and on. My thanks once again to Ben Sissel and the entire Greenlight TV production crew for putting on some excellent coverage throughout the weekend. I'm Jonathan Green. We will be with you throughout the season as we traverse the iconic circuits of America as part of the SVRA SpeedTour. Trans Am continues next time out at Lime Rock. You can catch all the highlights on the CBS Sports Network. From me, Jonathan Green. Until next time, goodbye for now.
Hungry for SVRA action? Well, the best way to enjoy classic auto racing is with a delicious classic from Mission Foods. Green flag your race-watching snacks with Mission's mouth-watering race day recipes. Try some of our tasty tacos, piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. So gear up your ride and fuel up those stomachs with delicious Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty.